Okay, cool. An ad immediately on my. Okay, that's fine. Welcome,
Mm-hmm. There you go.
welcome back, everybody. We'll
Mm.
just jump right into this
What is this,
stream.
take five?
Take five. Here we freaking take four. Here we freaking go. I have no idea why that happened because I have Discord calls all the time. It seems to be working, people are saying, so it was probably my stupid computer. All
Oh my
right.
goodness, it's always something.
It's
It's
always something.
always
It's
something.
always something. All right, so I'm Krim, and this is Anthony, and he's going to be guesting on today's stream. Can you introduce yourself for me, Anthony?
Yes, I absolutely can. Once again, for the ninth time, I suppose, I'm a YouTube critic on here. I mainly talk about movies, books, comics, video games, stuff like that, anime, and on occasion, Lily Orchard. I hosted Crim on my stream earlier this week where we discussed Evangelion. It was a ton of fun to discuss that. Quite frankly, I love talking about Evangelion. So,
Yeah.
Crimson, if you ever want to talk about Evangelion again, you're more than welcome to. We love that
Yeah.
discussion.
I mean, that could have
And now
easily been a
what?
6 hour video.
Oh God, if I didn't have to, like, was I working? Oh, that was the day before July. If I didn't get tired, I would have said let's just keep on going forever. But
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
to cut us off.
oh yeah.
All right.
Mm.
So, you have a couple of Lily videos yourself. The one that I first watched was your Pokemon video, actually, and
Oh God, yeah.
I felt a deep and overwhelming compassion for you as I was watching that, as I was watching you slowly die inside during that
I'm
video.
gonna have to do a third part of that. I'm thinking of like doing like a highlight reel
uh,
for that at some point
yeah,
soon, just to like get to the key bits of that because it's like it's 6 hours reacting to the video, and I think we're only halfway through it. I don't think even think we finished it yet.
no,
So I'm hoping that I'm hoping that we can I can finish it like later this month or something like that, and then just like
yeah.
see how that goes.
Oh,
But we'll see.
got Eva slander in the chat.
Oh
We
my
don't like that. No.
goodness,
If you don't like Ava, that's
Evangelion slander. I
yeah.
mean, ugh,
It's fine if you don't like it, I guess. But
maybe,
yeah, I guess I can forgive you.
maybe.
I'm a very forgiving person, so.
Yeah, I mean, like a little bit. I'm just saying.
All
I'm
right.
just saying.
So we're going to be. I think it's been brought up before that people are like, what else could you possibly have to say about Lily?
Mm,
And like the thing is that like for me at least, it's not that I'm out here wanting like Lily to me is not enemy numero uno. You know, I don't want to like take her down. I mean, like I think she should probably be more questioned than she is. I think she has way too many unironic fans. Um,
yeah.
but like at the end of the day, I don't think I think some people are under the impression that I think it's Lily's fault that media criticism is the way that it is, and I don't. I don't even think it's her fault that like shows like Steven Universe are highly criticized. I just think that she's basically the quintessential sort of crappy media critic right now. Like she's gets condensed into her. It's into a pure essence with Lily.
Yeah, I think a good way of putting it for me is that she is essentially like a really great person to point to and say this person is very clearly getting a lot of things wrong. And I think through criticism in general, we're able to really examine what works and what doesn't work about media. We're able to see, okay, this works, this doesn't. This is messy. This is uh, and through that we're able to examine why certain media works so well, why certain media doesn't work so well, and why some people misinterpret media, and in doing so get a better sense of media literacy for ourselves so we can interpret and understand media in a better, more full way
Yeah.
potentially. At least I think so anyway.
Oh, we got a super chat.
Got a super chat.
Uh,
Oh, awesome.
Thank you, the guy, 493. If Lily couldn't handle the grade school nuance of Pokemon Black and White, she'd absolutely break at the middle school nuance of Fire Emblem.
Oh god.
This is going to be a Yeah, we'll get into that. Don't you worry. We are definitely 100% going to get into that specific, not about Pokemon, but we are going to be talking about that phenomenon, like, exactly. So, like, you read my mind, the guy 493. Thank you for the super chat. I think someone mentioned on Stream mentioned Lily would like hate Invader Sim and Joy Division, and oh my god, we are definitely going to be bringing up John and Vasquez's work.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
don't worry. We're going to be talking about all that fun stuff. So this first video, which was originally called, when I first saw it, it was called "Is Wholesome Media Bad for You?" And the thumbnail was like smiling friends, and she got pushed back for both of those things, so she changed it. We love a character growth moment.
God, yeah.
Anyway, all right, so. Alright, the super chat sound just happened on my screen, but it's fine. Okay, as a goth, I love Joy Division, so, and I do love that song that Phoenix Rising 87 just mentioned, so, yeah. Anyway, I think we should
On that
just...
lovely note.
Yeah, that lovely note. Let's jump into this. I also just... I hate these caricatures, and also they're not very badly drawn. Like, there's not very well drawn. There's a bunch of weird overlapping lines, but I mean, like, my art can be a little bit sloppy sometimes, but it's just weird that somebody of her production values making these mistakes. Just saying.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Thank you for
There's
the
a lot of
subscription,
oddities.
Maestro. Okay, let's go.
It's been a background element of multiple packets of discourse for a while.
Oh, I should probably share my screen with Anthony.
That would be beneficial. Yes. Let's see if the screen crashes when you do that.
Okay. We're gonna go a 15 because I think it's more important that you hear. So we're gonna go to 15 frame rate. And hopefully things don't crash this time. Go live.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Can you see it?
I can see it.
Perfect. Goth
Let's hear it.
trans masks for the win. Hooray. Thank you, Phoenix.
There we go.
It's been a background element of multiple packets of discourse for a while, in which fans of wholesome media and fans of darkfic are constantly at each other's throats in a high-stakes battle over a raging lava flow to see who gets the honor of ruining media for everyone else. Will it be the lovers of wholesome media who will sanitize the edges off everything and everyone until we're all watching nice baby-faced golden boys give speeches about friendship like a youth
pastor?
pastor in a pastel gay conversion camp? Or will it...
What the frick? What? Lily, what? Also, Lily, why did you design the guy's star glasses after Gurren Lagann?
I think that's actually supposed to be Garnet. Because that's Garnet's glasses in the end. I'm not sure.
Oh,
and I think it's
that's
also
right.
supposed to be Hunter as well, because, like, the hair color and...
I love my first thought was Gurren Lagann, though. Like, it's like, oh my god, Lily, you've seen Gurren Lagann. You've seen good anime. Congratulations.
She doesn't. Lily says 5 batshit insane things in the first 10 seconds. Yeah. I also just want to say that oh, she's wearing Crocs. That's adorable. And they're in sport mode. We love a bitch in sport mode Crocs. Yeah.
We have a super chat there about
Boggle.
Someone's about to...
Yeah, do you want to read that one for me?
Sure. Continuing the zero punctuation theft from Ant's Pokemon stream. Here's $5 for these godforsaken chibi zip designs. Boggle, you're going to lose all the money in your bank if you play the zero punctuation paying us money game.
Oh.
Consider the needs of your wallet. I mean, give Krim all the money you need, but like consider your own financial needs first. That's dangerous.
So Boggle here is actually in my server, and he mentioned that he is making a supercut of all of the times that Lily Orchard has stolen a zero punctuation joke, and this man is suffering. Listen, my hat is off to you for that endeavor. That's a tough one. Yeah. All right.
Oh God, it is Twink Homelander. I was reading chat.
It's all right.
Oh God, it is Twink Homelander.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna keep playing. Sorry to be a pause,
Let's
Andy.
do it.
Babyface Golden
all
Boys
good.
give speeches about friendship like a youth pastor in a pastel gay conversion camp? Or will it be the lovers of Darkfic who will wash the world in sinful, bloody degeneracy like you've released a Catholic priest in a preschool, or a weeb in a preschool, or a conservative politician in a preschool?
Oh my God.
It turns out you can just like say things in whatever order you want to.
Yeah,
Like, you
there's
could
another
just
zero
put-
punctuation joke for you.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, well, this is, yeah. Somebody's saying, I'm pretty sure most of Psy and Crim's viewers / fans combined are old enough to have grown up during the 2000s youth culture or edgy internet culture to differentiate what is actually wholesome and dark. Yeah, well.
Yeah, this is definitely a Yahtzee joke too. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's, 100%. Like, this is like Yahtzee-style humor and everything.
Ugh.
But I find it very interesting that she's conflating dark media with being childish. And we're going to get to that.
Or a guy with a rifle
Yeah,
in an
I
American
have feelings
preschool?
about that.
Or
Can I just say I hate her stupid beige background? Like, she's like, Lily, we are not beating the sad beige millennial allegations today.
That's like the least of my concerns with Lily.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, I'm nitpicking. It just makes me sad.
It's easy to do that with her.
gonna be honest, even I don't know where I'm going with this. I just started typing in opinions.
I can
came out.
tell.
Okay.
I can tell,
all-
Lily.
that's
I can
all-
tell.
I don't know where I'm going with this. Like, yeah, we know we don't have.
Yeah.
You don't edit your scripts, Lily. We know. You just like start typing things and then you just do not edit. You do not. Yeah, we know. We know.
What stream of consciousness, Lily? Have you ever heard of that?
All right. Okay. I'll be spicy when I need to, but I feel like, but
We have to conserve the spice. We only have
to
so much spice we can dish out.
just like emptying my Szechuan peppers right
Oh
onto
my
Lily
God.
today. I will say that, like, it's interesting. It's like, is she acknowledging? Is she being like self-aware today? Like, I find that interesting. But I also find that, like, if you do stream of consciousness scripts like this, I feel, how do I say this? I feel it's very limiting in what you manage to do, and I'm saying this as somebody who streams most of their videos. But I also plan ahead a little bit, and I like think about what topics I want to cover, and I kind of like approach my streams like I'm giving a lecture at like a school or something. Like, you do kind of need to plan things out even if you're streaming.
Oh yeah, 100%. You need to have some idea of what you're going to do, no matter what you do. And I think the key thing is with Lily, and with video essays, it's even more extreme, because with a video essay, you have to have a sense of, okay, here's the thesis, here's the idea, here's the point I'm trying to hit. And if you miss that mark, if you aren't paying attention to the core focus and thesis of your argument, you're going to make a rambling, incoherent statement. It's not going to make any sense. It's not going to be compelling.
Yeah.
And, well, frankly, that sums up most of Lily's arguments, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Quite frankly.
I mean, like, she wants to be both taken seriously as a video essayist, but also, like, not be held to the same criticism as everyone else, which is interesting. And I think her authoritative voice carries her a lot. And like, like, it's very, you know what, like, I won't like begrudge that Lily is blessed with having a voice like that, or was just fortunate enough to be able to speak like that and to be that confident. Like, I think more people should be able to talk like that, speak that confidently, and but it's frustrating that you'll see people gravitate towards that, and it doesn't matter what they say.
Well, people gravitate towards cult leaders too.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I firmly believe Lily is, in effect, a cult leader. Like, not like a literal cult, but like the concept of one.
Well,
like a very determined, fervent fan base.
Yeah.
Very authoritative statements. I mean, I know you did a whole stream about the cult leaders previously. I still feel like, if not cult leader, cult-like, I should specify.
I mean, like, technically speaking, Lily Orchard does meet all the requirements for a cult of personality. Technically speaking, using the bite model and the ideological continuum, I think it's called, which like measures like if something is a cult. That being said, I am a layman. I'm not an expert. I have a lot of experience as somebody that did grow up in a cult-like religion. And it's something that I have studied in my own time, but like I do want to be very transparent that like my professional experience is more in individualized therapy rather than like looking at cults. I don't want to pretend I have any authority to speak on that. If Lily were a lot smarter, she'd be the next Jim Jones. Thank you for the super chat, Sai. Yeah. I don't know, because I don't know if she's even doing it intentionally. It's more like, so
why does Lily's new avatar look like a Funko Pop? Good question there. Why does it look like a Funko Pop?
Yeah, thanks for breaking that tension. I think that in the case of somebody like Lily, who has admittedly experienced some really dark things in her past, I think that like sometimes you do what you can to survive. You just do what works. And Lily has been on the internet her entire adult life, even a little bit longer than that. Me and Lily are the same age, and she started making videos and content about things like Baldur's Gate when she was a teenager. And I guess like part of the reason why I fixate on Lily is because I can relate to her so much. We're the same age. We're both trans. We like similar things. I wouldn't say the same things. I feel like I matured a little bit more than she did. Not to toot my own horn, but like I feel like I went in a different direction than she did in terms of my taste. And like,
oh yeah,
and like we are also from the same area. We're from the same. We live in the same city. Like we grew up like maybe like 40 minutes away from one another. So she feels very relatable to me, and I can see where her follies occurred. And I just can't help but wonder what kind of person I would have been if I started getting popular on the internet at the same age, the same time that she did. And I think that that's like an interesting conversation to have. And just because it was maybe not all of the things that happened are her fault, I don't think that means she needs a soapbox.
No, I agree. And you know, it's funny. Like I obviously I'm not from Canada.
Yeah.
So that's one element against me already. Obviously, I'm not trans. That's another element that's against me on this one already. But I can relate also as someone who's been on the internet for years. And like for most of my adult life, while I haven't been a YouTube critic, I've only done that within the last like 6 or 7 months. You know, I've worked in publications. I've been creating content for the internet since like I graduated grad school, really.
Yeah.
So like I can connect on that sense as well. It's not easy. Like you will make errors and mistakes, and you will fumble your words, and you will say something dumb on the internet, and everyone's going to know it. So I get that to an extent. I can sympathize there.
Yeah.
But I think the issue is where I have a divide is in terms of relating to Lily is I feel like if I make an error, I try to learn from it.
Yeah.
You know, even criticism from someone who I think is reviling and revolting and whatever, I will still hear that criticism and go, okay, there's a nugget of truth here. I can still take something from this and apply it to my work to come. Lily takes criticism and treats everything like an act of war and will oppose all of it, even good faith criticism.
Yeah.
So I think that's a factor too. But she feels she can dish it out, but she can't take it.
Yeah, I think is
the big thing.
I've got some super chats to read out.
Read them.
A classic Luigi fan says, "As I grew out of Lily Orchard, I started to feel like she's trying to build a cult of personality, or have anything else." Yeah. Another one from Strava says, "Did Lily get brain cell for day? Did what?
Did Lily? Does Bruno Mars is gay?
Does Bruno Mars is gay? I, the thing is that God, we're not even a minute into the video. It's already.
This is what happens when you have 30 minutes
long.
of technical difficulties.
No, this current stream is 20 minutes long, and we haven't even gotten a minute into the video.
Oh my God.
I'm
gonna need more drinks for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out here and say something a little bit spicy. I don't.
Actually, while you're into this, I'm gonna grab Japanese whiskey while you talk.
Do it. Do it. I don't think Lily is stupid. I don't. I really don't think she's a stupid person. But I think she swaddles herself in things that make her comfortable. And she's got like this arrested development where she's still mentally, as alluded to in the thumbnail of this video, I still think she's mentally 15 years old. There's just so much cognitive distortion going on. You know?
All right, got the Japanese whiskey.
Ooh.
I'm back.
Not important, but you two are one of the few new channels I started watching after I stopped being a fan of Lily's and started looking into the drama. You two are hilarious. Oh, thank you. Sai thinks that Lily is very unintelligent personally. I think that's
I can agree with that.
I think that's a valid opinion. I don't think it's intelligence or a lack of intelligence that's putting her in this position. I think Lily falls for her own grift, unfortunately, and that, yeah, it can almost be being smart and being swaddled in, like, things that make, like, trying to surround yourself in things that make you comfortable. It can be actually a hindrance because you get very good at it. You get very good at protecting yourself from anything that can be, like, that can cut through the lies. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that entirely.
You know, like, so I
think we were discussing before, one thing I want to talk about is media. I think actually, since the subject of this stream is going to be media literacy, I think there's a good transition to continue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's press play.
Yeah.
Okay, so fandom's always had this problem where everyone is different and has different opinions on everything, but they're also insular and all feel increasingly entitled to be agreed with. While discourse often gets dressed up with academic-sounding terms like media literacy and purity culture, and the...
Oh, there you go. Exactly that.
Let me scrub. There we go.
Right. I think we should digest a few more points before we continue, though.
Okay. I just want to, like, freeze frame on this specific frame. Is that these are criticisms commonly lobbied at Lily, and so of course those are the ones that piss her off the most.
And these terms have tangible meanings. They're also terms.
Wait. What did she say? The ability to consume media critically and analyze it, and religious misogyny.
What did those two things have to do with each other?
She's saying that purity culture is religious misogyny, and media literacy is the ability to consume media critically and analyze it. Cool. You are literally just.
No.
For the second one, you're just literally just making up a term. Like,
yeah,
you're just
religious
inventing.
misogyny. What the fuck does that mean?
They're also terms that are easy to weaponize as a more objective-sounding phrase for someone who just disagreed with you. See, this is the real problem of progressive language politics. Because we made it an instant mortal sin to call someone the R-word, the raging Cotton Hills of the world just appropriated academic-sounding language to...
Okay, here we go. Sorry to be another pause, Andy, but Lily... Oh my god. Okay, let's pull up my Toxic Sludge Queen's Blue Sky.
Wait a second, hang on. Can you go back one thing before you do that? Like, why... what the... Why is the... Okay, so right here we have the goth girl saying Puritan and the wholesome uwu person saying no media literacy. But, like...
Usually it's
if you look at dark media...
they're also... The no media literacy thing is usually not something said by the wholesome uwu people. It's something said by the darker people that... You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you read any dark fiction, like at all, people are gonna say you have to look at the themes, the ideas, the concepts, the deeper messaging involved, and like that's all key components of that interpretation of media. Oh my goodness, Lily Orchard's Blue Sky.
But like, I'm trying to find a good example of this. She constantly says,
Oh, what that card captor post? That might be what we're looking for.
growing up with card captors was a surreal experience because it's probably the first encounter you'd have with the concept of like they change things in the dub, but because it's card captors, once you read the source material, you go, yeah, that was probably the right call. Yeah, okay,
Yep.
but that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for this, where she.
Ooh.
Hold on, let me bring up my regular Firefox view. Where is it?
And this is not Lily's Twitter, it's her Blue Sky, for those who are confused.
Yeah.
Which is basically just Twitter.
Yeah. So, her calling somebody a Neanderthal. She'll say things like people are brain damaged and like,
Oh my
or
God.
what was the one that she used on stream? Mongoloid, where it's like she is the
Oh my
one
God.
that is just basically like skirting around calling someone like a slur. So
Yeah, because she'd really want to, I
she
think.
really wants to use the R word. Lily is banned from Twitter. Yep, she is. She's yeah.
I wonder if
She'll
she's
say
blocked me on Blue Sky.
she says shit like fetal alcohol syndrome and dropped on the head as a baby, and like, but bruh, like just say retard. Like, I'm sorry. I'm going there. I can reclaim. But like, I'm very against calling another person that.
Yeah, that's a word I don't like using, so I probably won't.
Yeah, no,
I think she might have blocked me on Blue. I think she blocked me on Blue Sky.
that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, she used
That
the
wouldn't
word.
surprise me at all.
She has used the word mongoloid, yeah, but then she's like, "Oops, I can't say that. That's a bad word." And then like just continued making the same point, like like just because you're not, and like if I'm making you uncomfortable saying with what I'm saying, let me know. But like, I think if you're talking about the word, it's a little bit different than calling someone that. But if you are wanting to say the word mongoloid or retard, and instead of saying it, you just like say things like dropped on your head or fetal alcohol syndrome, and you're just using those in the same way that you would a slur, you're doing,
100%.
You're doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, online, if someone, what I love seeing is like a lot of the really like the bigoted like chuds online, they'll try to avoid saying like the F slur. So they'll write it out, but they'll censor marks on it. I'm like, no, just say the word, all right?
Or
If you're gonna insult someone, actually say it, and don't just like try to hide in a way that won't get you banned on Twitter.
Or some of the ones that I like, twink.
Twink.
When you just mean you're just meaning a slur. I personally, as a trans person, adore being called a they fab or an afab when you really mean tranny. Like, just call me a tranny if that's what you want to do. Like, you're not fooling anybody. But yeah, Jer Bear sent me a super chat. She's gonna call hiding in private a child left behind. Wowie.
Oh my God.
All right. Or they'll do the emoji or something, like, yeah. So like, Lily, you're guilty of this, but anyway.
I'm seeing people compare Lily to Andrew Dobson, which I think is hilarious.
Who is Andrew Dobson? I probably know him.
Oh, you know who Andrew Dobson is?
I'm sure I'm bad with names.
That's another rabbit hole. That's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Dobson.
Andrew Dobson, he's an artist who was kind of like cringe back in the 2000s and mid 2010s. He was one of those like quote unquote feminists who defended women, quote unquote, but really was just doing it for his own ego trips.
Also lewd nudes, no, twink is not a slur. How do I say this? Twink is not a slur, but people will often say twink when they mean the F slur. I don't think I'm brave enough to use the F slur on chat, sorry. On live on YouTube, sorry.
I'm not gonna do that either. I don't like using slur. I just don't like saying it. I think there's better ways of phrasing things. But
Sigh, thank you for the super chat. I was there for Dobson, Grim. I'll tell you about it. LOL. I probably am aware of Dobson, but I just like the name sounds familiar, but I might have blocked that out a little bit.
The big thing, Krim, that Dobson did is I'll say his claim to fame. Then I'll back off. He was at a convention once, and he saw, as he put it, a cosplayer dressed as Captain Marvel from it was Power Girl from DC, and she was being harassed by this guy who was wanting to take photos of her, and he had to step in to defend her from this. And he did a whole webcomic imagining him as like his furry avatar diving in and like beating up the pervert leering on her.
I know.
And it turned out, this one.
It turned out
years later, like weeks later, the photo came out, and it's like she's posing for the photo, like clearly having in complete ownership of her appearance.
Yeah, I remember.
And Dobson's like in the background, leering at her from like 3 tables away.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Let's actually we're still just barely a minute in.
Call someone the R word, but in a glittery way with fireworks arranged as skull emojis. Yeah, slurs like the R word are vile, but there are advantages to just having terrible people openly identify as such up front, so you could just avoid or do something about them from the get-go. Because...
Oh, there you go.
Is this about Psy?
Oh my god,
This is about Psy.
They're coming after you.
Psy, they're coming after you. Psy, do you wear Crocs?
Psy, are you is this you, Psy?
Oh my god, wait a minute.
Actually, this might be me. I also think Utna's peak.
Yeah, but like, she got into it with Psy on social media about
That's true.
Utena. Here's the I have like a little pet head canon / theory. No, it can't be it. Like, I think I'm blowing myself up too much but like she has like been weirdly mentioning my content a lot. Is this supposed to be Psy and the other person's supposed to be me?
That would be hilarious, but also it's feasible.
It would be weird. But like, I cover a lot of dark stuff. I covered the coffin of Andy and Lele, and I'm really into it, and I like very specifically I'm like, yeah, I love dark shit. And then like Psy covers a lot of like what could be considered, I'm not saying it's the only stuff that Psy watches, but a lot of like the fluffy, like sort of childish media.
Yeah, like Steven Universe.
Yeah, like Steven Universe and Utena and that sort of thing. And like, I wouldn't say Utena is like wholesome uwu, but like,
no, there's like sexual assault in it.
But like it's
a lot of it,
like,
actually.
It seems like Lily is like characterizing it as such. So I think that I'm interested. Like I'm interested if like the other character will like have any thinly veiled quotes about me, because I keep on being mentioned in Psy's like Discord and stuff, despite having at the time less than 500 viewers or 500 followers.
And now you've crossed over 666 viewers, so you've really hit the dark peak at this point.
Exactly. Basically, I'm the next big thing.
Hey, it happens faster than you realize.
Yeah, I'm PewDiePie, eat your heart out. No, I'm kidding. I'm absolutely kidding. I don't think I'm that big of a deal, but I'm very curious to how this will play out.
When someone bitches about the death of media literacy, there's a whole checklist to go through to see if that person actually has a real point to make, or if they just have a Nebula subscription and an ego. No shade to Nebula, but people who watch smart YouTubers often like to think that automatically makes them smart as well, and it just doesn't. This has been the backbone of media discourse since the early days of YouTube. It used to be people would whine about, you're stating something as fact, when it's really your opinion. Of course, anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together already knows that subjectivity is implied in media discourse. But it didn't matter to that guy. That guy heard an opinion he didn't like and he got mad about it. YouTubers used to have to pepper their videos with near constant reassurances about subjectivity on the off...
Sorry, so Lily does this interesting thing where she'll say, if you don't agree with me, then you're not paying attention. Or she will make, like, she'll make things, how do I say this? She'll make things about, like, a moral issue when it's not a moral issue. She'd be like, if you don't like this, or if you like this, then you're racist, or you're sexist, or you're a misogynist, or you're transphobic. Like, yes, there's a certain amount of subjectivity and implied subjectivity in media criticism, but Lily will either say, if you don't agree with me, you're an asshole, or even, like, okay, she said this on a sock puppet, so it's not proven, but it's been, like, an alleged Lily sock puppet for years, saying that if you like this, you're a rapist, which is bizarre.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
my God.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Super chat. Dark Chan does talk about Lele at one point. And as far as I know, I'm the only one that is, like, in this sphere of Lily critics that likes the Coffin of Andy and Lele. So it's possible.
It's a missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity for that Dark Chan not to have, like, a Clive Barker obsession, but that would imply that Lily would have to have read Clive Barker or have seen Clive Barker in anything.
I mean, it's also interesting.
They should have had pins in her head.
And if she's
like lots of pins all over the place.
And if she's basing Dark Chan on me, it feels a little bit like I'm being misgendered. But, like, this is also only, like, this is just a theory, a game theory. No, but it's just it's just interesting that, like, whatever the goody two shoes girl is clearly supposed to be Sai, and it appears like it could be possible that the Dark Chan is based on myself, but maybe.
So you're saying it would be weird if we ship Wholesome Chan and Dark Chan?
I mean, I'm a man, and Sai is a lesbian, and there is, like, some.
I mean, assuming it's not you, but,
yeah,
like, if
I mean,
it
like,
is both of you,
yeah. But, like, also, like, people are, like, under the impression that I'm Sai's little purse dog, so. Yeah.
The whole thing is wonky.
Yeah.
The whole thing is ridiculous. The moment, like, you realize it's projecting on real people is when you're like, okay, this is weird.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Chance that we wouldn't have to deal with someone throwing a screeching shit fit in our comment section. We don't do that anymore because it never worked, and the kind of drooling simpleton who had the shit fit in the first place has only gotten drowned out in the noise of short form.
Drooling simpleton. Again, you're literally just.
You ever notice that Lily never actually explains her point and just rambles for the first, like, 5 minutes about her own personal drama before ever getting to the point of her video?
Yeah. Thank you, Octo Ari, for the super chat, donating to the liver therapy funds.
Time for more Japanese whiskey.
I might break out the tequila here in a bit.
Social media. We've all accepted that you can't be reasonable with an inherently unreasonable person. But over the years, as fandom has become more tribalistic, less intelligent, and more insular, an increasingly present argument has cropped up. And that's the debate over wholesome media versus dark media. Well, I say debate, but it's more like two people in different bedrooms posting Twitter rants about how the other guy is totally not capable of handling the real world. And to an extent, I can see the tumor of an idea forming in their head, but that's the problem. It's a tumor. So the argument in one direction is that people who consume only wholesome, friendly media want their fiction to be a warm blanket. Someone who seeks escapism and only escapism in all its forms. People who view dark or violent content as inherent flaws. It's certainly easy to see how that stereotype formed. The fan bases for the bigger wholesome shows about love and friendship turned out to be festering piles of mutated slurry.
Hang on a second here. Okay,
I don't like that Steven face.
Yeah, that was disconcerting. Like, it looks like, you know what makes me think of? Those, like, creepypastas from the early 2010s where it was like, what if Squidward was a bit of a dark person in the one secret episode of SpongeBob you never saw? And that's, like, a screen cap from, like, a rejected Steven Universe episode that was like, and in between the shots of Steven Universe having photorealistic blood, Rebecca Sugar grated grade school children into a stew and ate it. Like some insanity like that.
I also want to point out that we are only talking about children's shows so far. I have yet to see any adult content.
I wonder what will ever happen if Lily Orchard ever acknowledged the existence of Clive Barker. I think we should make a petition to get Lily Orchard to watch Hellraiser. I, for one, would be very happy to know that Lily Orchard has experienced the beauty of Hellraiser.
She has,
personally.
But I'm sure she has not actually, like, internalized what it means either.
No, I don't think she's even looked at the cover of the DVD, honestly.
She seems to think that Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 is about fucking MON, so...
Oh my god.
And that's a mod that she plays, so... I think that she...
Oh my god.
Yeah. She talks a lot about Star Wars, but she's also very fixated on the Sith, and, like... I don't know, she's... Yeah. She
probably loved The Acolyte.
She barely acknowledges adult content unless it's Family Guy. See, here's the thing, is that there's, like, adult content that makes you think like an adult, and there's, like, adult content, and, like, don't, like, lynch me about it or anything, that, like, is just for teenagers, but it makes them feel like they're an adult, and, like, Family Guy...
Like Elfenlied.
Family Guy and, Stinky Time, Has Been Hotel are very much those things. And, like, it has, like, vestigibles. It has like granules of like, oh, these are what things that adults do, but it's like it's so juvenile that, like, you know.
Well, like, it's a crossover appeal, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a difference between, like, I mean, listen, I think Has Been Hotel's cool, all right? I think it's fun, but it's not. I would never talk about Has Been Hotel the same way I talk about, like, Hellraiser. You know, because one's dealing with like more general themes that can be relatable to a general audience, and that's why Has Been Hotel is so widely liked. Something like Hellraiser is not widely liked because it's, like, very specific in its themes and ideas. It's not really there for, like, everyone. It's there for a small number of weirdos. I am among that small number of weirdos, though, so I love it.
We've got a couple more super chats. Sai says, based elf and lead slander. Sai is making it rain today. Ring Ding Death says, Lily couldn't even talk about Postal and Hatred correctly. Ooh. We can talk.
Hatred's a strange one to talk about, though. Hatred's a really juvenile story game, though. I mean, Postal is too, but Hatred's really juvenile. Like, it's like an edgy 14-year-old's idea of a scary, spooky thing.
Yeah.
That's like what you create after you think that, like, I don't know, Slipknot is the scariest thing in the world.
Yeah, and, like, the thing with, like, Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel is that it's, like, appropriating dark aesthetics, and more specifically, I would even say, like, goth aesthetics almost, or, like, the aesthetics of, like, goth media that came before it, and then just telling a Disney story. You know, like, it's saying it's using sex, drugs, rock and roll, but then, like, the story is so surface level and, like, oh, it's like the concept of good and evil are kind of skewed, and, like, hell as a concept is kind of fucked up, actually. Like, yeah, no fucking shit. Anybody that's deconstructed from a religion can tell you that.
Yeah, it's like what happens if a 2000s era Hot Topic vomited out its Invader Zim section.
Yeah.
With a Broadway musical number
attached. Wait a minute.
I mean, I like Has Been Hotel. I'm saying that in the most affectionate way possible, but it's not what dreams may come, okay?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna press play again.
Ship turned out to be festering piles of mutated slurry.
Oh, I'm getting that, like, this...
For the bigger wholesome shows about love and friendship turned out to be...
This picture of Steven is AI. Lily using AI in her videos.
Is it AI?
Yep. And now that I'm looking, yep, it's very obviously AI. I don't know if if she had to... Ooh, is Lily using AI for her videos? Stinky. Bad.
I think what's more likely is she just went on Google and just copied it. I don't think she...
Okay, let's...
I don't think she put that much effort into it.
Let's do...
Like Steven Universe Scary.
Let's do some research.
Like, look up Steven Universe Scary or Crazy or something like that.
Scary. Yep, there it is.
Oh yeah, top result. Yeah, I didn't believe she made it.
Yeah.
Like, there's many things I'll hold Lily accountable for. I think I would like to believe she's not lazy enough to resort to using AI.
I mean, she is lazy enough to take people's art and not credit them, but you know.
That's more realistic to me, though. Like, because all that takes is copying and pasting. AI art requires putting a prompt in. That's effort.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, AI. So even in the Reddit, I just looked at the name of it. It's even
it says,
listed as AI art in the Reddit post.
Yeah, it says it's AI art. All right. Okay.
All right.
Festering piles of mutated slurry. Interact with the fan base for My Little Pony or Steven Universe long enough and you'll have a horror story eventually. What was your favorite brony controversy? The child they harassed for saying they're cringe, the child they harassed for saying they're cringe, or the child they harassed for saying they're cringe? How about the time a child predator was outed? Or the time a child predator was outed? Or the time a child predator was outed? How about...
Oh, Lily.
All MLP issues, though, aren't they?
Lily.
Wait a second.
Lily, you know what? We have a commonality here. Lily was also part of the brony fandom. And there was also... Oh, wait. No, we're not supposed to talk about the allegations in this video, but...
She makes it really hard not to talk about the allegations.
She does. She always does. Lily, that's literally what you do. Like, you... okay, cool. Awesome. Awesome and cool and great. Oh my god, there's chat is popping off. What the heck?
You have 182 people watching you right now.
Okay. I usually like to read chat as much as I can, but like sorry guys, I just can't keep up with the video.
I am seeing people mentioning Comicsgate in chat, which I think is a whole different conversation that I'm not going to get into, but like
you could there are shitty people in every fandom. Like, good and bad, and, like, of course, especially if you look at, like, the quote-unquote wholesome stuff that you assume is going to attract children and be safe, and, like, yeah, that's going to attract a certain kind of people that are trying to prey on vulnerable people. Like, I am of the opinion that the whole wholesome media thing is not good. So maybe I am Dark Chan in a little bit, so...
I mean, if that's fair, this is two Dark Chans talking then, because I love dark stuff.
The trans woman they harassed for talking about their abuse, or the trans woman they harassed for talking about that. Wait, hang on, that was me, wasn't it? What was your favorite controversy in the Steven Universe fandom?
It was you, Lily, but not in the way you're expecting it to be. Lily,
Again, she just cannot stop mentioning the allegations. And Lily, you weren't talking about your abuse. She's like, oh, people attacked me for talking about my abuse. It's like, no, people were mad at you because people came forward and said you abused them, and then you darvoed it. But she's trying to position it as if she was talking about it initially, and that this has anything to do with her being trans. When the people that are talking to her and accusing of her are trans themselves. But anyway.
Frim, don't you realize how brave Lily is for talking about other people's controversies when she's embroiled in one?
Yeah.
This is brave.
But like that's
Grim.
I don't know if you realize that, but this little pony on the right, that's her pony Sona, I believe.
I see she's always been making herself look darker skinned than she really is.
Anthony, you can't just say that sort of thing. But yes.
But she always designs her avatar like 5 shades darker than her actual skin tone.
Okay, hold on a second. She does that's the ironic thing is so this is kind of hold on a second, I gotta bring my Firefox view back up. This is what her Pony Sona used to look like. Or I guess this is the Equestria Girls version. But, like... Well, I don't know if I wanted to bring that one up.
Well, then.
Open image in a new tab. Well, let's do this one. No! Wrong one! This one! Oh, so this was before she was... Yeah. But I just find it interesting that, like... Also, the pony skin tone got darker. Or fur tone. That's really interesting to me.
Lily sure loves brownface with every persona she makes. Except for her current one, because she's been called out about it so often. Wow, I think it's the Japanese whiskey making me just not care about what I'm saying right now. It's wild.
All
Must be a
right,
fun stream.
Don't make me need to cut. Don't make me of all people need to cut you off, my friend.
Valid.
Or the trans
I've only
women
had, like,
harassed for talking about
thing.
that. Wait, hang on, that was me, wasn't it? What was your favorite controversy in the Steven Universe fandom? That time they harassed an artist for drawing Skinny Rose and then went really quiet when the creator did it? That time they harassed a Make-A-Wish kid for posting about an episode they got to see early? Or the time they spent half a decade making up a lie about how the reputation of the series was ruined because a video criticizing the show got popped? Wait, hang on, that was me, wasn't it? The thing is, I'm not sure I'd blame the behavior of these fan bases on the fact that they only want escapism. Bronies were a cross-section of weebs and fascists, while Steven Universe always reeked of consumption-based progressivism. A lot of wholesome media skews progressive because treating people with kindness is, unfortunately, now a political position.
I find this interesting because in my experience with Steven Universe, it was anti-Steven Universe people that were, like, on the, like, keyboard warrior side, you know?
Yeah. And plus, here's the thing I find strange. They're saying, like, wholesome media is a politically left system, and yet says that the bronies were full of Nazis. So, which is it?
Yeah.
Like, you're saying, like, she directly contradicts her own statement, like, in seconds there. She's saying that the bronies were Nazi sympathizers, but then says that it was toxic leftists in the brony fandom. So, like, you can't say both. Like, they're two. I mean, you can say both, but you have to distinguish them as two separate factions. You can't say it's like a blob of Nazis and leftists. That doesn't seem to make logical sense to me.
Psy continues to make it rain. Thanks for the super chat. Bronies full of peds and child harassers. Steven Universe fans. One cringe incident from 9 years ago, and one cringe incident from 7 years ago. GG Lily. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes the brony fan sound horrible, quite frankly, and Steven Universe sound pretty.
And Octo Ari says, what the fuck does MLP have to do with fascism? I mean, like, there have been, like...
Good question.
There have been problems with certain... I mean, but this happens on all fandoms, you know what I mean? Like, where, like, fascists will try to, like, squeak in, but, like...
Well, it's like the punks, right? Like, in punk and metal, Nazis continually try to get in, and the only solution is to basically say, hey, you're not allowed, get out of here. Like, you have to oppose the bigots to keep them out of your spaces. And, like, punks do have a real Nazi problem, like, and they admit this. They fight against it constantly.
Well, that's why we have a very specific name for, like,
exactly.
I am more of a goth than I am a punk, but I kind of, like, you know, we kind of travel in similar circles, but that's why we have a specific name for Nazi punks. They're called skinheads. And that's why we have a specific name for Nazi bronies. We just call them Nazi bronies. Like, that's been... I think part of the problem is
to show them not allowed.
Yeah. Well, part of the problem is also that, like, the brony fandom originated from 4chan, and it was an ironic enjoyment of My Little Pony. That's what it started out as. So, of course, you're going to get a specific breed of people. I was into My Little Pony when I was in high school, or not high school, but in college. And the reason for that is because I liked horses as a child, and I got really into, they used to make one, I don't know if anybody here is familiar with, like, one-of-a-kind doll customization, but that was really big in the My Little Pony thing. Like, they would take the old G3, G2, and G1 ponies and, like, build, like, customize them. Like, one of my favorite ones was Teal'c from Stargate. I fucking loved that thing. It was so funny. Oh my god, people are...
You got a bunch of super chats all at once.
All right. Thank you guys. I'm flattered. Jesus Christ. Seraphilium, thank you for the super chat. Literally everything she says here goes against the notion that the Wholesome show people want nothing but wholesome things. Oh, SG also just... I mentioned Joy Division attracting Nazis to Crim once. Yes, there was, like, a problem with Joy Division and Nazis because they used imagery in one of their music videos, but oh my god, they just keep coming.
You got some good super chats here.
Classic Luigi, thank you for the super chat. I feel I should point out that the fans who nearly drove the artist's suicide anecdote was not nearly that cut and dry. For one thing, the suicide attempt had nothing to do with the backlash. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
I believe it was like I believe the artist had other stressors going on in their
yeah.
life, and this was just one of many factors.
Bachi, thank you for the super chat. Says, as a weeb and otaku, I don't like being called a fascist for liking My Little Pony.
Nor should you be called a fascist for just liking MLP.
Yeah.
If you happen to goose step, that's a different discussion. But just liking something doesn't make you a fascist.
No, like it's just a show. Like let's not moralize watching a show, which is exactly what Lily's doing. But let's keep going. We're only 4 minutes in.
Position. And when
And I
these
wonder if
shows
you see
skew
the dark
progressive
stuff.
in presentation, it attracts an audience that wants progressive media. The problem is that the media and the creators aren't perfect and are subject to criticism, and the audience are using that media as a proxy replacement for their own virtues. Hold on to this, we're going to come back to it later. So when you exist in the basic reality of discourse and critical thinking, fans who wrap themselves in a duvet to avoid any real personal growth will increasingly feel attacked and get increasingly aggressive. Never was this more apparent to me than with Steven Universe, where I criticize it maybe once every 2 years, and you'd swear I murdered the fan base's dog.
No, Lily, you bring it up
Once every 2 years?
Once every 2 years. How about once every 2 fucking minutes? You can't stop talking about it. Oh my god.
Once every 2 years.
I need to
Sure,
go.
sure, Lily.
I need to go.
Sure.
I need to go get some tequila. I'll be right back.
No problem. I'll take over your stream while you're getting tequila. Hello, Crimson's audience. How are all you guys doing? Doing all right? That's good to hear. I want to mention right now that in the last 5.5 minutes of this video, Lily has not once mentioned a single example of dark media. This is because I suspect that her examples of dark media will in fact be bad and not particularly dark at all.
I'm also pointing out that, again, she is equating wholesome media to children's media so far, which I think is interesting.
And not just that, but also like MLP and Steven Universe. Steven Universe, which ages a little bit with its audience significantly. I don't think MLP does, but I've also never really gotten into MLP, so I'm not a good critic on that. I think that, quite frankly, Lily should experience adult media, which is why I recommend, Lily, if you're watching this, to watch the movie Inside. No, it's not a movie about people going inside person's brains. It's a kidnapping movie involving, well, it's a French film. I think you should watch it. Inside is a Christmas wholesome family film. Very fun for the entire family, especially the little. You should watch Inside, Lily. Just watch it. The French 2010 film Inside. I think it is a uplifting, child-friendly, very young children-friendly movie. You should enjoy, Lily. Hi, Krim. How are you?
Hi. I have a feeling that it's not as wholesome as you're saying it is. I haven't watched that one.
What? What gives you that idea?
I'm just making a list of right now. I'm just making a list of movies that I want to talk about when we're done with this video. So I encourage you to do the same. But yeah.
To watch Inside?
No.
Watch Inside.
Not
I mean, it's a great
Inside.
movie, but like
But
you really have to have some content warnings for that one.
Well, yeah, no, you brought that up, so I'm like, it reminded me of another video that I think is one of my favorite, like, sort of contentious, dark, fucked up things that I really like. And I will be bringing it up after when we get talking about dark media and challenging media. So I'm just making a list so I don't forget what I'm talking about.
Indeed. People in chat are recommending Irreversible, also a great family film. Watch it with your parents, your grandparents, especially Irreversible. Yeah, you really want to watch the whole movie Irreversible with all your loved ones. It's a great film for Christmas Eve. No, please don't actually. I'm just being sarcastic. Really don't watch, especially not Irreversible. That's worse than Inside.
All right, I'm going to press play again.
Go for
They
it.
have an entire mythology that I ruined the reputation of a show and the creator, which is just an obvious lie. Steven Universe is rated on IMDb at 8.2 out of 10. On Google, it's rated a 4.7 stars out of 5, and its ratings per episode were higher than any other cartoon released that decade.
And like, again, I mentioned this before, but I agree with her. I don't think that Lily really contributed to anything that happened. Steven Universe was canceled not because of Lily, but because of like homophobic bullshit in Cartoon Network. But
Yeah, yeah.
On that note,
Sadly.
Lily Orchard is the condensed version of everything wrong with media analysis today. And just as a sneak peek as to what the future of my coverage on this sort of topic is going to be, I will be talking about a couple other media critics and media analysts and just people in this sort of space, such as MatPat, otherwise known as Game Theory, or Matthew Patrick, where, like, I think he's a lot more responsible for the way we consume media than Lily is. Matthew Patrick is also, like, a very wholesome guy. Like, I think he's cool. I think he's fine, but he also, like, really, like, his FNAF video and coverage and just the way that Five Nights at Freddy was covered at the time really changed the indie scene. It almost, like, damaged it irreparably, if you ask me. And I think that Matthew Patrick, as he could not have realized it was happening at the time, but, like, yeah, it ended up affecting the media criticism world more than I think that he knew it would at the time. And I'm glad that he's got the success that he has, and I think he worked really hard, and I'm glad he's finally able to retire and step back and, like, be a family man, and I wish nothing but good things for him. But fuck you, Matt Pat, for doing
Got
what
a good
he
super
did.
chat, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, two actually. One from Sai.
Perfect Blue is a perfect children's film. I love Perfect Blue.
Come on, you really think children are going to want to watch the business side of the movie industry, television? Come on, yeah, there's nothing else now. I mean, yes, aside from all the discussions on business and the film industry, I'm sure it's totally fine for kids telling colors apart, I guess.
Yeah.
Early internet culture.
Sai says, Matt Pat ruined the interpretations of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared for a bit there. Absolutely.
Yes.
Watch Tetsu and Yokai Lover, another super chat, thank you. Watch Tetsuo Iron Man, it's a great superhero film.
Sorry.
Matt's Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared take was awful. Yes, it was.
Kids should watch Tetsuo the Iron Man.
I feel like...
Totally a good film for kids.
And I feel like, Sai, this will be close to your heart, but I feel like Matt Pat's videos are like, what if, like, Matt took Utena and tried to explain why Anthe and Utena turned into cars, you know, like, but in a literal sense, not in, like, the metaphorical sense that it was that it is intending to. When it's like, you know, like, that's not what we should be focusing on. Or maybe that's more of an Austin thing. But,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the level of media analysis that he's at, where he's like, instead of looking at the whole body of work of what Utena means, it's like hyper-focusing on, like, really weird little details and cherry-picking, like, events and, like, little pieces of trivia.
Exactly.
And making a fan fiction about it.
I'm sorry, I'm still laughing with the Tetsuo the Iron Man comment. That was just great. We can't top that one. No, I'm sorry, we've hit the peak. That's the extreme. We can't really go further than that. Don't look up Tetsuo the Iron Man. Do not even Google search it. Really, no, you're gonna get your stream demonetized just by looking at it. I'll describe to you what happened in Tetsuo the Iron Man, but if you look at it, you may get your entire channel banned.
I read a little blurb and okay, got it. Yeah, okay, cool.
Cool. Lots of metal.
Amazing.
Like, yeah, it's 60 minutes of amazing. I watched it with my spouse once, and within 20 minutes, they were like, what the actual hell is this? I'm like, it's great.
Okay, let's continue watching.
With the exception of Teen Titans Go, I never tarnished its reputation. Steven Universe is universally beloved, but we all know how that goes. We've seen Zelda fans throw a fucking shit fit over a 7 out of 10 review.
Sorry, I just need a
Mhm.
second. I need a drink.
All right, I'll hold chat off while you're grabbing yourself a refreshment. So Tetsuo the Iron Man is the first part of a
Anthony.
trilogy of bizarre body horror cyberpunk movies from Japan. The first of which was filmed in black and white. Truly, I actually will argue that it's a great example of cyberpunk media from a time bygone. Not as good as Ghost in the Shell, which I think is a masterpiece of Japanese cyberpunk, but I do think it combines the Cronenbergian horror of, say, The Fly or Videodrome with the bizarre metal fetishism of cyberpunk in Japan in the 80s, as well as just strange things like that time when you met a person who's growing metal out of all their body.
I mean, like,
I
as you
can't
do.
explain this film, and I can't explain this film in ways that won't get demonetized. I'm realizing like I can't even describe the drill scene without it explaining what part of the person's body becomes a giant drill.
Okay, so here's the thing. That it's like, why are we bringing up the Legend of Zelda as an example of wholesome media? Like, the thing
It's not
is,
wholesome. It's just
no,
neutral.
well,
It's just a
I
fantasy
mean,
series.
I would not even. I would go on and to say like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are a little bit lighter than some of the entries, but like Zelda is very firmly in the dark fantasy genre. Might not be as dark as Final Fantasy or something, but like it's.
I would even count it as dark fantasy because
Well,
when I think of dark fantasy, I think of Prince of Thorns or Berserk or well, actually, Grimdark would be more Berserk
yeah,
and
I would.
Joe Abercrombie's work, but
I mean, like
you know, still,
I mean in the technical sense because The Legend of Zelda is always, in most cases, you're dealing with a situation where you've already lost against the villain. Like Ocarina of Time, even the original Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, you've lost. The villain has won, and you're in an apocalyptic world. And you need to, like, even like Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, like, all of them, you're dealing in an apocalyptic fantasy setting where you're trying to wrest back the world from the hands of the wicked. Like, it, you
that's a
know?
good point of it. Yeah.
And like it
No,
might
I
be
hear what you're
like
saying.
it is like very for a dark fantasy, it is very lighthearted and it's child friendly, but it's still a dark fantasy. Majora's Mask, another really good example of how Zelda is actually a dark fantasy, not a light fantasy. You know what I mean? Like it is family friendly, but you can have dark themes and like a dark fantasy. Like dark fantasy has a very specific definition. Let me see.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Zelda dark fantasy. I call it more high fantasy, like more like a Lord of the Rings, where there
Yeah.
is depth and there is darkness, but there's also a lot of light and there's a lot of joy and there's a lot of the land versus
Yeah.
the machinations of controlling existence through machinery. Like, there's a lot of interesting elements. It's dark fantasy in the same way that Princess Mononoke is dark fantasy, and that it's
Yeah.
just showing the light and dark side of nature. And there's a lot about Zelda that I think is so fascinating. I could go on about this one for years.
I mean, Zelda deals a lot with death, and there's like a lot of like oppressive themes. Like it's for a children's or for a family friendly video game. It is very dark, especially if you look at Ocarina of Time. When you
I
get
think Majora's
your...
Mask is pretty dark too.
Yes, it is. But I'll just use Ocarina of Time because it's kind of like, for at least somebody my age, it's like the quintessential Zelda game. You get
Valid.
to go on your hero's journey, you go inside this father figure tree and you encounter like a parasite that has infected it. And no matter what you do, you cannot save this father figure of yours, and he dies in front of you. And that's welcome to the game, welcome to the world of Hyrule. And like the first few bosses, you're inside living, like the first few, all of the first bosses, you're inside living things or things that were once living. Jabu Jabu is just a fish, like he's just a giant fish that you go inside his guts, and like it's pulsating, it's gross, and there's like teeth and like parasites everywhere. Dodongo's cavern is made out of the decayed body of a king Dodongo, right? So like, and then like it's just a very dark story, and like I think that people like, oh, but it's child friendly, so therefore it's not dark. I just you know.
No, this is not. That's not the case.
Um,
Anyway,
sorry about
yes,
that.
I.
So yeah, Sai gave me another super chat. I get the $20 super chats that all of the YouTubers pass around to each other today, I guess. Lily is saying fans can't take things not being rated 10 out of 10, but she's comparing the skewed review ranking for games to the review rankings of shows. Yeah, the rankings of shows are usually pretty
Ratings, right?
Yeah, it's
like
just
viewing
it's
metrics.
Yeah, it's ratings and viewing metrics, but like a human has to put in the ratings of a video game, and it's very subjective.
Yeah, plus like ratings for TV, it's like a trend. An individual reviewer is just that, one person's perspective. Even if someone, say, writes for IGN, it's not IGN's opinion, it's the reviewer who works at IGN's opinion. You know, who's paid probably less than he should have been for the grief he's going to go through for writing a review that's going to get, like, rejected by everyone.
Anyway, again, we're not even 5 minutes into this fucking video!
Yeah, not a single piece of dark media
isn't good enough for a work that is treated like the second coming of Jesus. Anything less than a perfect 10 out of 10 isn't good enough. Truth is, I don't see a lot of people criticizing Steven Universe. I see a hell of a lot of people having screaming shit fits about criticism of Steven Universe, but I sure as fuck don't see criticism on the scale we did 6 years ago, because the fanbase harassed everybody into silence. But when your entire worldview revolves around a show from 10 years ago being treated unfairly because you had to suffer the indignity of knowing people who don't agree with you exist, yeah, you probably will think it was treated unfairly, because anything less than godlike worship is unfair in your eyes. And when...
That's not even remotely true, because people criticize Steven Universe all the time. The reason why people aren't obsessing over Steven Universe right now is because it ended 6 years ago, and people aren't obsessively getting angry about the thing 6 years after it came out. The criticism is more even-handed, I feel.
Yeah, I would say that I don't think I've ever had the opinion that, like, Steven Universe is unfairly judged. I mean, like, outside of right-wing circles of people just being homophobic and bigoted. I mean, I think some people have stupid opinions, but, like, my pushback to that has always been, like, this show is critically acclaimed and very beloved. It's very significant to the cultural zeitgeist around you're an idiot. I've always used the evidence that it's a very popular, influential show. You're going against the grain because you're a contrarian. Like, that has been my opinion about Lily the entire time. I don't think she made Steven Universe get canceled. I just think she's an idiot and a contrarian. But, you know.
Yeah, like, the problem that Lily's running into isn't that she's criticizing Steven Universe and therefore she's wrong. It's that she's criticizing Steven Universe and happens to also be wrong about the story.
Yeah.
That's the big takeaway.
Oh, there are so many criticisms you can have about Steven Universe. Sai herself, the Steven Universe queen, has a lot of Steven Universe criticisms. And interesting thing, like, despite Sai being known for loving Steven Universe, she didn't watch it until it was over. Like, she didn't start watching it until the movie. I've had, like, a few conversations with her about this. Whereas I have been watching Steven Universe since the pilot was released.
Same.
So, like, you could say that I've been a fan of, well, no, it's not just you could say, I have been a big fan of Steven Universe longer than Sai has. So,
yeah,
you know,
I guess same, technically, since the
Yeah.
Tumblr was talking about the pilot when it first came out.
Yeah, I mean,
And, like,
I'm from, like, we have actually similar background. Well, no, I wouldn't say similar backgrounds because you're more on, like, the writing side. But I've been in, like I got into, I went to school to be an animator and, like, 3D modeling, etc., etc., etc. Like,
well, that's incredible, first off.
I decided it was not for me. The studio, I'm sure you can attest to this as well, but the studio environment fucking sucks, dude. And I just couldn't handle it. So I did a career change. But, like, because of that, I was very, like, finger to the pulse on, like, indie games, like, pilots of cartoons. Like I had my fingers to the pulse on that for a really long time. I watched Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, and the band, oh god, what's the band called?
Gorillas?
Not Gorillas. That's a little bit before I was. No, that one with the bouncer. Ode to the Bouncer. What was the band again? I can't remember what the band is called. But I watched those like long before they blew up on the internet. And I'm not saying that it's like I'm such a hipster. I'm so. It's just that like that was the industry that I was in.
Oh my god, Crimson, you're so cool.
I know, I'm really cool, and everybody's jealous of me. But like that, I was like very fingers to the pulse. Oh, Studio Killers, right? I was very fingers to the pulse on that sort of thing. So I was aware of Steven Universe because I had a teacher that went to the California Art School.
Cal Arts?
Yeah. So, like so I didn't become as big of a fan as I would say that Psy is. I've always just kind of like really liked it, whereas like I think Psy is just like it's it's a much bigger deal to Psy than it is to me, but like I've been watching it the entire time. But anyway, sorry, super chat. Before I watched Steven Universe for myself, I saw Lily Orchard's video on it and was confused why it was so beloved. Only recently I watched it and I realized how off base she was. I feel bad about believing her for so long. Yeah.
Don't feel bad though. Like you just didn't realize at the time, and you now know.
Yeah, and again, like I think that's a drop in the bucket at the end of the day. But there are so many people like Lily that are having people form their opinions, outside of actually consuming the media themselves. So it's like this sort of anti-intellectualism in a way.
Yeah, I did a video on Star Wars fandom and how half the critics there just regurgitate what the others people say, and it just everyone echoes what they say, and no one actually engages with the media in question. Like, hate it if you like. You're allowed to not like things.
I mean,
but form your own opinions.
I mean, like, I feel like I have like a weird opinion about Star Wars.
There's no normal opinion about Star Wars. No one is normal about this.
I think the best part about Star Wars when I watched it the first time, and what I really latched onto, was the friendship and relationship between Han, Luke, and Leia. And I loved, and Chewie too, of course, and I just loved how they like this kind of motley crew that found one another, and it was like almost like a found family, and like they faced the galaxy together and like to do what was right. And like I found that very exciting. And the reason I don't like a lot of the other Star Wars stuff is because they've never been able to recapture that lightning in a bottle. We almost had it with Rey, Finn, and Poe. We almost had it, and then they're like, actually, we don't care about these three. We don't care about the relationship between the three of these people. And it was, I
agree with you on that one.
Feelings.
I bet you're much more of a Lord of the Rings fan then with that response, because I feel like that Lord of the Rings gets that vibe of like family and friendship and found family way better than Star Wars ever could.
I'm also like a big Star Trek fan. Like Star Trek over Star Wars any day of the week.
I would argue that this household that I'm living in is the same opinion as you there.
Okay, quick. So, what's your favorite Star Trek?
Favorite Star Trek, as in series or movie?
Series.
I go with Next Gen, but Deep Space Nine's a close second.
Oh yeah, I am a DS9 fan, but I do.
Hey, valid. They're both great.
I do like Next Gen. That being said, Benjamin Sisko is my favorite captain. So.
Valid.
I'm going to do a Star Trek stream one day. I need to finish rewatching Voy, but I will do a Star Trek stream at some point because oh my god, I'm
hell yeah.
Not normal about Star Trek. But anyway,
I want to do a Star Trek video essay at some point, but I feel like I need to like dive into everything again to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Exactly. There's so much stuff and it's so good. And not to be stinky, but I loved Picard. That was fun.
Yeah, that was surprisingly good.
Okay, yeah.
I did because everyone was like hating on it before.
We're forgetting about the stream.
Sucked. Terrible. Yeah, right.
Let's keep
Still better
watching
than
the
Moldy
video.
Orchard talking about Star Trek.
You're a fandom-brained moron who thinks consumption is activism and your leftism is tied up entirely in consuming the correct products.
Yeah,
You
like
will think
you do,
any
Lily.
contradicting opinion must come from a... What phrase did that child left behind say?
The obvious bad faith, unironically everything phobic.
Steven Universe's most vocal and frequent critics were black women who spoke out against the many issues that the series had with anti-blackness, including but not limited to portraying black-coded characters as antagonistic, Sugarlight, Bismuth, the way Garnet was often sidelined to make her story exclusively about fusion and little else, and the way black-coded characters were often talked down to by the white male lead who needed to teach them to be compassionate. They were also frequently and viciously harassed by Steven Universe stands and accused of everything from making up the concept of racial coding, a well-established literary device, and even being secret right-wing plants because, in their eyes, Becky Sucrose could do no wrong and was the god of gay people. This is part of a long-standing issue of white LGBT people using their status as LGBT to sling racism unopposed. I do love how Lily, the not black person, is telling us what black people are saying.
Hold on, Sai sent me something she said I could use in her video, and my video, I should say.
Do use it.
Where okay. Why am I being? I might need to get it resent to me. Hey Sai, could you be a dear and resend me that Google document? Thanks, bestie. While we're doing that, while I'm waiting for her to do that, bam.
Should we disentangle the nonsense that she unloaded of that she is speaking for black people?
Okay, thanks. Sai's DMing it to me. Most celebrated black characters in children's cartoons. I have a feeling. I don't know if they'll actually go Frozone. Oh no, this is a fucking.
Frozone.
This is no. I don't want to look at a video. I don't
This
want
is
to look at a
popular characters as of a 2000s millennial perspective.
I mean, yeah, these are like actual like human black characters.
Maybe Static Shock would be probably one of the better portrayals, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I also loved Megan. Was that her name? The one that was in.
Oh,
Batman
yeah,
Beyond?
yeah. There's a lot of good characters. I'm thinking like historically, like just. Ignoring Jon Stewart, who's like so beloved that people forget about Hal Jordan.
Black
My generation.
There we go. Ooh. Is this one of the one of the articles, I think, that we were talking about?
Maybe. Mayhaps.
Mayhaps.
And look, I'm not saying Steven Universe is flawed. There is reason to criticize some representation, but like, there's a difference between saying something is flawed and something is racist. Like, that's a big distinguishing fact. And I think a lot of people will misconstrue the language of black critics to justify their hatred when really the criticism is nuanced and complex and aligned with bigger societal trends than the individual failings of a certain story.
Oh my god, why? Yes,
oh man, we're going to TV tropes.
It is the medium. It is the medium. That that's the article that we were looking at.
Oh yeah.
So that's interesting.
Black character 0. Okay. The most blatantly daunting part about this episode is that the subduing of a large black woman is considered a way to make Pearl better as a character and as a person. Pearl's growth in the episode is... This is the episode with Sugarlight, I'm guessing?
Yeah. No, this is Sardonyx.
Oh, Sardonyx. There we go.
Yeah, this is the Lily's plagiarism stuff. Okay,
oh, I see.
Anyway, we'll
she ripped off TV tropes?
Well, of course she did.
But, like, that's, like, so easy to check.
Yeah. But she's not counting on people doing research on their own, right? She's counting on them just listening to her.
H Bomber Guy expose.
Yeah, expose when. Also, I gotta point out, there's this guy. Oh God, what's his fucking name? Oh God, he had some sort of relation to. Oh God, he had like another cartoon. What was his name again? Like, I think he was important.
Ian.
Oh yeah. Oh God, Ian Jones Quarterly. He was just like some like little guy on the production of Stephen. Like, and he's like a friend or something of Rebecca. Like, oh right, her husband and the co-creator of Steven Universe, and of OKKO, but he was like a co-developer, co-creator of Steven Universe. If you guys don't know, hold on a second.
Who is black?
Yeah, this is my man Ian Jones Quarterly.
And a very creative individual, I might add.
I think maybe, you know, yeah, I think maybe we should trust. Oh, it's Cordy, not Quarterly. My bad. I'm a fool. I
feel like Quarterly sounds right, but it's not how it is.
I just think maybe, perhaps, that white women shouldn't talk over black people.
Yeah, especially black art representation of their media. Like, imagine Lily Orchard watching the Boondocks and failing to get the joke.
No, I do not want to think about that.
Like, listen, I'm a white person, and I'm not going to pretend I get the joke all the time. Like, there's some jokes I'm like, this probably lands better in the community than I, as an outsider, would get it. But I still know half the time I'm the butt end of the joke, and I'm totally fine with that because
you're so brave.
Some jokes need to be said. Well, some people need to be made fun of. Like frankly, even if I'm a part of that demographic, like because. Humor is meant to deconstruct and deconstruct and present arguments against a certain demographic perspective sometimes, and you need to do that, you know.
Sai says entire paragraph is screen capped. Lily plagiarized word for word in her garbage video. Oh girl, like not only not okay, so okay, Lily, it's kind of Lily, it's kind of fucked. Oh my god, it is really fucked up to take the stance that you're taking and then also plagiarize an article written by black women. That is so messed up. What is wrong with you?
It's on brand. It's on brand though. It really is on brand.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken about it before that God, do I want to get into this today? Let's read out Boggle's $10 super chat. Thank you so much. During my research, I found out she didn't just steal jokes from Yahtzee. She stole an entire paragraph about South Park and the limits of pushing taboo humor and rearranged it. This is routine for her. Fucking H Bomber exposed video. When? God. Okay, so this is kind of my problem with the whole indigenous thing with Lily as well. And sorry to make it about that when I'm got probably somebody that can't comment on it on stream. But the problem with Lily isn't her blood quantum or the aesthetics she wants to use. Boggle, stop giving me money. He says the one I found was 8 years old. Thank you for the super chat. You're a peach. It's that she... Oh my god. I think I'm going to have to bring up the screen cap on screen.
Do that.
I'm going to. The problem with Lily isn't her racial background being complicated. It isn't her being light-skinned. The problem with Lily is that... Let me see. Let's go. She will appropriate the imagery of indigenous people.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And then as a shield, and then say shit like this. This was 3 years ago, so it was a while ago, but keep in mind, Lily was 29 at the time. People talk about how helpless rural towns are, but there are native reserves in Canada, especially the ones up north, that have it way worse than them. Some of them don't even have running water, but they don't get mentioned at all. And Lily says, funnily enough, my ideal solution for dealing with rural decay, offer the means to reintegrate into society or be left without support, is the same thing I say we should do with native reservations. Let people who want to get out and reintegrate into society get out and reintegrate in society, and those who want to stubbornly remain where they are out of spite and pettiness fend for themselves. I consider myself lucky to have not been born on a reservation.
Oh my God.
People ask why I don't apply for legal status, and the reason is simple. She wouldn't qualify. I don't want to live in a rural waste pit, and the only benefit, no income taxes, isn't really a benefit. I consider the fight over territory in North America to have long been lost. I think the money that Canada wastes on reservations would be better spent helping young people out there get back into society. More to the point, reservations are too useful to the Conservative Party as it sequesters Native people into their own little place where voting is harder and the federal government can safely ignore them. There's a lot of talk about autonomy and self-governing, but it's a load of horseshit. They're ghettos. Lily, you live in a province where one of the best native reserves in the country is. Two of them, honestly, because there's one in Cape Breton, Membertou, and there's one here on the mainland of Nova Scotia, Millbrook, that are beautiful. And they are self-sustaining, so you can kiss my ass. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So I don't...
What bullshit is that?
Like, I don't
Quite frankly.
I don't want to hear her bullshit about how, oh, well, like, cause she just uses people of color as a fucking shield, and then she says shit like this.
Like, that's the dumbest, that is the most ridiculous thing I have heard her say in some time.
Yeah.
Like, just breaking that down. She doesn't understand anything about why reservations are necessary, why people are so, like, financial institutions that keep people from getting the money to move out of any location, let alone what she calls a ghetto where people choose to be. Like, what? Like, everything she's saying is, like,
Also,
so ass backwards. And I'm not even Canadian.
the money, I don't know how it works in the States exactly, but the money that Canada gives to bands, who the bands then put that money back into the reserves and back into the community and give people who live on the reses a check, that is rent money. They are paying rent to the indigenous people whose lands they are sitting on. Moreover, land back is not about kicking all the farmers off of their lands and, like, sending everybody back to Europe. It's about looking at how we preserve the environment and being like, hey, wait a minute, maybe we should ask the people that have been living here for thousands of years how to do that. Like, on one hand, yeah, like, the Turtle Island / North America has already been colonized. Like, we're not
ridiculous.
like, indigenous people are not asking people to leave. They're saying that, hey, we know how to take care of this land. We deserve to live in dignity, and we also deserve to be, like, at the table and leading discussions about, like, how to preserve the environment. That's what those movements are about. And just, oh my god, like, I'm so mad about this fucking post. But, like, it just goes to show that race is just a shield to Lily. It's not something that she's very thoughtful about. But anyway, I'm going to go back and read some super chats because those got a little... Okay.
Oh,
Bocce says,
goodness.
people like Lily are the reason I have trouble talking about the dysphoria regarding my skin tone / gender. Yeah, I mean, like, as somebody that also went through a phase where I felt really guilty about being white passing and having a lighter skin tone, like, it's troubling, but it's not because, like, it's more so was an issue for me because I felt alienated from other indigenous people, but Lily doesn't try to be a part of the community, so, like, it's clearly not the same thing that's going on. Lily's performativism incarnate because she will steal talking points from actual people of color and act like she has a place to speak on anything she said, not to mention she parrots them uncritically. Yeah.
Just ridiculous.
Have you
just freaking ridiculous.
Adrian says, have you seen size receipts for Lily? Yes, I have them open right here. So we are going to actually look at exactly where, word for word. Why? Oh, okay. So this is not Steven Universe article. So I don't. Did she not credit that?
I don't think she did.
The dainty and feminine pearl so this meant depressing and misleading on the surface. Time stamped. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Also, one of the people that wrote that article was the controversial developer behind the ARC project. Returns to crowdfunding. Clickist. The scam or how I became a programmer for reals. Da 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 da. But yeah, basically, the ARC project was a project that one of the writers of this article was a part of, and she's like a well-known scam artist. So.
Yeah. Oh, great! Fantastic. Yeah. Love that.
A lot of the receipts were just, for me, the 2 articles in the incest books will be interesting to you. Okay. Interesting. Flowers in the Attic is a genuinely good book, by the way.
Yeah, it's a fantastic book.
It's also horror.
Actually, VC entries in general is interesting. Oh, quit. Knock my mic there.
It's okay. I've already done that once. This video. Anyway, back to the video, don't you think? Sorry to get super angry there, but oh my god!
It's okay. Time for a little bit more Japanese whiskey on this one.
Fair enough. I'm out of tequila, unfortunately. I forgot.
Thankfully, this whiskey is actually weaker than usual whiskey I buy, so I can actually not get drunk from it, which is nice.
I actually can't.
Because hangovers are horrendous.
I can't get too drunk today because I have to go back to work tomorrow. So.
Oh my goodness. That stinks.
Oh, day 1 of summer camp, like officially. So
Yay.
that'll be fun.
That sounds fun. Actually, it does sound fun. Quite honestly.
Yeah, I just
to an extent.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna have this is my 3rd year going, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. Anyway, pressing play again.
Let's do it. Let's see if she talks about dark media for once.
Yeah, because she's just shitting on, like, quote-unquote lighthearted media right now.
I want to clown on her perspectives of, exclusively right-wing backlash to Steven Universe did not last past Season 2.
Yes, it did.
As they all moved on to bitching about Star Wars. And while there are dozens of videos critiquing Steven Universe, only 2, by ER and Easy Peasy, are from a bigoted standpoint. To call the entirety of criticism towards Steven Universe obviously bad faith, when the vast majority of it was coming from women of color who systematically harassed off of social media, is such a brazen dishonestly that hiding in public needs to sit back and think about his idiotic and uncritical devotion to a single crappy cartoon from 10 years ago. Go fuck yourself, asshole. As someone who has written content on the internet about Steven Universe, including when it won a GLAAD award, I can assure you that this is just completely wrong. As late as 2020, we were receiving hundreds of comments a day when I was writing for CBR, telling us how we were any homophobic slur you can think of whenever we wrote about Steven Universe on all social media platforms. This is wrong, and Lily should feel bad for writing it.
Yeah, and like
as someone who first-handedly wrote about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, she'll just say things and like she'll like, oh, fact checked, like fucking sources, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and plus the thing is, right-wing chuds will get angry about multiple things because the grifters realize if they want to put their flag in every single fandom. So saying, oh, they were talking about Star Wars, that doesn't count. Like, no, they wanted to get angry at everything possibly. Yeah. So, yeah, it's like there's no instance where you're like, yeah, this is acceptable, or no, every single, doesn't matter if Star Wars was big. The Chuds tried making Chucky a battlefield for the right wing. Like,
People are
yeah.
asking in chat, what did hiding in private do to her that deserves a response like this? He was one of the first people this time around that was like, hey, Lily Orchard is a piece of shit, you guys, and that video she made that blew her up was awful. And I believe, I'd have to double check what the timing was, but I believe it was shortly after that Courtney came forward. So in her
And hiding
eyes,
in public statements weren't even that bad. They were
no,
pretty mild
but
criticisms of
but
her essay.
I'm sure in her mind, hiding in private or hiding in public, I think both. It depends on the channel. He has 2 channels. I think the problem is that hiding in private, she kind of blames for all people coming after her again. Because before that video was released, the heat had kind of died down on her for a while. HIP is hiding in private / hiding in public. I think he has more than one channel. But yeah.
Yeah. I think that Lily just sounds really, really sensitive,
Yes.
and should maybe not be online.
Yeah.
One mild video essay response gets her this worked up.
I mean, yeah, she's very sensitive, and that's fine. You can be sensitive if you want to be. Like, there's no faults in that, but I think I think that if you're going to be putting yourself in the position Lily has put herself in for her entire adult and a lot of her adolescence, like, you need to grow a thicker skin. Or you can do what I did, because I'm a sensitive little baby. Don't fucking put your real name on the internet. Or, like, stop using your own likeness as a representation of you. Like, if somebody wants to, like, draw a weird little transphobic caricature of my little red demon guy, I don't fucking care, because he's not me. Like, there's things you can do to kind of put some padding between yourself and, like, people on the internet that could, like, hurt your feelings. Yeah. She's okay. Sai, another fucking Sai. You're just giving me all the money you made on your last stream on Wednesday. She's the one who made a new Steven Universe video responding to hiding in private, and then I responded to that. LOL. I feel like, you know what? Okay, I think this is a great little sort of intermission where Anthony and I can talk about why we decided to start talking about Lily. So can I get?
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah, why, like, what inspired you to look at Lily Orchard's content and start talking about her?
Well, quite frankly, because I think what I wanted to do was talk about bad media criticism.
Mhm.
Like, that was one thing I wanted to talk about. And I have been, even as I've engaged with media criticism in general, I've always had a root in my channel discussing bad media criticism, because, you know, my background is in media journalism. Essentially, I would never call myself a journalist. It's pretentious, but, like, you know, I've written about media years online, and there's a lot of elements I've learned over the years of, like, how to and how not to discuss media. Sometimes you say things that are short-sighted, right?
Yeah.
That you think at the time, oh, this is a logical argument, this makes sense, yada, and then comment. One time I posted this one article while I was working for CBR where the headline was changed without my consent. The headline was just changed without my consent, and I saw the backlash to that headline. No one ever cared about the articles, just the headline. And that showed you just how small a thing can impact the greater whole. And each experience, I think, helped mold me into a better media critic. I was able to articulate my thoughts better. I was able to examine things more thoroughly. Lily Orchard and right-wing grifters fascinate me for different reasons. The grifters fascinate me because they're just saying things that are deliberately wrong because they incur an emotional reaction. But Lily believes what she's saying. And she hasn't grown despite all this criticism. Despite so many people telling her in various ways, hey, this isn't cool. Maybe rephrase it. Maybe you can do this instead. She's stuck her heels in the soil, and if anything, not just hasn't changed, but has gotten worse. And I find that fascinating from a critical standpoint. I think media criticism is a conversation. I think we are in eternal conversation about the arts, about film, about literature, about cinema. And I think that conversation starts by addressing discussions that other people pointed out and saying, hey, this is a good starting point.
Yep.
Let's talk about your perspectives on this. And then we can shift it to maybe a different way of looking at things. Because I come from that like academic background where you're like, hey, let's all sit in a room and just discuss our thoughts. And the thing about Lily I find is so interesting is that she is not interested in discussing. She's interested in lecturing.
Yes.
And just lecturing.
Yep.
And it just feels to me that she has no actual media analysis ability beyond what she articulates in general. And if you are to say, hey, I disagree, you get responses like this, where she gets so oversensitive. And I find that very dangerous to media criticism. I think it's a very bad way of looking at things. Different from the grifters, yes, but the left has a lot of leftists. I wouldn't call Lily actually a leftist. I would say she aligns with the left, but she's not really.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the gist of it.
One of the things that somebody just brought up is like, I think if one of Lily's fans ever discovered these streams and relayed them back to Lily on who Crimson Ender is, she would probably just personally attack Crim, like she would spy on him. Oh, don't worry about that. Lily does know about me. She has screen capped some of my thumbnails and shared them with her chat, and she has spoken of me with her fans before, at least on Discord, as far as I understand. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I check the farms occasionally, because I'm a little bit nervous about popping up on there, because I'm a nervous Nelly. And
I'm not nervous, but I've always been on there.
And so I searched my name, and I found that I was mentioned on Lily's page. So I started to kind of watch that page, and I come up several times because she's spoken about me a couple times. They don't seem to have a problem with me as far as I know, and like I have like criticisms about the farms, but like at the end of the day, I think every internet community has good people and bad people on it. I don't think that I don't think that the farms are any different in that way. I just think that like maybe there's like less training wheels put down on it. So like as far as I can see, for the most part, the people on that specific page have been fine. But you know, I don't think it's fair to pretend that it's farms likes you though, Crim. Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like I'm everything that they hate. So I'm like,
yeah, no, they can't stand me. But I paid for my place there years ago, and that's just what I gotta deal with now.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like I don't know. I feel like there's bad things and there's good things there, but like I've just been watching the thread. I'll admit to it, I don't think there's any point in hiding it. I have been watching the thread on Lily, and I've like, hey, I'm mentioned again. That's interesting. Why? Because I have less than 1,000 followers, so like, I don't understand why she's even mentioning me. Anyway, Adrian says, thank you for the super chat, by the way, Adrian. The first to criticize Lily was Sarah Z and Starlight Productions, and then a lot of small content YouTubers, and this year is the downfall of Lily. Yeah, but like Sarah Z, like, and Starlight, like, we talked about Lily a long time ago, and she doesn't like Sarah either. I mean, like, I'm kind of got mixed opinions on Sarah Z. I think she's very, like, white girl that sits on couch with a cup of coffee and then takes a sip of it whenever she wants to, like, oh, boom, mic drop, like, and she's kind of a Tumblrina class traitor, but like she acts like she's like a part. She's like, ooh, like I'm so much better than them, but it's like, bitch, you're still there and you're still on Tumblr actively. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I have problems with Sarah Z, but I think that Lily went against her a little too hard. She also doesn't like a bunch of like bread tubers, so.
I generally like Sarah Z.
Yeah,
I think they're pretty peeps, but like I also get that, like, it's one of those things where like I criticize with specific things they say, but generally I think they're all right.
Yeah,
but like I also think like I have a healthy distance from like any individual person on YouTube where I'm like, hey, I think what you're saying is dumb. Still think you're cool, but like
I
that
mean,
was dumb.
my
Whatever the specifics might be.
my personal favorite white girl sitting on a couch taking sips of her coffee whenever she wants to be dramatic is Chenya Nicholson. So
Valid. Oh yeah, no. Well, when she does it, Disney has to send out the freaking like
Yeah.
response committee.
yeah. But yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway.
now I'm curious if the farms ever mentioned me on that
I
release.
haven't
Probably
seen
not.
it. I haven't seen
But-
it. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, who knows?
Unlike
I'll accept
you,
being
Tumblr
forgotten.
meme-
I understand.
Unlike you, Tumblerinas, I touch grass. You're a Tumblrina too. Yeah, exactly. Like she, it's like I pay taxes. It's like, girl, like most of the people on Tumblr pay taxes. We're millennials. Like fucking relax. Like. Anyway. So I'm going to play.
I think most bread tubes are all right. I just think Lily is just jealous she's not part of that community. I think is what it really
sorry,
is.
Lily, you're never gonna get your Hogwarts letter. I mean, like invitation to Nebula. Sorry.
No, I mean, again, James Summerton had the same problem.
Yeah, they don't want anything to do with them. But anyway, I press play.
Because otherwise,
Also, I want to say that, like, as far as I know, hiding in private was like criticizing you, not criticizing those articles. But anyway,
your idea of yourself
Yeah.
is going to be cracked in some way. And we all know how people who use fandom as a wallpaper for their noxious personalities get when they have to confront reality.
hold on a second.
That's Lily.
Hold on a second. We have been.
Yeah, it's almost all just
Yeah.
the children's media.
It's
She hasn't
also-
once mentioned any dark media whatsoever.
Well,
we have
also-
to know what dark media she's talking
We're
about.
also. I think the coffin of Andy and Layla is going to be mentioned, and I'm fucking ready. But she's mostly been talking about Steven Universe and how she's pissed off about how people responded to her Steven Universe video. Like, can we actually talk? Like, what are we talking about here? Remember when this was about wholesome versus dark media?
This is the core reason why social
just-
media, especially short-form social media, is just so nasty all the time. Because narcissism like this is born from insecurity, and any contradicting opinion wounds an easily wounded ego. And because we're talking
Lily,
about the average
talk about
Twitter
the
user, you
media.
have to also contend with the fact that their mothers dropped them on their heads as infants. So
Ooh, another barely disguised calling someone a retard without calling someone a retard. Come
Can
on.
Lily just talk about the media in question and not just keep
Yeah,
talking
okay.
about people not liking her hot takes?
So what's the problem with the media? Like you're just
they'll hear a
Lily doesn't know
contradicting
how to
opinion,
actually take
not
this.
no, she doesn't know how to stay on a point. Like it's a very stream of consciousness, and like she admits that, but like all of her videos are like this.
Yeah, seriously. Anyway,
Also-
back to the video.
Yeah.
with the fact that their mothers dropped them on their heads as infants. So they'll hear a contradicting opinion, not like it, not be smart enough to argue against it, and fall back on circular non-arguments, fishing buzzwords out of a bag until they find one that makes that person shut up. The only reason you see this attitude with wholesome media over dark media is because oftentimes the wholesome media is the one that takes objectively correct stances about the world, like freedom is good and gay people are rad and all Nazis should die. And so people for whom consumption
Wait a second. Are you implying that dark media? Okay. Hang on a second. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop you with this one and go on, if that's okay.
For it.
Is she implying that the fact that dark media presents troubling, complex stories means they encourage the violent visuals of the narrative? Is she under the impression?
Oh, we're gonna get to that, Aunt.
Does she really believe that a media that's complicated and disturbing endorses the behavior of all of its characters?
Oh, we're gonna get to that, Anthony.
Is she like watching, say, let me rephrase that. I know she's not watching The Last House on the Left or any Wes Craven film for that matter, but is she watching any of these films where violence is committed and revenge is enacted, where the revenge is framed as ultimately unfulfilling, ultimately depressing, ultimately unsatisfying, and going, yeah, this media, they want to tell you revenge is good, and not that revenge is ultimately a hollow, empty victory that leaves you with nothing but the feelings of sadness in the wake of your empty, vacant, anticlimactic strike back. Okay, I'm babbling.
I feel like if Lily had the fucking kahunas to watch an Ari Aster film, she would think that, like, yes, Midsummer is about how fucking burning your ex to a crisp is good, actually. Like, she would be one of those fucking idiots that think that, like, the point was that, like, oh, this is a good ending. It's like, no, it's not.
She's in a cult.
Yeah.
Oh my god, she would. Lily Orchard watches Hereditary Challenge. Let's go.
Zenium Bine, thank you for the super chat. This just sounds like calling someone a retard incognito. Yes.
Yes, it is.
Nyanya says, oh, that's a cute username. Nyanya, thank you for the super chat. They say, hate to be that guy, but hiding uses they them.
Oh, I had no idea, actually. Okay.
I'm hearing from the chat that
he them or they them?
He they. A he they.
He they?
I'll
Okay.
try to inject a little bit of he they in there. Lily would be on the side of the cult in Midsummer. Yes, she would, because white men must die or something.
Well, I mean, the cult is actually white supremacist. People don't realize this, but there's a lot of white supremacist imagery that Ari Aster deliberately put into the cult as like a subtle, like, if you know kind of thing. And he's talked about this. It's not like it's like, oh, I'm reading too much into it. He's outright said, no, I put that in there because I wanted to communicate to certain audience members this cult is like not good. Also, they're all like all white, most blonde or brown haired, and the first people who die are like all the people of color in like the friend group who were brought over for a deliberate reason. Spoilers for Midsummer, by the way. Crud. Watch Midsummer. It's a great movie.
Sai's laughing about Lily watching, the idea of Lily watching and reviewing Hereditary. Let's tell her siblings it's a family film about. Let's tell her it's a family film about sibling relationships. Good lord.
That and why you should never forget someone's allergy. Don't.
There was another movie that was sort of like that one, and I remember there was a girl who was really sickly, and she went to a party with her sister, and she was like choking on something, and somebody tried to give her like CPR, and they ended up cracking her ribs because of how sickly she was, and I can't remember what movie it was called.
Oh, I was almost going to say Raw, but until you mentioned the cracking the ribs part.
Like, they were giving her CPR, and then her body just crushed, and she died because of it, and it was like, that...
Yeah, that's not Raw. That's definitely not Raw.
It's stuck in the back of my brain, along with, like, the decapitation scene in Hereditary. Like, holy shit.
That scene got me. That scene, like, I paused the movie when that scene happened. Like, I need to take a step. I went to get some water after that decapitation scene.
And, like, sitting there, like, I enjoyed both of those movies, even though I can't recall the name of one of them. But, like... I enjoyed those movies, but they made me feel uncomfortable, and we're gonna get into that later.
Yeah, because dark media makes you uncomfortable, but that's like the point of it. Good media can make you feel unpleasant.
My Sister's Keeper. I don't think it was My Sister's Keeper.
Isn't it the one about the organ donation?
Yeah, My Sister's Keeper.
That's Jodi Picoult, right?
That's
the Jodi Picoult novel.
Yeah, the same person that wrote The Lovely Bones, I think. Anyway.
No, Jodi Picoult was a. I might be mixing up authors then.
I read a bunch. It might
sure.
not be Jodi, but I read a bunch of Jodi Picoult in high school, and I really liked her.
Yeah, she's interesting. I don't like. She has a reputation for being kind of like a little like mass market, but like I think her works are pretty good.
Yeah,
I think anyway.
They're interesting and they're thoughtful. Lovely.
I didn't
Bones,
like her run on Wonder Woman though.
Not Lovely Bones. Lovely Bones was good, but like My Sister's Keeper especially was like, oh, I don't think. Hold on, I've got to check. Was Lovely Bones?
It's My Sister's Keeper is based on. Jodi Picoult. Jodi Picoult was My Sister's Keeper.
I know that.
Lovely Bones?
I know Lovely Bones is Alice Sebold. Sorry.
There we go.
But I read that when I was reading a lot of Jodi Picoult. I think somebody might have recommended Lovely Bones because I was reading a lot of Jodi Picoult.
That makes sense. I feel they're a similar vibe.
Yeah.
You ever read Jodi Picoult's run on Wonder Woman?
I did not.
Oh, it is. You can tell she has no idea about how to write Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I can't.
It's fascinating.
I can't help but think that like maybe she's not equipped to write Wonder Woman. Like I can't see that going well as somebody that does like her writing.
Yeah, no, she writes it as like an immigrant story, but like to an extreme, kind of like, you know, the gag in the New 52 where Wonder Woman eats ice cream for the first time, and she's like, ice cream's amazing, I love this. Imagine that for like her entire run. Like, that's the vibe of her whole. It's like, wow, you've never seen anything in this world that you've lived in for like a decade.
All right,
That's the vibe of it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would not be good. I mean, like, it was cute a couple times, but like, come on.
Like, it's
like
funny in moderation, but
I feel like sometimes people like put Wonder Woman into this Born Sexy Yesterday. I'm sure you've watched that video.
oh yeah, but like, she's a diplomatic, like, she is the lasso, she's the spirit of truth, meant to be like an ambassador. She's not meant to be like some dummy who just like, I mean, yeah, when she first shows up, she's a fish out of water, but like, that's the problem with Wonder Woman 1984. They kept doing the same, like, oh, hey, I'm unfamiliar, I'm still thinking about this way about man's world. Like, you've been here for like 50 years. Fucking, anyway, sorry. I can.
So she wrote Wonder Woman like a young Starfire. Oh, don't get me fucking started on Starfire. I'm sorry, but Teen Titans, the cartoon show, fucking ruined Starfire and Raven. Uh-oh. I said it.
That's a lot of hot takes.
You
are not holding back on the.
Yeah, that's a whole other kettle of fish. Let's continue watching this fucking toxic sludge lady.
As activism tend to gravitate toward it, but they'd be doing this regardless of the media. It's just that a lot of dark content is a lot more difficult to virtue signal with. You could make an argument that by watching a cartoon with good messages, I am inherently doing good. It would be bullshit and the height of how our values are shaped to serve capitalism at the end of the day, but you could try to do it. And it's easy to want to do it because binge watching is easy and thinking about what you consume is difficult. Conversely, why don't you try and make a leftist position, no matter how bullshit it is, out of the human centipede?
Easy.
Okay.
It's easy. Okay. It's about the effects of capitalism and the pursuit of science at the lack of interest in human beings. We look at how we find experimentation, animal testing. The human centipede is an example of what happens when unregulated scientific progress is allowed. We see that people just do things to see what would happen, to see the obvious results without consideration of the human needs, the human effect of all this damage. This scientist is allowed to just perform this horrible experiment on these people without their consent, without their desire to align with it, because he is a deregulated figure allowed to take human trials to an experimentation without the need of people. Humanity is exploited at the whims of those in power. And as a result, the human centipede is in many ways a capitalistic approach, an anti-capitalistic approach by demonstrating the effects of unregulated human experimentation in the name of profit.
Mm-hmm.
Because, after all, the scientist bet profits from his experiment because he's able to satisfy his own selfish desires. Easy, not even complicated.
Yeah.
I was
Bravo.
bullshitting half of that.
Well, it's also like I would also think that it's not that, that's not that. I don't think that's that deep
Very
of a
surface
take.
level.
Very
It's a very surface level interpretation.
One thing I would like to also, I'm not going to look up any videos or like stills from this because it's vile, but I did watch this Human Centipede a few times.
It's so funny.
I've watched a few other ones.
It's a funny movie.
Here's another little sneak peek into my future works. I'm going to cover teeth one day, so I don't know how I'm going to get that up on YouTube, but like we'll try.
Black out the screen and just have like chewing sounds over the vile stuff.
So I would also like to kind of examine like the positioning of how they arrange the human centipede, in that they use the man who is, I think he's Asian, I believe.
Yeah, he's a Japanese man, I believe.
They use his body to punish the two like delicate white girls, right? And it's like, that's kind of weird that you're using a man of color to punish these two white girls with the revolting nature of his body, Like, it's considered more horrifying and disgusting that he's in the front, and the movie kind of focuses a lot, not a lot, but the like a lot of his characterization, it focuses a lot on his shame that he's forcing these girls to be subjected to the natural functions of his own body. And I think there's something interesting to tease about in that. Of like, is that problematic? Is that kind of fucked up to do in a movie like this?
I think it's stereotypical also how the German man is a scientist who sounds like Mengele,
Well, he is also
and the
literally...
Japanese man. Oh, he is, and the Japanese man a seppuku on himself out of in the movie.
Out of shame.
Like there's some racial coding there that's not subtle whatsoever.
I think like there's an interesting. You can have a lot of interesting conversations applying a leftist lens to the human centipede. And like, I'm sorry, Lily, but like,
it's not even hard to do that.
The
with
fact
human centipede. That's like pretty straightforward.
Yeah, most horror films are like very easy to talk about through a leftist lens. Again, like, look at Thought Slime's second channel, Scaredy Cats. Like, that's all he does. Or they do. I'm sorry. They do. I think that Mildred's still using they, them pronouns. I haven't watched them in a while. I got a little bit, like, the whole ADHD shtick I got a little frustrated with because I see too much of that in myself.
They got a little too much for me at a point. I'm not gonna lie. I thought they had some really good videos, but at a certain point, I like, here's the thing. It's so easy to make like most of Wes Craven's work is leftist.
Yep.
Like, I'd say, and the stuff that's not overtly leftist is still left leaning. It's just not as overtly political as other stuff. Like People Under the Stairs is one of the most leftist horror films of like the 90s or 80s. Not no one, but not enough people talk about it.
You guys
If you haven't seen People in the Stairs, watch it.
I will. And you guys are not ready for my leftist reading on the coffin of Andy and Lele. Yes, I fucking said it. Stay tuned.
People talking about Tusk also in the...
Blue Jay, thank you for the super chat. Taking away of a person's agency for another's goal. Yep. It's very much about autonomy and like there's so much that could be pulled apart with the human centipede. And just because you're not literate enough to do that yourself, Lily, doesn't mean the rest of us aren't. And this is such a good example of why you should not be doing this job, because you're bad at it.
Yeah, and the problem is also this. Lily needs the message to be on the surface to interpret it.
I made this joke with Sai that the reason that Lily was such a big brony, like back in the day, is brony still an accurate term for if you're a woman, or was it like Pegasister? I don't know. I don't know if like that's an okay thing to call her right now. I genuinely do not want to misgender Lily, but when she was in the pony fandom, I think what appealed to her is at the end of every episode we got a "Dear Princess Celestia," and I'm so sorry, Lily, that the human centipede didn't end with a "Dear Princess Celestia. Today I learned that..."
Imagine.
Yeah, like she needs that. That's why she likes the things that she likes. That's why she likes Has Been Hotel. That's why she likes Angel Dust. That's like...
She's not capable of interpreting subtlety, or or reading a text through a lens that's not intentional. Like, I don't think the human centipede was made with leftist intentions in mind, but you can still read it through that lens.
Hold on.
Like,
who is it?
It doesn't have to be intentional.
Tom Six.
People are mentioning people are also mentioning Tom Six is, I think I don't think he thought about anything he did. I think he just thought this is gnarly.
He's
Let's
Dutch
do this.
filmmaker and actor, and like they're a pretty
Tom Six is a weird
he was the original director of Big Brother. Are you wow.
Yeah, he's a weird... You look into Tom Six's life, he's a weird dude.
Yeah,
but he's
like,
also like...
Also, the Netherlands are a pretty progressive area. So...
That's true, but like, he's out of his mind.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
I think he's the first to admit that, though. So I don't think I'm breaking any ground here with saying that.
Yeah.
Oh, I just read the next super chat. Yeah, no, agreed entirely.
Blade Runner theatrical cut brain. No, not the fucking voiceover. Not the fucking...
I hate that so much. It's the worst.
Oh god, yeah.
A lot of critics, though, I think, would want that unironically. Like they need that. They need that board criticism, board narration to guide their thought line. Mm-hmm. Ugh. Anyway.
Yeah. Thank you, Boggle, for the super chat as always.
That's what I thought. That doesn't.
Yeah,
we
it was
fucking,
easy.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
very
we
simple.
did it.
Bite.
It was very obvious, Lily.
Netherlands did just elect a far-right prime minister. Oh no.
Oh, that's depressing. Whiskey
Mean
for
people
that.
don't try, however, and in fact, we just went over it. See, people who prefer cozy, wholesome media and who need to make their consumption into activism tend to be extremely aggressive about criticism or discourse because they're not very bright and their ego is tied to something that's usually deeply flawed. So it's easy to draw a line between the two and claim, well, you're like this because you've wrapped yourself in a duvet of escapism and can't contend with the real world. Unlike me, who reads the most decadent filth imaginable and
Hale is not the most decadent filth imaginable. What are you talking about? I can name. You ever read Marquis de Sade? You ever read, like, Playground? The Slob? Any of those books, Lily?
therefore
These
more
are, like,
well-adjusted
basic
and
ones.
mature and able to exist in the real world. Until you tell them it's weird that they're beating it to a story
No, it's totally weird, but we're reading it anyway.
about a guy being psychologically battered by his sister, then they'll screech about fiction versus reality like a weeb caught in
Wait.
a preschool. Despite the
Hang on a second. That's the worst you can think of?
Yeah, that's the worst she can think of, I guess.
That's really it?
Oh, I know that she gets into the coffin of Andy
Lily.
and Lele soon. We're gonna talk about T-Call, don't worry.
differences in behavior
Oh,
and stated
Lily,
intent,
we have such
the same
sights to show.
fundamental problem exists in both of those people. For as much as one might claim that their tastes in media don't say anything about them as a person, they both want their tastes in media to say positive things about them. The guy
Okay,
Good.
here
What?
we go. Lily, people are mad at you about horror and dark stuff because you have no context for gothic fiction or horror. Here we go. Yeah, I do think my love of horror and my love of stories like Johnny the Homicidal Maniac and Invader Zim as a child and The Coffin of Andy and Lele say something about me. But, like, if you talk to me for 5 seconds, you could probably guess what that says about me.
I just did an entire a video about why gay people love horror, and like all of it was diving into horror through a leftist perspective,
You know what?
through a social.
Oh, I didn't watch
yeah.
that video yet. But it's on my list. It's
Oh
just that
no,
when you
dude,
released
it's
it,
fun.
when you released it,
Oh.
I was living in the boonies and just like could not get YouTube to work. So
It's understandable. It's all good when you get a
haven't-
chance.
I will watch it. I saw it come up. I was very excited, and then I tried to watch it, and then like I got like 5 frames a second. So yeah.
And once October hits, I'm gonna do like a bunch of horror movie videos.
Me too.
preferably.
I have
freaking love it.
plans. I have plans.
Hook me up with your plans later. I may have some.
Yeah. I we'll talk. But the point is that like, oh my god, I don't even know what the point is anymore because I don't know what point Lily is trying to make. She's just being misogynistic for no reason about fangirls. Yeah, this is also like the people you're talking about are like a very vocal, very vocal minority. So
And a lot of them are marginalized people.
Yeah.
Like, frankly, like they're not like chuds. They're people who outsiders typically. I
But-
think in general.
but like
I agree. I'm also biased.
yeah, but like also like again, we're gonna finish this video. I hope we have time for the other ones. It's already been 2 hours, but like, but like
Yeah,
I think
I love how we're like, oh, we're gonna do 3 videos. Great, and it's like we're at 2-hour mark with 1.
okay. I'm gonna play again.
guy jacking it to the cement garden will also turn around and screech about the Puritans and purity culture. And
No.
Do you think
Lily,
I'm
what are you talking about?
do you think I'm jacking it to T-Call? Do you think that's why why people like me like it?
Let me give you this anecdote too. I think everyone can agree that the Quartering is a pretty good example of a right-wing chud, right? We agree with Quartering. Good example of right-wing chud.
I don't like his opinions, so I don't watch him a lot. So it's hard for me to say.
Valid. He tried making a big stink about the new Chucky. Well, not new anymore. When it came out, the Chucky series, because a gay character showed up, and it didn't take off. And he realized he wasn't getting like any like ground with his video. We just kind of stopped talking about Chucky.
Yeah. Oh,
Every time like a real dark. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, because mine's changing the topic. You go ahead.
Oh
go ahead.
no, totally. Every time like a right wing chud like tries to grift, based on purely horror or disturbed media, they never gain ground because A, their audience doesn't watch extreme horror or even good horror. And B, horror is so self-critical and critical
Yep.
of society. It's hard to really argue, oh, this horror is woke now. It's like, no, it's just exists. It's just how it's always been. It's just it's addressing a different angle of it now. Like horror is one of the most, I think, greatest examples of the potential of horror to be satirical is peak. Like it's just one of those genres that just lends itself so well to social commentary.
It does.
So
It does.
yeah, and not even like overt commentary, even like casual commentary. Like it doesn't have to be like super
Well,
on the nose. It just is so often.
look at what we just did to the Human Centipede and how she's like, well, people will try to put a leftist spin on it. Like she said that right after we did that, but like,
oh yeah,
it's just dark. Like she's like, oh, like you can't do it. People will try though, and it's like, Lily, you're contradicting yourself for one thing, but like she's using pacing to try and trip people up because there's no. We had to pause the video to really talk about it, right? Which is interesting.
yeah, because it's complex. There's layers to it.
But she has the benefit of like the video. Oftentimes the video will just keep playing. She did this in her last video too, when she was like, try to think of living in a society without capitalism or communism.
So tribalism.
Yeah, well, you've got like bartering, you've got feudalism, like there's so many ways that it could work, but she's also like appropriating a term that's like people find it hard living, like thinking about imagining a society without capitalism. And then she's like, wait a minute, I can't say that because like a bunch of socialists and communists watch my videos, so I have to add that on. And like,
what about monarchies?
Yeah, monarchies, like, well, that's
easy
feudalism.
examples.
Lily Gishgalops, yes, she does. I mean, I don't even know
like
what...
horror especially is like it's taking the fears we have.
Yes.
We all fear the unknown. And what's more unknown than life?
Also,
or the things life can throw at you.
Also, even though like I kind of... The way that I feel about the Coffin of Andy and Lele, it's like, oh, yeah, I'm kind of interested in like looking at it through that gothic like fiction lens because I think that was the intention. But if somebody just thinks that brother fucking is hot, like whatever, like gross, but like it's not the end of the world. Like I don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
No, agree. Also, I'm seeing comments in the critical. As someone who just watched a bunch of his Star Wars videos, the critical drinker is just better at making comedy that makes you think he's not serious, but he's just as bad at his arguments as Lily is. It's just he makes fewer arguments than per video. That's the key difference. He'll say 3 things where Lily says 10 things.
I'm also noticing that we're not actually talking about the content of wholesome versus dark media.
No.
We're just talking about, again, Lily just bitching about fandom. So that's interesting. I'm gonna press play now.
We should have to watch it to actually know what she's talking about.
Antis and prudish puritanical American values, so it's clear on some level they think consumption is activism. See, people can have completely different behaviors and attitudes but have them come from the same place. And the truth is, regardless of the media in question, hardcore fans...
I'm not emotionally stunning myself by refusing to engage in the real world. I'm doing good because only liking correct media that does good things. Oh, I just realized something.
Okay.
I just fucking realized something.
Ooh,
Lily just deleted and purged a bunch of her videos. But they were all videos saying this. Because this is her position on most of those videos. So she went back and she deleted them all so we couldn't be like, Lily, that's you! But, like, if you watch some of my past videos about Lily, you will see that she very much... This has been her stance for a very long time. Or at least that's what she says it is. That being said, Lily is a fan of the Coffin of Andy and Lele. She hides it, but she definitely is. She's accidentally flashed her folder of, like, the Coffin of Andy and Lele fan art before, one of which is an icon used for a sock puppet that likes the Coffin of Andy and Lele. So yeah, it's just interesting that like, but aunties tend to do this, don't they?
They always do.
Where they
They
like,
love to pretend they are so much better than what their opponents are, but they do the exact same thing with a few different words switched out.
somebody said, is this her wholesome Sona? No, I think this is Sai. I think this is supposed to be Sai, and I have
So you wear Crocs.
Yeah. I mean, look, I finally caved on the pressure to get Crocs at summer camp. I finally got some, but I got a bunch of spooky horror gibbets to put in them so that I feel a little bit more like myself, because I feel like I'm
That's all right.
shriveling inside. Anyway, but like, what they'll do is that they'll assume that they'll get in trouble for liking things like this, so they will like make alternate accounts in order to express their themselves liking it. I'm forced to wear Crocs at work. Okay, forced. Yeah, there's always a choice, Sai.
Oh, sure, Sai.
Okay, but Sai, here's the
Sure
important
you are.
question. Here's the question, Sai. Sport mode? Are they in sport mode? That's the important question.
I don't wear Crocs at all. I wear the same sneakers.
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean,
they're
like,
slowly rotting off my.
I'm so cringe. Like, I still wear, like, most of my shoes. Okay, there's, like, a couple pairs of shoes that I often wear. Converse.
Mm-hmm.
Surprising nobody. Vans.
That
Surprising nobody.
none of this is shocking.
And
This
big
is what I
black
expect.
and big black boots. Surprising
Really?
nobody. Yeah.
Wow,
I'm so
Grim.
predictable.
I have no idea. This is remarkable. You wear big black boots, and I bet they have little spikes on them too.
No, that's my battle vest that has the spikes on
Oh,
them.
right, of course. My apologies.
Yeah, that
I
has
didn't
all
even
the
think of
patch.
that.
That has all the patches and pins on it. That's the one.
There you go. That's what
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Hey, I put those spikes on my vest myself, and sewed all the patches on it myself. So
And I bet you also have like a big belt with like studded like spikes on it. Or at least had at one point.
Actually, well, I did have one at one point, but actually, your boy's a little bit too chubby for most belts. But I saw an interesting life hack that might get me wearing those kind of belts again. So you better watch out.
Hey, that's fair. What you should do is get an oversized belt and like hang it through half of the loops, and the other half is like drifting down a little bit,
No.
so it's more like at hip, lower upper thigh level.
Well, actually, no. That's one of the hacks that I saw. Is somebody like just got their belt and just like, instead of going all the way around, they only put it through the front. And I was like, that's smart. I might have to do that. But yeah, I'm a little too hippie for most to be buying belts with an affordable range. So I usually don't wear them. I have like one belt that I wear, and it's embarrassing the size of it.
Hey, that's fair. Make it a fashion statement. Make kind of like hanging thing, so it's like
Yeah.
you look like a Nomura design character. Like, see, actually get like 7 belts and like have them across everything, and
Oof.
you will look like a Final Fantasy character.
Perfect. Well, we all know they love Squeenix. So anyway,
There you go.
Lily's so boring. We're discussing fashion. Yeah.
Listen. This is what happens with dark media and her dark media chapter.
Okay, let's keep on going. Does this get interesting at any point? Is there like a? Can I look at like where's the little peaks and valleys? Why is that not popping up?
Because there are no peaks and valleys. That would imply people watch this video.
Who
I
make
mean,
me-
it's got 20K. That's not good for her
Okay.
subscriber count, though, is it?
If she has 100, listen, I'll be honest with you. How many subs do I have? Right now I have 18,500 subs. She has 141,000. How old is this video? 7 days.
Yep.
So last week I put out a video about Sailor Moon. Right? It's the is anyone in Sailor Moon straight? This video is goofy. It's me just talking about 30 minutes. That video currently has, checking live update right now, 28,371.
Lily also doesn't post videos as often as you.
This is true.
And
I
her
am
videos,
obsessive,
and
but
her videos are a lot shorter than yours.
this is all. Well, how long is this one?
This one's 17 minutes long. And this
Okay,
is
so
one of her-
mine's about 10 minutes longer.
Yeah, this is one of her longer videos. So
Valid. Okay, but still, I have 18,000 subs. She has 140,000.
Yeah.
The fact that
Ooh.
I have more views in 7 days than she does with her massive audience is substantial
Yeah,
and worth pointing out.
where you know what I'm talking about? Like you can see where people have been scrubbing to the most. Why am
Yeah,
I?
yeah.
Is it because it's not old enough?
She might have,
Or can
she
you
might
hide
have
it?
We'll
hidden
always
it
try.
because those details are revealed like to me to a YouTube uploader like between 24 to 48 hours after the video's uploaded. Like not consistently. It depends on
Mm-hmm.
that's details that YouTube has already gotten into your system within 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how my videos are presented, so I can't speak from personal experience because I've just never checked. But it's yeah, I can compare this. Yeah, let's go for that. Let me see what we got here. Go with my
Let's.
more viewed videos. That might be a
I
good
was gonna like
perspective.
literally just click on the. Oh look, it's us. I'm literally
It's
just.
us.
I'm gonna go watch that video, guys. I'm literally just gonna watch this. We're gonna look at the Sailor Moon. We're not watching it. We're just like trying to.
Yeah, right there. See if it comes up there because it could be just nothing. You know.
Oh.
Oh, I have chapters though. Oh no, it doesn't come up there either.
But like it happens sometimes. How do I make that happen? Like
Yeah, I don't know.
You know
actually,
what I'm talking
it's
about, right?
no, I do, and I'm looking at my my back end. It shows up. Like I see where my peaks and valleys are.
Or does it only
in my
do that
back
for
end.
your own videos?
I don't know. Now I'm questioning everything.
Wait, hold on a second.
I don't know anything anymore. What even is YouTube?
Let's go like on a regular video. Let's go on this one. Huh? No. Is it only like
Nothing.
a mobile thing? I wonder.
It might be mobile. I don't know. I'm not sure anything works. It used to do that. Maybe this new UI just doesn't
Hold on.
show
I'm
it.
gonna. Oh no, my phone died. I can't check on my phone.
But your phone might have a different layout than the website version. So that's
Yeah,
worth considering.
I think it's. I think you're considered to be falling off if your view count. If your view count is lower than your sub count, because it's usually the other way around, isn't it?
No, that's not true. Different channels have different
Okay.
engagement rates. Like it's more about what your average view. Because you got to keep in mind, like some channels are here forever,
Yeah.
and they gradually accrue subscribers who don't always tune into every video.
Hello.
And
What?
are you there?
No, I'm not
What?
looking at that. I'm trying to like control click Lily's channel. Hello? Why isn't it coming up?
Interesting.
That's weird.
You take a look at this right here. No, it's still online on my end.
I think just YouTube's broken.
Yeah, it's working on my end. I can see your channel.
No, Lily's channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Oh, because
Yeah, I
because
just opened
if
up my screen.
if you try to control click, it takes out the at.
Oh, there we go. That makes 'cause I'm on it right now. That makes more sense.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
she's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, she didn't delete it. She didn't delete her channel.
Okay.
All right, let's keep going through this and see what dark
And
media
make their
shit comes
media
up.
consumption into something higher and more important than it actually is. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to justify spending so much time on it. This isn't new. Just 10 years ago, during the villain redemption boom, there were people arguing that sympathizing with villains and pushing for redemption was a sign of being really empathetic, and how if you don't like villain redemptions, it's a symptom of Catholic purity culture.
All right.
What? No, Catholic purity culture is all about redemption, and like everyone has guilt. That makes no sense with Catholicism. That's a totally different philosophical perspective. The Catholic perspective is that all people have sin, and therefore all people are guilty. So, like, sympathizing with villains is actually more Catholic.
Okay, so Lily says, Sai says, thanks for your super chat, Sai. Lily somehow completely broke her channel with the at renames. It breaks if you even refresh it. Interesting. I will also say that, like, when people say that it's, and I'm going to get into this later at the end of this video, at the end of the video we're watching, that, like, it's not activism to watch media that makes you uncomfortable or media that is more difficult, but it it does improve you as a person. It can challenge you, and if you're challenged, then you have an opportunity to grow. And it doesn't have to always be dark fiction, but like To Kill a Mockingbird is a great example. I had like a little bit of a list going.
Yeah, I knew we were discussing a list before. I was coming up. I was thinking of like Les Mis, honestly.
Les
like
Mis is a good
dark
example.
fiction.
It's yeah, but it's not like spooky ooey gooey horror. Like here's some like Les Mis. Huck Finn is another one. It's very challenging. To Kill a Mockingbird. Like these are all challenging pieces of media that are not necessarily dark in the way that she's talking about. The Crucible, yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff like that like challenges you, and once it challenges you and you process that, you grow a little bit from that experience. And like the lovely thing about fiction is that you can do that in the safety of your own home. You can do that without ever having, like, you can read To Kill a Mockingbird and be challenged by those ideas without ever somebody having to be lynched in front of you and like racism being committed, you know, like that's
100%.
That's why it's so good, because you can sit down and you can watch these things happen, learn from the experience, and like it never hurt anybody, you know.
100%, and it's a safe place to explore dark themes. Listen, one of the best pieces of dark media I've ever seen, and this might be a little too heavy for this conversation, but I'm bringing it up anyway.
Go ahead.
Is Come and See. Come and See is one of the greatest films about war I have ever seen by a mile.
Yeah.
And it's so great, but it barely shows you anything. All it does is shows you this single Russian village that undergoes like a real. It's in World War II. The Nazis come Russian village during World War II, and they just ravage the whole place. But the majority of what you see isn't like violence on screen. It's just the camera staring like straight into the eyes of the young characters in the movie. And it's so deeply disturbing and so horrifying. It's like hard front angle on the characters. You make direct eye contact with. It is so deeply upsetting and so deeply disturbing, and you're unable to look away because it's like they're looking at you. And the psychological effect of that really cements the horror of what you see on screen. And you only see snippets of the most. It's disturbing. You see horrible things, but like it's snippets. It's like seconds.
Yep.
You see a second of like bodies piled up against the wall, and it's gone in a second, and you barely register what you just saw. That's how quick it is. But it creates this effect in the audience where you feel like you're staring into the abyss of human cruelty at a level that's beyond what anyone should or can comprehend.
Yep.
And it's a great example of how dark media can just show you things that are so hard, extreme, quickly, efficiently, suddenly,
without
and
anybody having to get hurt.
Exactly. No human. And granted, it's based on real. So people did. It's drawing from violence, but it is art expressing the lingering trauma of this experience in a way that you kind of go and you walk away and go, yeah, now I'm getting a sense of what this person went through, why that what we just saw is wrong and it shouldn't happen. And there's a great scene in Come and See where this kid he starts the movie wanting to be a soldier, the horror left a broken shell of his former self, and he takes a gun and he just shoots a picture of Hitler. And with each bullet that he fires, you get like a real life footage of Hitler earlier and earlier in his career. Like you see him as the dictator, you see him as the guy rising to power, and then they show a picture of like a new baby, and it's implied that this kid is thinking about Hitler as like a baby, and he hesitates to shoot.
Yep.
It's the idea that even knowing the idea of cruelty, the moment you break a person down to like someone who was once a child, it becomes hard to demonize. It's a clever, brilliant movie, but like it's so upsetting and so complicated and so messy.
Yep.
So awful. And all it does is show vignettes, vignettes and snippets of something. Anyway, I could talk about that for hours. That's all. I know we have super chats, but I could talk about that movie for hours.
I haven't actually sat down and watched that one, and I have been meaning to. A person in my Discord channel or Discord server that I like very much, named Rose, keeps wanting to talk about it with me, and I'm like, I gotta watch it, but like I haven't sat down and watched it yet, but it's on my list. Okay.
You have to be in the right headspace for it.
That's for big beans only.
Yeah, it's a hard movie to watch, but I think it's brilliant and worth watching, but only watch it if you're ready for it, because it's a lot.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Zeniobeim, for the super chat. If Lily saw what Guts from Berserk gets put through and his actions as the Black Swordsman, her head would explode. Yeah.
Agreed.
But also,
Berserk's great.
Speaking of Berserk, sorry, I like a stinky, white-haired anime boy. I kind of do like Griffith. Sorry. But also, like, I'm intelligent enough to know that, like, I wouldn't like that kind of person. The reason that I like those type of characters is because I get to, like, think about them and the consequences of their actions and what they did and why they would have thought of that without having to actually encounter someone like that in real life, because that would be awful.
Oh yeah, Griffith is an asshole.
Yeah, but I can.
Great though.
But I can think about him all I want without hurting anybody. So.
Exactly, he's a great villain. He's a fantastic villain.
Paige Lego, thank you so much for the super chat. Paige says, just like a real diet, a varied media diet is vital to broaden your perspectives and experience. I'm hoping that's what Lily is going to get to, but it's almost like she's saying that both of these things are awful, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think she has any point so far.
All right, I'm going to continue playing.
Sure. Oh, did you not sympathize with the 800th Zuko clone? That is deeply troubling, Sweaty. People online have been trying to make consumption into a personality for as long as there has been an online. And it's not that it's gotten worse, it's just gotten more visible since online communities moved off isolated forums and...
Dude, let me tell you about, like, a little fella, some guys... I'd like to fucking introduce you to a man named Plato who would not fucking shut up about fucking Achilles and Patroclus.
Sounds gay.
Or like a little bit. Or like Dante, who could not fucking shut up about his stupid Bible fan fiction crossover with real person fiction of Virgil the poet. Like
Dante was so obsessed with Virgil that they become their OTP together.
Yeah.
And, they dive into a pit, they climb a mountain, and they're just really cool together. And, Virgil, he's just a really smart guy, and I like him a lot. It's not gay, guys. It's not all gay. It's totally fine.
She just takes my hand and takes me on an adventure through the 9 circles of hell, and, like,
Yeah, also he was obsessed with Beatrice, Dante, a woman who he met twice in his life. And that's a whole other discussion, though. Dante Alighieri is a fascinating... And in true Italian fashion, every single person he ever got into an argument with is in hell.
Of course,
They're all there.
Anyway.
Also, also, one more thing. You notice how she's talking about, like, Zuko clones and all that during the dark media chapter? Would you ever count Avatar as dark?
I mean, she also is putting fucking, like, the Owl House under...
Quinn.
Well, the Harley Quinn is dark, but, like, the Owl House? Dark media? What?
I wouldn't even count the Harley Quinn show as dark. I'd just say it's, like, mature, but I wouldn't call that dark. I feel there's a difference there.
Yeah, there's a difference. It's definitely not what I would call dark.
Form cesspit that is Twitter. And Twitter is like if 4chan got drowned in corporate branding. We can argue about how you can't make a judgment on someone based on their media taste, but the people who say that often then try and make those same judgments about themselves.
Lily, don't you like this show?
Yeah, Lily, what are you talking about? Lily, what is the point of this discussion? I'm convinced this is just like Lily getting mad people got angry at her for her hot media takes, and like she has no way of phrasing it.
She liked the Owl House. Season 3 of Owl's House is pretty neat. The Harley Quinn show is amazing. Like, you liked those shows.
I think she's just using clips without thinking about the implications of. Yeah. She just had them on file.
Boggle, thank you for the super chat. Time to plug Plato's Republic again, because there's a Socratic dialogue about a society where all art is stripped of nuance and transgression. Yeah. Oh god, I can't believe I've attracted the fucking Plato fanboys. I love you.
Why do I feel like she would like watch Demolition Man and be like, that's for me for real though?
Alright, I'm pressing play again.
Let's do it.
Sells. And the thing is, you can judge someone on their media tastes. If someone told me their favorite film was Birth of a Nation, I'd get as far away from that person as possible.
Easy take, Lily. Easy take.
Lily, you're so brave. Oh my god, you're a revolutionary,
Why?
Lily. Oh my god, I love you. You're so smart.
Why would you say something so controversial?
Oh my god, Lily. You're the voice of a generation. You're so smart. Oh my god.
Right, the generation from 1916.
Fucking Christ. Nice straw man. Yeah, no fucking kidding. Oh my god.
Wow, Birth of a Nation. Wow. Sorry, okay.
Yeah, this is me. The fiery cross of the Ku Klux Klan. You're so
Oh my
fucking, you're
God.
so brave, Lily.
Lily,
Oh my god.
Lily.
Like, how could we live without you?
Now listen. I did just do a stream where I talked about another YouTube critic, Neuralities, talking about Birth of a Nation. But like the difference there is they were talking about how media affects life, not so much, hey, I'm judging you if you love Birth of a Nation.
I mean, like,
yeah,
I've got like a
There's a
bone
big
to
difference.
pick. I've got a bone to pick with Neuralities, but
a whole different discussion
it's a
though.
whole
Like
other
that's a
thing.
more complicated response. Lily's responses do not require that much level of depth.
Yeah, okay. All right, Lily. Where are you going with this one?
Possible, because that's a Nazi I'm talking to. But you can't do that in the milquetoast
it's a-
swamp that is the
Not quite, but-
PG-TV to M-rated game family.
Yeah, that's the only fucking thing that you talk about, Lily, is like these fucking milk toast bullshit. Have you ever like let's see. Let's just like okay.
Go through anything she's
Avatar,
ever talked about.
Avatar, her bitching about being called out. Delicious
Delicious
in
in
Dungeon.
Dungeon. One
Avatar,
of the better anime of the last 5 years.
Has Been Hotel.
Has Been Hotel, Spy Family,
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate
Baldur's
1 or
Gate.
2.
Yeah, because that's not actually.
Yeah. Imogen.
The Owl House and fucking The Coffin of Andy and Lele, Steven Universe, Pokemon, Baldur's Gate. Nope, that's like a bunch of stuff.
That's Warcraft and Baldur's Gate.
And The Owl House.
And The Owl
And
House.
Marvel Crap.
Marvel,
Turning
Turning
Red.
Red. Steven Universe.
I'm not sure what this is right here.
Move away
Baldur's
from that?
Gate.
Move your cursor off that? That's what I can't.
Oh,
Oh, that looks like.
Hold on.
that looks like-
I'm not
that looks
actually
like, yeah.
looking at my. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
This one, the dark
Yeah,
side
that,
will make. Oh, it's
is it Dragon Age or
I don't know.
maybe Dragon's Dog? I'm
Disney-
not even sure.
WoW, by the looks of it. Are we getting to anything that has like? I mean, like these aren't bad.
Harry Potter,
Yeah, Harry Potter, Pokemon, some fucking Moe Blob shit.
Haven. I've played Haven. That's okay. That's an
Okay.
all right game.
All right. Star versus the Forces of Evil, The Avatar, fucking Moon Girl, which is a show for babies, which is fine, but it's all you fucking
More
like,
Marvel.
Yeah, more.
I like Marvel generally, but like
It's-
that's just not.
There's not a lot of substance there, you know.
No, unless you're talking about Daredevil.
And
That's
then
like,
we've got.
but she's not. So
We've got. I think that's Star Wars, Steven Universe, and the Owl House. The Owl House.
no, that's Mass Effect.
Mass Effect.
That's Mass
Sorry.
Effect.
Again,
Yeah,
like
What-
not a very.
Mass Effect is probably the most complex thing she's talked about so far.
Yeah, but she also. Anyway, I don't
But
think
she's-
it's that complicated though. The Owl House.
I also think she's not. I don't think she's also diving into the complex elements.
The historical revisionism of modern standards.
What was it?
And
Which one's
she's
that? Which
using
one's that?
that's a like an older anime, which is
Oh,
actually pretty
yeah.
good. I can't remember what the name is right now.
Ibuki's
Yeah.
Chan. That's the cross. That's the trans one, right? The
Yeah,
one that
that-
was like a bit focused on a trans main character.
Yeah, but like starts off as like a cross dresser, and then like there's like some gender stuff going on.
Yeah, Princess Knight's really good. That's the one next to it. Okay, so
Again,
she's
these-
talking about.
Yeah, but these are not.
That's like the.
These are like baby shows.
No, I think the one's a teen show, but like they're not super complicated is the
Well,
point.
that's my thing.
And
Is
Prince
like my whole
Yeah, and
thesis is
Princess
that
Knight is like one of the first ones.
she's not progressed past the age of 15 when it comes to her media consumption.
In like Osamu Tezuka with Princess Knight, that's interesting. There's something to be discussed there, but like Osamu Tezuka, he also did Phoenix, which is much more nuanced manga, I think, than Princess Knight. Um, I can get into Osamu Tezuka's work a while, but like, if you talk about the history of Yuri, I know people who are like historians who focused on like the history of Yuri in anime. And if you're not talking about the Rose of Versailles, you're missing,
Yeah.
which is a whole other discussion. But
But
yeah, all of this is basically just like
my
very mainstream stuff. Like none of this is like super obscure or super artistic. High Guardian Spice, especially, I feel like is not something I really want to
like these are like
highlight.
I say babies, but I mean like these are shows for teenagers and younger. Like
And
there's
there's an immaturity
nothing
to them.
mature about any of the stuff that she talks about.
Yeah, like there's artistry, obviously, to all this work.
Yeah.
Work, all art is important, but none of this is like, you're not going to talk about like none of this is elevated. You're not talking about, even using a modern example, the Banshees of Inisherin, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a really good, solid movie. Very mature, very adult. Lily Orchard has probably not seen that. Even though it was like a mainstream, up for Academy Awards, not super obscure. And to say nothing of like, say, Derek Jarman's Blue.
Yeah.
Let me double check that. Derek Jarman's Blue. Let me go check this name.
But,
Yeah, Blue.
well,
Yeah, Derek Jarman's Blue. There we go. Which is a movie where the whole movie is just a solid blue with voiceover to stimulate the directors going blind from AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a challenge
That's
for Lily
kinda
Orchard.
interesting.
Read the play. Not even watch a production of it. Just read the playbook of Angels in America.
Okay.
Just read that. Simple work. It's about it's called a gay fantasia for a reason. It's basically the AIDS crisis. It's basically a writer, Tony Kushner, going through the AIDS crisis from a semi-religious standard, trying to make it into an epic saga, like a traditional epic saga, not like, oh, it's an epic movie. Like, I mean, like with gods and heralds to the chorus and stuff like that, about the AIDS crisis in America during circa early 90s.
I'm
Simple stuff.
somebody
Complex, brilliant.
brought something up that
Mhm.
I think would be a really good, like, some really good homework for Lily. I would love to hear Lily's take on Serial Experiments Lane. It's
Yes.
about a female main character. She does get some, like it heavily focuses on her. She does get some kind of
Tons
like
of internet culture.
lots of power. Like it is an anime, so it might be a little bit difficult for her, and it's an older anime, and I know she has like very little patience for that slower pace. But
Well, she's talking about Princess Knight. This is much more recent than Princess Knight. I think
yeah. Well, I think
that was like Lane was late 90s, right?
it was like the year before Ava, I think, or the year
I
after.
think it was after. I think it was after Ava.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that it was made by the director who did the third season of Digimon. So
I think that like Sai's saying no in chat, but I think that like in some ways she might even be able to relate to the main character, considering the way that it's talking about the internet and stuff like that. Like I think that she should watch Serial Experiments Lane, and I would like to see her make a video about it. It's starting to gain it's starting to gain popularity again because the intro Duvet by Boa is like a TikTok song sound right now that's getting a lot of use.
which was
I
so
love
surreal
that
to me
song.
hearing that.
Yeah, I was like,
TikTok.
why are people playing fucking Serial Experiments Lane intro on like TikTok in 2024?
Like, I love it, but I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, like, I love that song, but anyway, Paige Lato, thank you for the fucking super chat. Oh my god.
That's incredible. You are getting
Yeah.
it tonight.
The Moon Girl review is wild because she explains really liking it, then says she wishes she didn't watch it because a showrunner tweeted about storyline plans. She was also weird about Lawrence Fishburne.
Lawrence Fishburne was the first actor in film to play Othello. The first black man to play Othello
To play Othello on what?
in film.
In film. Interesting.
Yes, the Shakespeare play Othello.
Oh, Othello. Yes, that's awesome.
Yeah, he was the first black man to play it on film, not on stage. That was back in the 1800s, but it took 1990s for a black man to play a black character on film.
Yeah. Well, even like sorry to go back to Star Trek for a second, but like the fact that Cisco was like, I feel like Cisco is a
first
really first black man as a captain. And I realize that DS9 is only the third, like, you know, and then right after that we get the full
Star Trek content was made before that. You know,
yeah.
it's 2 seasons, series short, but like that's a lot of episodes.
Sai, thank you for the super chat. Krim, no, I wouldn't survive Lily talking about Lane. Yeah, I know that people are like, oh no, I don't want to hear her talk about that, but like I think that like, and we'll get into this later, but I think it's like a safe enough, like it's just a little bit outside of her comfort zone that I think that she could like watch it, and if she thinks about it and internalizes it, I think she could grow a little bit from watching Serial Experiments Lane. I think she would like it, and I think it might challenge her, but it wouldn't challenge her too much. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. I think it's a good point. I think Lane would challenge her too much, but I get the sentiment I'm saying.
I mean, even now, like, I'm giving her way too much credit, I think. Thank you for the super chat, Classic Luigi fan. Again, hell, but can you imagine Lily even covering contemporary queer media like I Saw the TV Glow? Yeah.
Oh my god,
or
that would be
what was that one?
Weird to watch her do.
Skinamarink? Oh my god.
Skinamarink isn't queer, but
no,
that's
but it was
trip.
hard to watch. Like, I think it's the first time that I had to like. I was watching it with my friend, and we were watching it at his house, and we had to like stop and leave, and like we had to go do something else for like 6 hours before we could go back and finish it. It's like, and it's not because we were bored, it was because like you're just sitting there in dread watching these two children suffer, and it's
the
hard.
Scene with the scene with where they just say put a knife in your arm.
Yeah.
That alone,
oh my god, fucked me
honestly
up.
The visual at the end, we sort of see a face.
Yeah.
Really, that was like my nightmare for that night. Like it's pure nightmare fuel, but you see nothing. It's all in your head.
I used to have nightmares as a child about the doors on my house disappearing. Oh my god, that
must have gotten to you then.
Oh my god, that movie
I love
got
that
to
movie
me.
so much.
It's so good. I will never watch it again.
No, I don't think I'd have the patience to watch it a second time.
It's
like,
not.
The first experience is enough. That's a great movie. I don't want to see a second time. You know what also you might like if you like Skinamarink? It's not as surreal. Lake Mungo.
I've heard of that one. Yeah.
There's a scene in Lake Mungo that I thought of with that last scene in Skinamarink. It's a scene where you're in total darkness and a face comes at you that's still hazy in the shadow, and it's like it is, but it's scary not because of what you see, existential horror it represents. Lake Mungo is, I recommend this to anyone who watches horror. If you want to see a scary movie that's unusual, watch Lake Mungo. Look up nothing about it. Go in completely. If you Google search it, you're gonna see the scene that I'm talking about. Like you're gonna see the shot from it. It's gonna mean nothing to you, but like just
I cannot handle like scary face coming at me from the dark. I can't handle that. Like I know it's such like a baby
this has
thing.
one of the scariest ones of it, I think.
I can't
and not just because of what you see, it's what it represents.
No, see that's the kind of like I have a hard time with the fucking what's it called? The Mandela.
Oh,
catalog.
Mandela catalog.
That was hard for me to watch because I have a really hard time looking at faces like that, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
even that creepy,
this is
that
very
creepypasta, that creepypasta, Steven Universe was. Yeah, can we go back to Lily, please? Sorry,
I'm sorry.
My point here is that like Lily, like this is all she talks about and all she consumes. Like, so it's weird that she's saying that like, oh, people that only watch this are fucking idiots. Like, that's you, Lily.
Yeah, like use this example. We just talked freaking Skinamarink while bouncing off of Steven Universe. Like, when we watch Steven Universe from Pilot, we have a well-rounded perspective on media consumption in general.
I like to think between us that we have a lot of.
Yeah, and we may not have seen everything the other one has seen, but we have a general gist of. And if I brought up Shakespeare, you could probably bounce off of that
I love
quite
Shakespeare.
easily. You know?
I love Shakespeare.
Yeah, Shakespeare's fantastic. I love Shakespeare.
I mean, like,
but
when
like that's the thing.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I was gonna say
like.
ADHD moment. When I was when I was younger, I had a really hard time with Shakespeare. But then as I got older, I was like, oh my god, this is actually so fucking funny.
Yeah, because some of the jokes are so freaking good.
Yeah.
Like when you get the sex jokes of like it's fucking hilarious. But you have to get the joke from
like the your mother jokes is so fucking
oh my god. Like the opening lines of Romeo and Juliet. They're I mean, after you get past the poem, you know, it's talking about like it's an extended sex joke.
Yeah.
Like, and it's not subtle. It's not like, oh, it's so dense and elevated language. No, it's the crassest language Shakespeare can play at the time. And it's so funny.
Yeah, we should probably get back to the video, though.
Yeah, agreed.
Zone. That's where media is just not on the same level. Everything is sanitized and watered down, even if it claims to be the dark, gritty, violent, toxic Yuri you've always wanted. It's just not. You guys remember last year when Twitter practically blew up over the coffin of Andy and Lele, with people who hadn't played it thinking it was like the human centipede had angry, violent sex with flowers in the attic, and its fans were waggling their tongues over how transgressive and boundary pushing and not for the Puritans it was? Then someone took time to actually play it, and inside it was a really milquetoast story about a guy being psychologically abused by someone who looks and acts like she still has LiveJournal in.
Sorry, did anyone actually talk about it like it was compared to the humans?
They've like, it's the new like, oh, if you watch this, you're the most evil person ever. Like, that's true, but also that's not what this game is about, Lily. That's not what this game is about.
Like I don't know. I'll be honest. This is not a thing I'm personally. Krim, you have the handle on this more. Would you ever compare it to the human centipede? Like, genuinely, would you? I mean, in terms of like content, or because I'm not familiar with it.
Not quite, but I can understand the comparison. I would honestly compare it more to Teeth than the human centipede.
Yeah,
where it's like
that makes more sense to me.
Trying to say something, but in like using like the darkest material possible.
Makes more sense.
I'm gonna like let this play out to the end for a little spiel about the coffin of Andy and Lele, and then I will talk about a short little chunk of how I read the coffin of Andy and Lele.
2024. With the way people were talking, you'd probably expect something utterly shameless that threw off all societal taboos and screamed, "Look at me!" But it was actually weirdly insecure, too afraid of its own content to go further than the same kind of jokes people have been making about siblings for years, dressed up in 2020's dark fic with a weirdly noir aesthetic. About the only unique thing it did was it accurately reflected the suffocating mundanity of an abusive relationship, and it does so by being so boring you feel like you're in purgatory. It was quite literally a nothing burger, the video game equivalent of a 14-year-old boy saying shocking and offensive things to make his parents gasp. What little artistic merit it had was buried under duck faces and kitty mouths. I don't think many people have taken notice of this, and that a lot of...
Oh my god. So she refuses to engage with the dark media that she's talking about. Cool, then don't make a fucking video about dark media. Okay, so the coffin of Andy and Lele. Here, it's interesting that she kind of tries to use this. Oh, Courtney photos coming up, heads up. Oh god.
Oh my.
That's fucking
goodness.
vile.
She is such an ass. Like, just talk with the media. Don't bring your freaking family into this. That's screwed up.
I'm just trying to see where it is. Is it a
Yeah.
it a photo of her when she was a child?
I hope not. That's screwed up if that's the case.
She has posted. There was one video that I was reviewing of hers where she just fucking posts a. Yeah, I can't see where it is. If somebody could give me a timestamp, that would be great. People are throwing cans of tomatoes at my stream. All right, so the coffin of Andy and Lele, Andrew and Ashley, when they were young, were heavily neglected by their parents. Andrew was very parentified, experienced a lot of adultification, and was forced to take care of Ashley. Ashley was made to feel like nobody loved her, and even her friends preferred Andrew over her. And her parents just did not care about her. They were also, for their entire childhoods and adolescence, and even as adults, slept in the same bedroom in a tiny apartment. That would...
I can't imagine why Lily relates to that.
Yeah, but that would, like, really mess up your development. People are... I don't have tomatoes on my chat. Sorry, guys. So, what ends up happening is that, these two... Oh, it turns out that you guys have a weird parasite. You have to be in quarantine and locked down in your apartment indefinitely. Gee, I wonder what time this was written in. And I wonder what
was
could
it
have
2021 or
well, this released late 2023, and it was in development for in 2022, 2021, I believe. So it's very clear what influenced that feeling. Like during that time, 1338 to 39 is the court. Okay, thank you so much, Sai. So 1338, is it like a photo of her as a child, or is she an adult? Because I'm not going to be too worried if it's her as an adult. If it's her as a child, I'll probably blank out the YouTube video while we're doing that, because we disavow.
That's no bueno.
As an adult. Okay, that's fine then. And if Courtney ever watches this video, I'm so sorry that she did this. I know that she sometimes watches some of the Lily stuff. Anyway, so it was very much like, at that time, people were forced to spend a lot of time with their families, and there was a lot of people kind of bashing heads where they wouldn't have before. I had this problem, not with my family, of course, but where I was spending a lot of time with roommates, and a couple of my friendships broke down because of it, because spending all of your time with somebody else without rest is not healthy. It's not good. And it just messed a lot of people up. So that's kind of the context for that, for that sort of feeling that you get in chapter 1. So I think that's a really interesting way, the fact that these two are basically suffocated by one another through no choice of their own is very interesting.
That sounds interesting.
So from there, we find they are basically starving to death.
Oh, great.
And
fantastic.
Their neighbor is trying to summon a demon to get out of where he is, and the demon he summons kills him. No, sorry, Aunt. It's getting a little late. Oh my God, it's 2 a.m.
No, that's all
fine.
good. My brain, I'm foregone. It's all. I have Japanese whiskey.
Okay.
Which I have not consumed that much of, actually. Which I'm surprised.
So
because I don't want to be hungover.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Anyway,
so they come across this dead body, and they're starving to death, and they're like, what if, seems a downright shame. Very much, that's a lot of meat. Like that's exactly what they're thinking, is that's a lot of meat. And they're like, ugh. And there's a lot of hemming and hawing, especially on, we're talking about the coffin of Andy and Lele, by the way. And there's a lot of hemming and hawing, like, on Andrew's part, and Lily's, and not Lily, wow, whoops. Ashley's like, what else? We have no choice. We've got to eat it. And she's maladjusted, so she's kind of bitchy about it, but she knows that they have to do it. That's their only way that they're going to live is if they eat this guy. So they cut him into pieces and store them in the freezer and eat part of his body.
Yeah,
and like they didn't.
They salt the meat, right?
Pardon?
They salt the meat, right?
They season it. Yeah, they season.
Oh, good.
No,
good.
they put him in a freezer. So, but they do
okay.
season the meat.
Oh, that's good. At least they're good cooks about it.
But like.
Sorry, that's terrible.
The thing, like, they hadn't eaten for days at this point again. But the thing is like, at this point, they haven't hurt anybody, right? Like, so it's fine. And then, while they're, like, cleaning things up in that apartment so that, like, they don't get in trouble when, like, the people that are coming around and checking on them find that, oh, like, this guy's dead, and the only people that could have killed them are the neighbors. They're, like, trying to clean it up. And then somebody walks in, and then out of self-defense, they kill him. And they're like, ugh, well, now we've killed somebody, but we did it in self-defense, so it's okay. And it kind of, like, builds up to that. We're like, oh, we killed this guy in self-defense, or, like, I killed this guy because of this reason. Like, he would have hurt us if we didn't hurt them. Like, there is, like, at one point, a assassin pursuing them, and they kill him. And it's like, for, like, it's getting closer and closer. Like, it's all third-degree murder up until this point. Or, in the first case, they didn't even kill the guy. They just ate his body.
Yeah.
But at some point, they realize that there were no parasites. That what had happened is they had been sold to an organ harvesting ring. And their parents cashed out life insurance on them. And then bought a nice house so that they wouldn't have to be, So then they hunt down their parents, sacrifice their souls to a demon, kill them, and then eat them.
Okay.
And at that point, that's first degree murder. They they sought out their parents, they killed them themselves. Like, it was all malicious, and they've gone down this very dark path, but you can understand why they did that. And it's like this gradual thing for them. And you can make...
Yeah, it's like an arc.
Yeah, it's like an arc. Like, they're going through, like, a very noticeable character arc. You can make decisions in this game. There is, like, 3 endings as of now. However, no matter what choices you make, you will always end that second chapter with killing, sacrificing, and eating your parents, no matter what you do.
Oh, okay.
No matter what choices you make. The only thing that changes is how Andrew and Ashley feel about one another and about the situation.
Okay.
And I think that's really interesting. It's so dark, and it's such an awful situation, and like these two have been fucked over from day one of their lives, but their choices still matter, even if they can't change anything about the situation they're in. They can still make choices about their own feelings and their own reactions, and I think it's really interesting.
No, it sounds interesting. It sounds like there's a lot. And quite frankly, I think it's like really fun that they're like going into this kind of dark concepts in a way that's interesting. And I don't know. I think it sounds cool personally, but I also don't think it sounds anything particularly wild, like in terms of media we have. Like, it sounds like a pretty solid story about one of my favorite being isolated. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like a good story.
One of my favorite one of my favorite jokes in it is they have like their parents' skulls in a trash bag that they're planning on throwing into the ocean to hide the evidence. And they get to the top of the hill, and the bag breaks, and the skulls just slowly roll to the bottom of the hill.
Don't you hate it when it happens?
It's so funny. And then like Ashley just has to go scoop them up and stuff them in the trunk of the car. It's so stupid. But I think there is a lot of challenging concepts in this. I mean, I agree it's not as transgressive as people make it out to be, but I do think that it's really, really challenging you to feel sympathetic for these two people, because often people will call the ending that they hook up with one another like the bad ending, and it's like that's the good ending, my friend. The bad ending is Andrew repressing himself and killing Ashley. That's the bad ending. But people will often say, because incest is gross, so obviously that's the bad ending. But it's like, but that's the only ending that you can get where they admit their weird, fucked up feelings for one another and grow as people. In the quote unquote good ending that people are calling the good ending, they're denying themselves, they're spiraling downwards, and they hurt each other.
Yeah,
whereas
which is not cool.
Yeah, and like, again, I am intelligent enough as a human being to think like, this fucking game is telling me to go fuck my sister. That's not what it's telling you.
Yeah, and you're not actually going to do that to your sister.
No, I'm not. Like yucky.
I hope not.
No, thank you.
I'd hope not, certainly.
Okay. Nope. But like, it's kind of like, something I compare this often to is Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, which is like quintessential goth. Like, it's very in the same style. Go ahead.
Honestly, I was thinking of Bones and All a little bit with this.
Bones and All.
Have you seen that? It's a movie that came out like last year. It's a good movie. It's basically Timothée Chalamet and other people. Yeah. It's about like cannibals, basically.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's it looks like it's very
as made
similar.
by the guy who did Call Me by Your Name and the gay tennis movie that came out this year.
Yeah.
With Zendaya.
But
so the bisexual tennis movie that came out this year with Zendaya.
Like, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac isn't telling you it's actually good to kill people and smear their blood on the wall. Like, and I don't think anybody that...
Wait, it's not? Wait, that isn't good?
Well, I'm sure that you can honestly relate a lot to Johnny the Homicidal Maniac as somebody that's in, like, the publication and journalism world, because, like, that's what it's...
Unfortunately, yeah.
And it's not telling you that you should do that, like... I don't know. It's just like, I feel like, or like Invader Zim, which is John and Vasquez for babies, you know, and like, I love Invader Zim, but like, it's
definitely more accessible than Johnny the Homicidal Maniac.
Yeah,
I feel like
it is
like,
more accessible, but like,
and I think also is with interests in media is that she likes accessible media, and not inaccessible. Because Invader Zim, I can see Lily liking that. I can't see her liking Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, even though they're both the same creator, the same general style, because one is more accessible, other one is more...
Even though...
You have to kind of be there.
Even though Nee is a lot more relatable to Lily than Zim is.
100%. But, like, I think the difference is how much the audience can stomach watching them.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I would say... you look at horror, right? Like general horror. The Conjuring is a much more mainstream series than Hellraiser is. But very few people are exorcists who want to stop demons.
Yeah, it's not about that.
Way more people are people who have had one erotic experience with someone who imagine that. You know, that's more relatable, even if you've never been in that situation, than saying, I want to be an exorcist and I want to stop demons because I'm a good person. Like, one's more human than the other.
I mean,
the difference... Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the difference is that one movie involves a bunch of demons that can, like, carve themselves up with knives and be, like, weird self-flagellating monsters, whereas The Conjuring is, like, good versus evil. Very understandable. It's very black and white. It's here, the demons are bad and the people are good. There's not that nuance of like messy human relationships that gets in the way. It's very much like we have to stop the bad guy and save the family, and we're gonna be good, and we're good people, and we're cool, and we're kind of funny and charming, and you know, it goes between like silly and like serious, whereas Hellraiser pure serious, even if it is ridiculous, it's still serious.
I do want to quickly, before I continue, address a comment in the chat of like, can we go back to the video? And I've seen this a few times, and it's like, I appreciate that you guys want to watch this video, but and like, I'm not. This isn't a knock against Sai, but I think people are expecting me to watch Lily's videos like Sai does, and it's like, that's not really what I do. Like, I was pretty like transparent about how I want to use this video as a jumping off point. This isn't just me reacting to Lily. It's me talking about Lily and the things that she brings up and her follies. So just kind of addressing that right quick. But yeah, something else I wanted to mention, specifically about the Coffin of Andy and Lele, is that there's a couple different readings that you can take of it, and one of them is a lot more accessible than the other. You can very easily take the reading of, oh, it's about abuse, or it's about wanting to fuck your sister, and like, you know, like, that's like a very surface level, like, that's a very surface level reading. What is a very inaccessible, but I think a much more important reading, is that idea of like, no matter what is going on in your life, no matter what you experience, no matter what is done to you, you can always choose how to feel about it. And that's a hard pill to swallow. It took me a long time I've only recently swallowed that pill. That it doesn't really matter what people say to me or what people do to me. I can always control how I feel about it. And I think I played the Coffin of Andy and Lele at the perfect time, because I was just internalizing that idea. Which was just earlier this year, like around Christmas, which is when I first played it. So, anyway.
I hear you there. Imagine Lily playing Silent Hill.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I love Silent Hill, so I don't want to.
Oh my god. Imagine him playing Silent Hill 2. Like, oh, I don't. I bet they think James is the good guy if they enjoy this game.
James is a complicated guy, and it's not really about being good or bad.
Yeah, because Silent Hill's not a simple story of morality. It's about human tragedy, monsters. It's about taking the complex, messy life we have inside of our own brains, externalizing it through horror. Anyway, that's a whole discussion.
But that's what the Coffin of Andy and Lele is about. It's about taking this very few people that have played this game have like committed cannibalism or have like.
I certainly hope so.
Or have even wanted to fuck their sister. Like that's not the appeal. That's not the draw.
Well, it depends. How many of them have seen Oremo?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I had to add some levity somewhere to this.
Paige, as a pharmacist, it's my duty to remind you to always take your pills with a full glass of water. I hate that pun. Get out of here. Just kidding. You give me money so you can stay. I assume you know that her series was called A Glass of Water.
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
Just making
like
sure.
I'm a little concerned when she said she wanted to have a cup of coffee with this. Oh, you're gonna dehydrate yourself with coffee and then have some more glasses of water afterwards. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have like 5 minutes left of this video. Let's get through this.
Was buried under duck faces and kitty mouths. I don't think many people have taken notice of this, in that a lot of the media being championed as dark, transgressive taboo is actually quite toothless, banking on there being a bunch of people performatively expressing their outrage, and a bunch of other sadder people performatively hyping it up because the target audience is mostly teenagers, and people who haven't matured past being a teenager.
That's
Usually
you!
They don't hold up when literally anyone else starts examining it more closely, because it was all supposed to be a maypole for people who still have to yell at their mom to get out of their room. This was the case with the weird...
Oh, I got pinged.
I was gonna say.
I was like wondering, is that you? No, it's Lily's stupid. That was Lily's stupid sound.
true
It's
crime soap
Lily?
opera boom.
Oh, that's
If you're
annoying.
into serial killers as a concept, you watch documentaries. But the only reason to watch this shit is, 1, you're attracted to the lead actor, and 2, you're giggling to yourself about how the Twitter Puritans are going to be so...
No, it's because it's scary.
But also, like,
That's why.
everybody had a problem with this. Even people that like dark media.
But the Dahmer show,
Yeah.
like no one liked that. I mean, people watched it because it was like sensational, and everyone else.
But
But,
like, fans
it wasn't-
of, I would say that fans of dark media and like people that like serial killers, that's not even a Venn diagram. Those are just two distinct circles.
And look at the comparison between Dahmer show and My Friend Dahmer,
Yeah.
which is a graphic novel turned into a movie. And like, one is a very mature, sophisticated look at a serial killer from the perspective of an outsider and how we allow killers to develop without stopping them at in the early stages in terms of just getting them help when they did. And the other was fetishizing murderers. And all of the discourse was just, this is scary, or this is really... No one was saying, I'm so happy that Twitter's angry at me for watching this. No one cared about that.
Here's an excellent example of an actually mature piece of media that is extremely dark. Hannibal.
Yeah, great example. Not the example I was thinking of, but that's a great example.
It was just
The example I was thinking...
someone mentioned in chat.
Oh, yeah, it's a good point. The example I thought of was Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, which was at the time believed to be a true story, but now we realize it's all fictional. Like, it was a guy confessed to hundreds of crimes. We now know he was lying, but at the time they thought he was really telling the truth. So they thought it was a real true crime story, and it was heralded as like a masterpiece of horror cinema when it came out. Just genuinely horrifying, and you see nothing. It's all implication, and the film never hides. Hannibal, I feel like, romanticizes Hannibal at the time. This film shows you this guy is a bag. He is disgusting, and his lack of empathy for humanity is like on display. Like, he actually gets details mixed up about his own crimes when recounting it to people while he's bragging to them. He gets parts mixed up because it matters that little to him. Like, that's screwed up, though.
So, hold on a second. Crimson Ender, I have a question. What if you ran into a rare case where someone can not control how they feel even when they try? I just want to know what your verdict is on that. Are we like, in what context? Are we talking about, like, incest or, like, liking things they shouldn't
there's a
like?
lot of...
I feel... Okay, so... God... I feel like this is putting me in the hot seat a little bit. I try not to get political too often, but I think that being transparent about my politics on this sort of thing are gonna inform this. I am about as far left as you can go. A lot of people would probably call my political beliefs extremely radical. But I am like pro-prison I'm a prison abolitionist. That's right. That's where I want to go. And I totally grant that the people that Lily has hurt want to see justice. I'm not just left-leaning, honey. I'm like all the way. I understand and I acknowledge and I respect that victims of Lily Orchard want to see justice. However, I don't even think somebody like Lily deserves to go to jail. I don't think anybody does. I think that everybody can be rehabilitated, and in the event that they cannot be controlled, enabling them to live the most healthy, positive life that they can. Like, I don't believe in punishment. I believe in preventing pain. If I know that, hey, if this person goes out into public, they will just kill everybody. We need to kind of figure out how to, keep that from happening. I don't think I would put them in the prison system that we know of today. And those are some complicated questions, and I again am a layman, and I don't have a good solution to what we do with those kind of person. Yeah, I'm pro rehabilitative justice. Yeah, that's me too.
I believe that we need a reform prison system because it's ridiculous. I think there's some people who will never get better, but they're the exception, not the rule.
I mean, I also don't think we should throw them away and like.
No, we need to treat them, but like, there's some people who just will never.
Yeah.
And but those again, they're the exception that, like, they're not common. There are very few people who cannot be helped. But the fact that there's so few means that the fact we have so many imprisoned is ridiculous.
In my personal opinion, I think Lily's good ending is getting off the internet, settling down with Michaela or whoever she is having, like, because she needs people. She needs people. Like, she's stated that before, and I believe her. She needs to settle down with somebody that loves her for her and that she hasn't hurt before, and like have a nice, quiet, private life of herself, separated from the people that she hurt. Like, I do think that there is an ending for Lily that is happy for her and happy for everyone that she's hurt, where she is no longer able to hurt people anymore, but she also has a relatively peaceful, enjoyable life. I don't think
100%.
Lily's good ending. I don't think the good ending to this story involves anyone behind bars. In my personal opinion, that's, maybe call me like a little small bean if you want to, but I just don't think that does anything constructive.
Like, it's certainly an ending, but it's not the best ending.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's just a band-aid solution because there's like 1,000 Lilies out there, and a lot of them will never get. It doesn't, like, putting
The
people
problem.
in,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I cut you off. I'm sorry. You finish it.
I just don't think anything constructive happens when you throw people in jail. Really, you just traumatize another person. And like, are you really satisfying a problem, or are you just satisfying your own bloodlust at that point?
Well, the problem with prison also is that it doesn't really help the prisoner, and usually you're putting like a mild offender who's like way more disturbed in some way or another. So like, a lot of prisoners, when they're released from prison, they're so screwed up by the prison system. They commit crimes that are way more extreme than what they had committed initially. So it's like, prison's supposed to be rehabilitation. That's the theory of it. I mean, I know the reality in America, they're trying to free slave labor so they can have their manufactured goods faster. But, in theory, it's meant to be rehabilitation. Well, you're creating people who are going to reoffend and do more extreme stuff when they leave. So is that really effective as a prison system? If it's reinforcing negative behavior, making worse, like, that seems ass backwards to me personally. But, what do I know? And that's not even counting the fact that the anti-slavery amendment breaks down in the prison system in America.
Like, I think that Lily can get better, but I don't think she can do that in the position she's in right now. I think she needs to be removed from the internet. I think she needs to stop having these online, like, echo chambers that are constantly gassing her up. I think she needs to just be in therapy for a very long time, and then she needs to settle down off the internet. I think that's the good ending for Lily.
But the problem with therapy is you have to want to be treated, and she does not want to be treated. That's the issue. That's the big, like, the thing is, my lack of pity for Lily comes in because she does not want to be treated.
She is saying that she's in therapy, but I think she's in therapy not because she wants to get better, but because she wants to be validated.
Yeah, 100%. She's very self-centered. She's very unwilling to engage with perspectives outside of her own limited perspective. She wants to be right. She does not want to be helped. And that's a key difference that people don't, it's awful to admit, but she's very self-centered. And she is not interested in ever getting better as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate. Like, when you get to be about mine and Lily's age and, like, up into your 40s, you're kind of locked in on the kind of person that you are. Like, yeah, you could still be on like an upwards trend, but if somebody's like about mine and Lily's age or a little bit older, and you're noticing that they're not on that upward trend, they're probably never going to get better.
No.
Unfortunately.
Yeah,
I hate to say that, but...
And I think I'm older than you also, Krim, I think. So
I'm 32 in a couple months.
I am 32 currently.
Okay, so we are about the same age.
Yeah. So we're all the same general gist.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you were younger than me or older than me.
What did you think I was? I'm curious.
I thought you were... Okay, I thought you were about like 34.
Okay, well, I'm not that old, so we got that going.
I think it's because, and like, I'm not saying anything like weird, but like, you kind of remind me of my ex, who I'm still very good friends with. But
that's fair.
I think, and he's like
Better
a
than
year and a half, 2 years older than me. So I guess I just projected that on you.
That's valid. People say I have like a dad energy to me. I'm not sure what that means. Like,
I wouldn't say I didn't get a dad energy from you, but maybe it's because we're the same age.
that's true. I mean, I'm just saying people have told me that. I'm not saying like I think it.
Yeah.
So I don't get it. The fact I'm confused by it, I think should tell you everything right there. But
I mean, you gave me...
Sai's
No
laughing at us
offense.
for saying 34 is old.
Yeah, because Sai's 10 years older than us. She's turning 32
Yeah, that's valid.
at some point. I know she's like 41, and she's turning 42. So, all
Yeah,
right,
no, almost exactly 10 years.
yeah. Thank you for another super chat, Paige Lego. Oh my goodness, many people that can't be helped would have never reached that point had they been in a more kind and supportive system from the beginning. Absolutely.
100% agree with that.
Yeah. Anyway, I vote we keep on playing the video.
Agreed, because my brain's trying to shut down.
Yeah, this itself isn't new. This is the founding mantra of 4chan, doing extremely off-putting shit to get a rise out of people. And like all of the shit that came after it, 4chan users would write entire dissertations about how behaving this way is actually a completely normal thing to do, and doesn't speak to a deep insecurity and craving for attention and validation.
All right, let's pause it for a second. 4chan also made Katawa Shoujo.
I will also say that, like, acting a certain way and consuming a certain kind of media are two very different things. And Lily's trying to say that, like, just because you watch wholesome media doesn't mean you're wholesome. But she's trying to say, like, acting like an asshole and watching shows about assholes is the same thing. So, like, that's very interesting.
But Katawa Shoujo, like,
I don't know what that
Katawa,
is.
you don't know what Katawa Shoujo is?
No.
4chan created a dating sim about a school for people with disabilities.
You've lost me.
4chan created a dating sim game
No,
where all of the lovable love interests had some form of disability.
I mean, like, I'm sure that's cool, but, like, you lost me at 4chan dating sim.
And the craziest part of this is the game is actually really good, and the writing is actually really good.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not into dating sims.
Valid. Just a good story involving characters self-actualizing themselves despite their physical disability. Some variety. Like, one is an amputee from the legs are amputated. One has their arms amputated. One's deaf. One's blind. One has severe burns, and they are shockingly well-realized, well-written characters, especially considering where it came from.
I have a question. Are they all cute girls?
All of them are cute girls.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. Anyway, no, I won't be stinky. Yeah. 4chan also gave us Snoot and Wani. Yeah.
But
Wani Huggy
again, it sounds silly, but like, if you look at it's one of those things where, like, when you describe it, it sounds like the worst possible thing. But like, when you play it, like, you get really into it. Like, it really hits the emotional core of, like, your being when you play it. But it when you describe it to anyone, it sounds ridiculous.
I'm very aromantic, and I have very little interest in dating sims.
A lot of it is that kind of asexual, romantic feelings where it's like you're trying to encourage them to be like the best characters that they are.
Oh, I'm sure,
very...
but I'm not ace. I am also ace. I'm
aromantic,
aromantic
yeah.
as well. Like, I'm not interested in forming those kinds of bonds with people.
Oh no, I hear that. I'm just saying. I'm just
Yeah.
the appeal of it.
Yeah,
But I realize,
I'm
of course,
sure it's
given the
cool
perspective.
for some people. I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure it's fine. It's just so not my thing.
No, no, I realize that. I'm not trying to pitch it to you necessarily like
Yeah.
that, but I'm just trying to explain why it's surprising that 4chan did it.
Yeah, no, I
Like
guess.
that's the gist I'm getting
I
at.
mean, I guess so. But like again, like there's shitty people and there's good people on every website. So
100%. And this was a matter of a lot of people at first were making a joke,
yeah,
and then they like took it seriously, took the assignment seriously, and were like, wait a second, how can we make this the best thing that it could be given the parameters that we're with here? And they made something like fantastic, like
That's
really well written,
ooh,
which is shocking.
somebody from 4chan taking a joke seriously and then making a video game about it, huh?
Well, not just someone, but a lot of people.
I was sorry, I
Collective.
was making a yandere simulator joke.
Oh my god, Yonder is insane.
Because like again, there's an example of like two like oh yeah we've gotten Wani and Snoot and this game out of it, but you've also gotten some pretty, you've also got fucking the Yandere simulator crap too.
Oh yeah. Well, the difference there is that Yandere Sim was a person, Katawa Shoujo was a collective.
Yeah, that's also true. I mean, like I feel like what's it called? Oh, sorry, I dropped something. I feel like SCP Foundation also started in a similar way, but it was.
Oh, yeah.
Was it also 4chan? I think so. Wasn't it?
Probably X, I imagine.
Yeah.
Probably the X board, because
Yeah.
that just sounds like about right.
Yeah, I think SCP. Yeah, as I recall, it did start on 4chan as well. So like, I'm not knocking 4chan, but people are freaking out that I mentioned Yandere Sim.
Oh my god, Yandere Sim react well.
Oh, one day. All right, let's continue this video.
Yeah, we only have like 5
And
minutes
Twitter,
left. Like,
being
I think
the
we'll take an
bastard
hour.
child of 4chan, is just that, but bigger. This is going to be one of those videos where I tell you the blatantly obvious, but, I don't think these two groups of people who only like one thing are as well adjusted as they claim. Shocking revelation, I know, hot take of the century. The truth is, you're never going to win this argument no matter what side of it you're on, because the argument isn't about anything rational, it's entirely about ego. It's about people who spend too much of their time obsessing over one or two things, getting insecure about how they're spending their time, and viciously lashing out at anything that even slightly looks like it's calling them out for it. Hell, let's go back a decade. Remember 50 Shades of Grey? A story that was marketed as some kind of taboo-pushing kink, but then you
What? Why would you... What does 50 Shades of Grey
I'm gonna need
have
you
to
to.
do with anything?
I'm gonna need you to fax me some of that whiskey.
Oh, I can send it.
That's
Japanese
you, Lily.
Oh my god. And like all she's saying is like, isn't it crazy how people get so obsessed with one thing? I only mention Steven Universe every 2 years at most.
Wow, Lily, it's so brave of you to like talk about the fucking birth of a nation and 50 Shades of Grey and not like those things. So brave of you to not like these pieces of media. I don't remember anybody liking 50 Shades of Grey. And
It was always like a gag.
yeah.
I remember an interview with the author herself but like where she was like laughing about how successful her book was, where she's like, I made this as a joke. I can't believe anyone takes this seriously. And I'm like, yeah, I would be laughing at that too.
I mean,
And I really would be laughing if I made that much money off as well.
I mean, like, okay, like maybe getting a little bit too personal, but as somebody that had like some very, I mean, like I'm a goth, I'm sure it's not that surprising that I have some ties to the kink community.
What? Cram, you're a goth.
We didn't like the people, like the dark people and like the kinky people did not like 50 Shades of Grey either.
No, because it's terrible at representing kink.
And it's also like not, it's
There's
just
no consent. There's no
it's just
aftercare.
fucking, it's just a fucking Harlequin novel that was given mass printing. Like, it's a bodice
joke
ripper. It's a bodice ripper.
without any of the subtleties
Yeah.
or good writing or good characters.
I'm sorry. This is giving me fucking.
I don't
This is
mind
giving
this
me an
still though. This is a
aneurysm.
decent still.
Yeah. Okay, anyway.
You actually watch it, and it's just a sexist guy with mommy issues being a sexist guy with mommy issues. And a lot of people were saying this guy was putting off red flags to reach incel territory, and the film was going to set people up for abusive relationships. But that never
Did it?
happened. And
No.
of course it didn't
No
happen.
one said
Here's
that.
a question for you. How many guys with that level of mommy issues do you know who look like Christian Grey?
What? What does that have to do with anything you just were talking
Dude,
about?
just
Lily?
look at all the Sigma male fucking posters on the
Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
Like she's just
So
she's
many.
just being like, people are neckbeards. Like
Yeah.
like that's
But-
like okay, no.
Handsome guys can be assholes too.
God, Lily.
Listen, Krim. I'm gonna say something brave, bold, right?
Oh my god.
Right?
Oh my god.
I think dicks can be handsome.
Gay. No, sorry.
Can you tell I'm bisexual? I don't
no,
know if you can tell.
It's just you said dicks are handsome and I was being stupid. So
It could be worse. I could say Dick Grayson's handsome,
okay.
but he is.
I mean, like
It's
that's like
different.
yeah, that's really brave.
I know, right?
but-
Dick Grayson, very nice looking.
Okay, Lily, honey, sweetie pie, cutie patootie, like sludge of my heart. I don't want. No, I said that the gloves are off. Lily, you have no fucking place to be coming for anybody's personal appearance. I know that you take a lot of front-facing, like, bad lighting, flattering photos that make your skin look really dark and make your eyes look really big. But, Lily, you have no fucking room to be coming for anybody's appearance. Like, I don't know if I want to get into any specifics other than that, but, like, get out of here.
Listen, as a token bisexual in this conversation, I think that all people look beautiful, and that if you really emphasize the beauty of your soul, you yourself can look amazing no matter what you do. That said,
Yeah, but like
No,
people
no,
are only
that's
into
what I'm saying.
fantasies when they're hot. Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Plushie DX, is that like there are plenty of hot people that are awful. Like she's implying that like she's implying that actual assholes don't look like this, and it's like, yeah, they do. Assholes can look like anything, and often it's the assholes that look like this that are the most dangerous.
100%. There are so many jerks who are beautiful, and they know it, and they exploit it for their own personal end.
Here's the thing, though, is that Lily is... I think I know where she's going with this because I'm looking at the timestamp and I'm going to hit her with a fucking stick if she goes where I think she's going.
Go with what you're going.
Lily preys on insecure people, and often that doesn't turn out well for her. And then she vilifies them and she says that, oh well, she Darvos them and they were the asshole all along. And it's like, so yeah, of course, like a lot of the people that you think abused you are like not the most attractive people in the world, because you preyed on them because they're insecure about themselves. But anyway,
Well, that sounds shitty.
I think I know where she's going with this, and I'm going to hunt her down myself in Minecraft, not real life, because
Even though you're both in the same city.
yeah, I actually am I don't like confrontation, and if I ever ran into Lily in real life, I would not even... Well, she doesn't know what I look like. I would turn in the other direction and run away, even if I did hate her. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, but like...
Wait, Krim, how does she not know what you look like? You're like a little demon,
Yeah.
little demon guy. You have like horns and everything.
Yeah,
I've
I've got a very distinct appearance, yeah. Yep. Oh, she does bring up Courtney, you fucking bitch. Okay, I'm gonna continue playing the video.
Let's do it.
None. because in the movie, Christian Grey looks like evil Superman, whereas this kind of guy in real life looks like teenage Snape. People acted like it was going to slander the BDSM community
People like
or give
teenage
people
Snape.
false ideas about relationships, but the truth is, you're never going to find a man who is 6'5", rich, muscular, that handsome, who is also suffering crippling, life-destroying trauma that makes them that damaged. Because with the exception of the height, you can't be all those other things while life-destroying trauma is making it impossible for you to get out of bed. Also, abusive delusional women with a brother complex who may or may not have tasted human flesh don't look like this, they look like this. Nobody...
Oh God, you seeing your sister like eats human flesh? That's really screwed up, actually, Lily. Cream, you're very quiet right now.
Yeah, because I'm genuinely angry right now.
All right, go for it.
Because like, how fucking dare you?
Fucking seriously.
Listen, okay. That was a picture of Courtney, and
Yep.
the implication was that Courtney is unattractive.
You know what?
Lily, okay.
Maybe they had too much whiskey to pick up on that.
Yeah.
That's a good fucking point. I didn't even. That didn't click in my head when you said until you just said it just now.
It's so,
now I'm more pissed.
It's so easy to go after Courtney's appearance as somebody that's been through a lot, and also like Lily's very good at setting up a camera and taking a flattering picture of herself. In reality, okay. Ugh. I don't want anybody else to feel bad about their appearance. I have my own insecurities as well. But, like, Lily is not a very attractive person herself. Not conventionally, anyway. She has broad shoulders. Like, she's kind of husky. Like, she's kind of flat in the chest. Like, she's not got those conventional attributes that I would say makes an attractive woman.
I'm not going to comment on any of that personally, but go for
and,
it.
and like, there's nothing wrong with looking like that. And the fact that Lily is constantly like, make my skin look darker when she's like so pale that her skin has a blue cast to it when she's outside. Make my boobs look bigger when she's flat chested. Make me skinnier when she's very husky and broad. Like, she very clearly is insecure about her own physical appearance.
Which sucks, quite frankly. I think everyone should feel themselves physically, but you shouldn't take that out on other people.
Yeah,
like there's no acceptable point where that's like, oh, I'm gonna insult someone else's appearance. No, it's never okay. It's never cool.
And to do that about your, she's making it very hard to talk about the allegations, but to.
She loves doing that. She loves dancing around those allegations. Every fucking time.
What a disgusting human being. I don't think there's anything else to say about her other than, Lily, you're disgusting. You're the most despicable person that I have ever encountered in my entire life. You're awful. You're disgusting. You're despicable. Like,
like it's just a fucking dick behavior to do that to someone. It's like, how
dare you? Especially like considering
frankly.
like what you did to her allegedly. Like,
yeah, but even ignoring that, that's still awful to say to any.
It is, but it's just a whole other layer of just.
Yeah, that makes it worse.
Crimson, want to change your mind about the rehabilitation now? No, but like, I yeah,
it's just fucking cruel,
disgusting, and cruel and awful.
I think Lily wishes she was a high school.
Lily was a high school bully.
Well, I think she wishes she was still a high school bully.
Yeah.
fucking asshole.
All right, super chats. Tall, handsome, rich white men are never weird about women. Lily Orchard, 2024. Yeah. Paige Lado, another super chat. Thank you. Even if that wasn't her sister, what a hateful thing to say about anyone. You tacky asshole, Lily. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Aunt. Like, this is. Oh my god.
No, once you pointed out the obvious thing, my brain wasn't like,
Yeah.
because at this point in the night, my brain's like, things aren't clicking quite right.
Well,
Once you pointed it out, I'm like, oh fuck, it slid right into place, and I'm like,
yeah, I was like, well, she was like talking about how like not everybody who's an asshole like looks like most people who are assholes aren't attractive, and I looked at the timestamp and I knew what was happening in 30 seconds.
yeah, I think my brain just doesn't like it's weird. Like sometimes people
Because you're a good boy,
appearance.
Anthony.
It doesn't click for me. I'm like, what do you mean? I don't get it. And it's like you're insulting someone's appearance, and it just my brain doesn't function like that. And like I'll hear someone say that, and I'm like, I don't get what you're trying to say. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, it doesn't like the pieces don't slide into place in my head. I have to like, consciously think about it because it doesn't. I don't naturally think about people like negatively. Like, I think most people are just relatively nice looking in general. It's very hard for me to find someone I don't think is like beautiful in some way.
Yeah.
And usually it's because they're like an asshole. Like that affects the you know what I mean? Like,
I think the only reason that I'm even thinking about it is because I've been like that like I've drawn Lily how I think she looks, and people are like, oh well, she's really cute, and I'm like the drawing a bit of her, like that's very cute. You make you draw her cuter than she actually is. And I have seen like a lot of like pictures unflattering of her, like being like trying to prove to people like she's brown facing and stuff, and like really like kind of like looked into her appearance and like pointed out like hey, she is like, you know, like I thought about it a bit more, not because I really care what she looks like, because I didn't really think about it until she started being a fucking narcissist, but you know, and so I started to so I have like thought about her appearance quite a bit because of how I draw her and how people say I draw her in a more flattering light than I should. I've really thought, I think also being trans, I'm very aware about like physical insecurities and where what hers are and why she has them, and why she asks people to give her big boobs and a snatched waist and dark skin. Like I understand that part of it, so I think that's why I'm a little bit more aware.
No, I mean, I don't deal with dysphoria, but I've dealt with dysmorphia, which is very different. Like that's a whole other discussion right there. But you know, like you know, you being on camera, you being not you as in you specifically, more like myself, really, like myself really being on camera. Like you pick up on your own insecurities a lot, and like you see it confronted. I think that most people, you know, I always like to tell people when they're insecure their appearance, to say like, you know, you're looking at traits that like if you saw in someone else, you say are like beautiful, like, you know what I mean, like the traits that you yourself can't stand about yourself, you would see another person and find attractive. At least I think so anyway. And I think in general people just like are way more insecure of themselves than they are in. I think I like to believe people are more insecure in themselves than they are critical of others, and they're projecting their own insecurities onto others. Because in actuality, when they see other people with these features, they realize there is wrong with those features in general. The problem is Lily's using this to bully someone who she sees as an enemy, which is so high school bully-ish and so short and, quite frankly, asinine. And yeah, I get the idea that there is the element of dysmorphia to all of this, but also it's just a terrible, terrible thing to say about anyone. I don't know. It's just depressing.
If anybody, okay, on that note, if anybody wants to draw fan art of Courtney's avatar, and send it to me on Discord, or I think my Tumblr and a bunch of other stuff is linked on my video, I will get it to her. If people are interested in doing that, and I'll try to credit you as I can. It's kind of hard to track Courtney down these days because well, she's not a media personality for one thing. And YouTube doesn't have like a mailing feature. I've added her, like just done like the at Courtney, like, and like sent her things. But I know how to get in touch with her on Discord. So if people want to send me fan art of Courtney, I will get her that fan art. And I just think that, like, considering that Lily keeps coming after her appearance, that she should get more fan art. Anyway. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm just this just enraged me.
I hear you. Let's get this done with. I don't think I want to hear her voice much today.
Thinks damaged people are hot. You think hot damaged people are hot. This was the same onus on villain redemptions a long time back. For all the poetic waxing about empathy, that empathy was only ever extended to people they found attractive. And the discussion about if your tastes in media say anything about you is one of gradation. Having one really fucked up book in your book collection doesn't really say anything about you, but having 16 of the bastards definitely does. Conversely, nobody really gives a shit if you like Steven Universe. We certainly give a shit if your identity is so tied to Steven Universe, you're harassing Make-A-Wish children over it, or making entire mythologies about D-list critics ruining the reputation of a critically acclaimed series. I feel that Twitter has allowed this to become lost to misinformation, but this is what the term weeb originally means.
Okay.
Weeb is just like a replacement for the term otaku.
It's like a weeaboo. A guy, first a white person wants to be Japanese.
I mean, I think it's just at this point, it's just an anime fan.
Oh, now it is. Yeah, but the original meaning was because Lily's talking about the original meaning of
Yeah.
means. The original meaning was a white anime fan, usually, or Japanese enthusiast, wanted to be Japanese or pretended to be Japanese. Like, that's the real gist of it. Also, the idea of having 16 books that are messed up is inconsequential when you have thousands of books in one room, like I may currently have.
I mean, I gravitate towards a lot of dark stuff, but it's because I like dark things, because I honestly have experienced a lot of dark things and troubling things in my life, but dark fiction allows me to examine my feelings about that sort of thing without getting hurt.
The problem is Lily doesn't understand why people gravitate towards certain types of media, and they think that she thinks it's only one motivation you have, that you want to be edgy and offensive, and not like that the media itself is good.
All right, so Sweezbees, thank you for the super chat. If you're reading this and you're not judgmental, you're hot. Don't let anyone make you feel like Lily does. Have a nice day / night. Also, you don't need to be hot to be worthy as a human being. Like, that's like I support body positivity and like saying everybody's beautiful in their own way, but like, also you don't need to be beautiful. You can just be you, and you have so much to offer the world outside of that. And the fact that, like, Lily is reducing someone that's been through a lot of shit down to her physical appearance to be made a spectacle of on the internet is disgusting.
Also, you're probably hot too. Just in general.
Yeah,
but I'm also
probably hot
bisexual, so I'm bisexual, so I'm unfortunately very biased. I'm kind of screwed in life. You know? Like 80% of people are attracted to me. Bad.
All right, I'm gonna press play.
Here we go. Let's go from there.
Some people are under the impression weeb refers to anyone who likes anime, and no, it doesn't. Weebs just told everyone that. Weeb refers to someone who eats, breathes, and shits anime. Someone who thinks you can use anime, a product of late-stage capitalism, as a Rosetta Stone for Japan and Japanese culture. Someone who fetishizes an imaginary version of Japan as this magical place where capitalism is good and women are the ultimate trad wives.
Okay, that may not be...
Okay.
I mean, actually, she has a slight point there.
No, but she's coming against a criticism that Sai often gives her. and a lot of anime fans often give her, is that Lily reads anime through a Western lens and therefore misses the context and the point of it. You're putting the cart before the horse. We're not saying it's a Rosetta Stone. It's that you need to take in the Japanese perspective to understand anime. She's getting it backwards.
That's also true. Yeah. I think I'm also coming at this from the perspective of dealing with like the white nationalist weebs, where I'm like, they're clearly fetishizing Japan as like a white which is bizarre because it's not a white. Most of Japan is not white.
That's
like
also
97% is Japanese. So it's like it's the fetishization of it. I think
that's absolutely a fair. That's a fair like comment for you to make, Anthony. But that's not the people that she is talking about, and that's not the people that criticize Lily.
That's also very true. I don't think they give a shit about Lily.
With the
those people I'm thinking of.
With the context of Lily's critics, like that's not what she's talking about. She's like, people like Sire, like, hey, like maybe look at Utena from the perspective of someone from Japan, and it's a little bit different. And also, if you watch the sub, you're going to get a different interpretation. Also, like bathing together in Japan is perfectly normal, and like
100%.
And
it's
like
a thing they do all the time.
You need to take that into consideration when you're watching anime, because oh god, why is there so many like why are Kaoru and like Shinji taking a bath together? They're 14. That's so like it's so sexualized. It's like no. No, it's not. Not that she's ever talked about Ava, but like
she could never her brain would explode if she talked about Ava. Another example would be Sailor Moon. There's a scene in the last episode of Sailor Moon where Usagi is completely naked. It's not a sexual
purity. It represents
exactly, because nudity in Japan is often seen as shorthand purity of the soul. That's something that would be lost on Lily because she would never think outside of her own personal narrow perspective of what media is and isn't, but it's a mess.
The audio stopped on your end. I'm not playing the video. Hello? Uh-oh. No! Did it crash again?
It's buffering, I think.
Okay, come on, baby. Where's my tools? It's not...
We're back.
We're back? Okay, we are so back, babes. Whoopsie. Okay, let's finish this fucking video. God damn it.
Yeah.
Someone who will say it's just a drawing in regards to child pornography, but then flip the hell out if you make a character black. I can keep listing examples until this video breaches the duration limit. Weebs are probably patient zero for someone who only consumes one kind of media and who has written entire dissertations on why actually doing this is deeply cultured and I'm a better class of person for engaging with foreign media. But they don't really engage with foreign media. They exclusively engage with a very tiny portion of a tiny portion of a tiny portion of foreign media. That is made...
Pacific Media? Pacific
My
Media.
favorite Pacific Media is Black Sheep.
Honestly, that is a great movie, and I wish more people watched it.
But I know that's not what she meant. She meant Asian.
No, she went south. She went southeast.
Yeah.
Because I don't think she's counting Bollywood in that discussion.
No.
Exclusively to appeal to their very rigid and often deeply racist and deeply misogynistic tastes. Hell, they're the reason their favorite hobby has such a bad reputation in North America, because the channels to find anime are often controlled or dominated by them, which means that if you wanted to find something enjoyable, then good fucking luck. People lie.
Lily,
they lie about their taste.
Lily. Crunchyroll is the biggest distributor of anime in America, right? Can we agree on that? Crunchyroll? Big distributor. Crunchyroll is owned by Sony. Sony is a Japanese company. Almost all of the mainstream avenues for anime in America are owned by Japanese corporations in some capacity. If they are not owned by Japanese corporations, they are owned by companies who are part of the co-financing of anime specifically. A lot of the anime committees involve the dubbing communities now, as they have an in-house early license deal to the production of companies, of anime productions. So the main distribution of anime is still Japan. Japan is still involved in the distribution of Western anime. Lily does not know what the fuck she's talking about again.
All right, Bachi, thank you for the super chat. My college professor literally asked me what I wanted to do when I wanted to do a paper on anime, that I needed to be specific because anime can be between children's stories and porn. Yeah. I mean, it's also more easier now than it ever was to watch anime. One of my favorite recent anime that's come out, two of them actually. I like the manga for one of them better than... Anyway, Promare. Oh, I fucking love that movie. And Chainsaw Man, though I enjoy the manga a lot better because the art style is better, and I find that the anime defangs Fujimoto's work a little bit. But like, you know, like, even then, like, both of those...
Imagine her watching Freyren.
Oh god. And also the people, the anime that gets you called things like a weeb and derided are the real weird niche ones that aren't controlled or even get dubs for, like, those are the ones that people make fun of you for liking.
I don't know about that. There's a few, like, Redo of Healer had a...
I always forget the name, of the thing that I really like that is really weird. Really
Interspecies
weird.
Reviewer?
No.
Krim, are you admitting you're an Interspecies Reviewer fan?
Jingai-san no Yome. It translates to basically monster wife.
That sounds fun.
Oh, it is. It's so silly.
I think Lily should watch Plus Sized Elf next. I think Lily would really love the Plus Sized Elf anime that's coming out this month.
This is frick. Jingai-san no Yome. Here it is. It's so silly.
Wait a second. I think I've watched this show. I've seen clips of it.
Yeah. It's very silly.
It looks silly.
Yeah. It's got such a weird concept where, like, monsters will come and buy human wives.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, like, totally non-sexual at all. Like, it's just very silly.
Apparently, chat is angry at me for recommending either Interspecies Review or Plus Sized Elf. I'm not sure which one you're angry at me specifically, chat, for, but be angry at me for both.
Oh, thank you for the super chat, Sai. Anime is so mainstream now. Lily thinks it's still 2009. Yeah.
Cannon Busters. I just saw someone in chat reference Cannon Busters. I wrote a review for Cannon Busters that's on Rotten Tomatoes as a professional critic review.
Wow.
And you can look it up. I have always championed Cannon Busters from the very moment it came out. Just saying. Cannon Busters is great. Love that Trigun nonsense. It's fantastic.
Yes. Okay, we need to keep watching this video.
Yeah, we gotta finish this up. My spouse
They
is
lie
sending me
about the
messages.
extent to which they thought about their own case, and they aren't really trying to convince you with any of these arguments. They're trying to convince themselves. And the point I'm trying to make is that you don't actually need to do that because nobody really gives a shit, and that dissertation is going to raise way more red flags. People are a lot more easygoing when you don't proselytize. I've ripped the fuck out of weebs on this channel, and my wife and two of my friends are huge fans of anime. I've made jokes at the expense of furries who insist they're part of some transgressive movement. Two of my friends are furries. I was utterly ruthless to the coffin of Andy and Lele, and one of my friends thinks it's peak fiction.
That's you, Lily.
Yeah, that's her alt, right? I've seen the leaked when she accidentally exposed herself as this character.
This is literally just Lily. She's just talking to herself. She's done this with her Terra Kali alt.
She's so
she's been doing this since she got on the internet. Lily, we can see through it every single fucking time.
She's so transparent.
Yeah, if you go back into Noob Lord's history, she doesn't do anything until she starts interacting with Lily. Like, it's very obviously a Lily alt. Like, even without the... Like, and I started suspecting this before she accidentally flashed on screen that it is actually her. Noob Lord has been in her chat, but I think she has someone logging into the account to cover her for her. Actually, so Britt has gone on the record saying that Lily used to log in as Tara and herself at the same time, and would pretend to be talking to her as both of them. So, like, again, she's been doing this for a long time. If you don't think that she can sneakily type as Noob Lord in the chat while she's streaming, like, it's not that hard. All she would have to do is, like, get out her phone, like what she's done before, like, you know, like, it's not that shocking that she's done this, like.
No, not in the least.
Anyway,
let's finish this up so we can have.
And they keep making this shit the utterly adorable son of a bitch.
Lily is really, really, really self-congratulating herself with.
What is this fucking graphic?
Yeah, I didn't even bother reading what anything said, but
Like,
the more I'm
what
looking at
is,
it, the word,
like,
the more cursed it gets.
literally, it's like the fucking, like, transgender lesbian version of a PragerU graphic. Like, she keeps making these fucking graphics. What does this mean? I'm taking a screenshot of it, and I'm...
I think this implies that Lily Orchard secretly, given the fact that it's a pentagram of transness with plushies in the center that never specifies what kind of plushies are being used for her eldritch rituals.
What does this graphic mean?
Well, clearly she's summoning
Ah.
Azazel from the pits of hell.
What?
And no, that's not a Jewish story. It's a satanic pentagram.
Yeah, she's appropriating my culture, actually.
Yeah, you should feel offended, Krim, because you, as a demon, are being robbed.
Where do people from Canada claim they're totally real girlfriends from? From the States, like Lily did.
Yet now I'm looking at this closer. Amateur poet, temporarily died at least one. Excellent cook. Lily, you think you're an excellent cook? I will be the judge of that.
Are we trying to say that Andrew fucking Graves is canonically transgender? Fucking cope and seethe, you fucking weirdos.
Abusive sisters. God.
Like
You.
spiders. Amateur poet. Oh, is she trying to say that she's an excellent cook? Girl, you can barely fucking stand the taste of fish. You think that you're doing something because you, like, started making
Wait,
a little...
I'm sorry. What?
Lily says that
She doesn't like fish?
She does... No, she hates fish.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and she's from Nova Scotia, which basically means she should be burned at the stake.
Yeah, you guys... I mean, I don't know much about, like, Canadian cuisine, but, like, you're surrounded by, like, salmon.
Nova
You
Scotia...
have salmon all over you.
Nova Scotia is, like, one of the seafood capitals of the fucking world. So...
Yeah. I would love it there. I love cooking seafood.
Oh, actually, we actually know about this. She's just butthurt that Courtney would never invite her out to have sushi with her mom when they were teenagers. So that's where that comes from.
I see.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it's really funny that she thinks she's an excellent cook, when she has such a shitty palate.
I see. Lily, here's the only reasonable response to this. Invite me to Nova Scotia, and we will stream it, and I will cook better seafood than you do. I think that we should really have a cook-off, Lily, and you should prove to me you're a better cook through practical output. That is my challenge.
I would not eat Lily's cooking if you fucking paid me for it. Sorry.
I will brave the storm if it meant proving I was a better cook.
Alright, I think the pentagram is drawing comparisons to certain characters with another, but, like, she's using herself as a character, but also she's, like, trans Andrew and also canon Andrew, or maybe that's Noob Lord, or... I don't understand.
Well, I think it means that she's not real. Anyway,
MMO, RPG, gamer girl, and archery. Girl, you're not a gamer girl. You do not play enough video games to be a gamer girl. You play like fucking. Anyway, I'm sorry. Anyway, pressing play.
It's not the stuff you like that makes people dislike you. You are the reason people dislike you.
Yeah, Lily, like you.
Game of Thrones
Oh my
may as well be
goodness.
called the Incest and Dragon Show, and people en masse loved it. And they still love it. Flowers in the Attic is a classic, and there was such a demand for the sequels that the author had to hire a ghostwriter to keep up with it. But most people still don't like pro shippers because they won't get off their cracked, broken soapbox and leave everyone else alone. Weebs, the world loves anime, and it's always loved anime. It just doesn't like you. Nobody likes
stop a
you.
second. As someone who's just covered neuralities, is Lily Orchard?
I think is Lily coming for neuralities or
Is she like? I think she's like using neuralities as support, but like neuralities arguments. Listen. Regardless of what your opinions on neuralities arguments specifics are, her arguments were way better formed than Lily Orchard's ever could be. Like, say what you will about her specifics, neuralities had a point she wanted to make. Lily does not. Lily is just throwing shade at every critic she's ever had. Neuralities was like, no, I don't like this one thing, and maybe you didn't phrase the argument the best, or she might have oversimplified the discussion. But like neuralities, I will go to bat for neuralities in this one. She wanted to make an argument. I did a whole thing on her just recently, and like, even if I disagree with what she said on the specifics sides of things, I respect that she was trying to say something that was like very focused, very refined, not well supported, but you could still figure the gist of what she was trying to say. Lily is just batting for herself, and I have much less respect for that.
yeah.
Tries to hit for the fences but fails. I'd rather than someone who just wants to beat off their critics.
Yeah, she still hasn't really said much in this entire video, has she?
Nothing whatsoever.
She's just
She
been
has
a
not
fucking
mentioned.
creep.
She's only talked about media for kids.
Yeah.
Like when I think of dark media, we've mentioned like hundreds of dark pieces of dark media over the course of this video that Lily hasn't even considered is an option for her.
Yeah.
Not once has she ever mentioned Clive Barker, and for that alone, I have to throw tomatoes at her.
Tomatoes
Or
in
beat her in a
chat.
cook-off.
Tomatoes
Or beat her in a
chat.
cook-off.
Yeah, do both.
Like neurality's points were fairly like she doesn't like fucking lowly dragons.
I mean,
That's not that controversial. I mean, it shouldn't be that controversial, but some weebs were pissy about it. But like, at the end of the day, what Nevrati's worst takes are like, she doesn't like lowly dragons. She didn't get ReZero, and that's about it. Like, she wasn't a jerk to people. She was just trying to.
I mean, like,
She was saying her own thoughts.
As far as stuff like the fucking lolly dragon crap, and like, there was another one where like the joke was that the character had huge, humongous boobs, and like,
that does narrow it down.
like she had like short gray hair and then huge boobs, and then like she was a tomboy with like huge boobs, and that was like the whole. Draw.
Oh yeah, that one, the annoying girl.
Yeah, and like both Dragon Maid and that whatever it was have just like nobody cares about anymore.
Yeah, no.
Like
Dragon Maid, I think people have more empathy, but like the other one, no way.
I mean,
Nozuki, whatever.
I just think that like given enough time, the cream sinks to the top, or the cream rises to the top. Like, we're not gonna care about the fucking Dragon Maid anime in like another 5 or 10 years.
I may disagree with you on that one. People are still talking about Dragon Maid 10 years after it came out.
Yeah, but like 10 years isn't really that long ago. Like, I'm saying like
I mean,
you look at like
how many shows come out a year? It's a lot.
Okay, like look at like Evangelion and like,
no comparison. No, yeah.
And like Cowboy Bebop, and like those shows have withstood the test of time, and it's been like 30 years. And like and like I think that Uzaki-chan is
that was it, Uzaki-chan.
I don't think it is secretly good. I haven't heard anything good about it, and it's kind of like, yeah.
Like people still talking about Ouran Host Club 20 years after it came out,
Yeah, exactly. And like,
or Rama One Half.
yeah, and like, the thing is that regardless, like, the good stuff is going to be celebrated, the bad stuff isn't. Like, if most
I was
of
talking
the
about Lane before.
yeah, yeah, Lane also very good, but like, crap, like, if crap is really bad and like doesn't have anything to offer, nobody's gonna care about it. And like, I don't know much about Dragon Maid, but like, again, if people like it, then like it's gonna stick around, and if people don't like it, it's not going to stick around. So like, I think the evidence of if something is good or not is if it has sticking power. Like, I don't really hear anybody talk about Sword Art Online anymore.
Yeah, no, because Sword Art Online was immediately supplanted by like all the better isekai that comes out later.
But like,
when people talk about Konosuba or ReZero because they're decent shows.
or like, Dot Hack, which came out long before Sword Art Online and has a
100%.
similar premise, is still spoken about, even though like you would think it would have gotten supplanted by Sword Art Online if Sword Art Online was any good, but it didn't, and Dot Hack is still here. So
I'll give this an example too. Magic Knight Rareath was just announced they're going to make a remake to it,
yeah,
and people were hyped. Also, Crimson, I know your favorite. An announcement came out just today about your favorite anime of all time, one that has had staying power. Like, I know you love this. Listen, Crim. You told me so many times in private how much you love the show. You said I love me so much. It's my all-time. I know. Listen, you don't have to deny it.
yeah.
I understand. Don't worry. It's coming back.
Oh,
They're making more of it. Despite Rooster Teeth closing, you're going to get more Ruby for the next 10 years. People are so hyped.
I'm so excited.
I know. Don't thank me for telling me. I understand.
Such good news.
Listen, your enthusiasm knows no. I know. You're holding back now.
I can
Let it sink in. Celebrate later.
Alright, let's finish this stupid fucking video. We're almost done.
Yeah, seriously.
You and wholesome, uplifting shows like My Little Pony, Steven Universe, or Smiling Friends are among the most popular shows on the air.
Smiling
It's
Friends
just that
mentioned.
Nobody likes the kind of person
Love
who
it.
makes these shows their entire personality because you keep harassing Make-A-Wish children and trans women. So when you're stuck in an argument with someone about how your taste in media makes you a more well-adjusted person, just remember, you're not.
Oh, she is shipping. Listen, she is shipping you inside. Wait a second. When did My Neighbor Totoro show up?
Shit, that wasn't. It looks like My Neighbor Totoro, but this is not My Neighbor Totoro. It's
No, that's the one
High Guardian
Crunchyroll
Spice.
High Guardian Spice show. But in the credits it says Totoro was in it.
Was it? Oh yes, it was very briefly in it, like towards the beginning.
Oh, okay.
It was just.
Oh, okay.
It
I
was
must have
just
gotten-
what's her name sitting on top of Totoro.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah, what was the point of that whole video?
It was to
Why
say.
was Smiling Friends in the?
It was to make you feel bad for liking things. So
But,
I
like-
made a little graphic. Let's try to stay on topic, or I'm gonna my brain is gonna explode.
No, 100%.
Thank you for the super chat, Adrian. Smiling Friends is wholesome. I'm sure it is. I haven't watched it yet. It's
Except
on my
when the
list.
Nostalgia Critic shows up.
What?
Yeah, Nostalgia Critic has a cameo. Smiling Friends. Like actually, like just him. Like not like an animated voiceover role. It's just him on screen.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's so funny.
No, I mean dead serious. He just shows up. I'm like, okay, what the fuck is this?
Alright, for some reason my little source disappeared. Oh, here we go. Circle of Growth and Learning. I made this little graphic earlier and I had it all. I want to do that. Circle of Growth and Learning. Here we go. So I made this little, and I'm still not grabbing the right thing. Come here, you little shit.
What the fuck are we talking about?
No, I made it a graphic and I called it the Circle of Growth and Learning.
My brain is short circuiting at this
is.
point. I think I've been exposed too much to the orchard to function.
Here it is. Here's the
Oh,
thing.
that's right. This
Yeah.
thing.
This thing. So, I work in recreational therapy, and I think that this is relevant. At the moment, I work at a summer camp. Um, so, this is kind of what I'm calling the circle of growth and learning. Most people will stay in this little purple section right here, this safe and comfortable section. You can't see my mouse moving. I'm stroking the purple section. But they'll stay in there where they're safe and comfortable, right? This is where Lily lives, and she never puts her little toes outside of that little purple space, which is not good. To grow as a person, you need to be uncomfortable. You need to let yourself feel discomfort. So you get into this sort of uncomfortable circle, but that's also where you learn. That's also where you grow. Outside of that, if you go a bit too far, you'll be in the overwhelmed and unsafe zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like if you go from like this lilac area and you jump right into the red area, it's usually not good. The results are usually not so good. You can get triggered. You can get overwhelmed. You can be lied to. You can fall for propaganda. So the cool thing about going from this nice soft lavender area and putting your little toe into this little hot pink area is that this soft lavender area grows. It gets bigger. And so does this little pink area. It also grows and it gets bigger. So that like every time you challenge yourself, your world gets larger. The things that you can handle get bigger, and like, you know what I mean? Like it kind of like starts to expand. Whereas like something that like maybe a year ago made you feel overwhelmed and unsafe, is now something that only makes you a little bit comfortable, and now you can handle it.
Exactly.
I have like an allegory in it to kind of compare this to. Yeah, basically what exposure therapy is. In recreational therapy specifically, at the camp that I work at, we have these two events, and I don't, because I think that we're the only camp that calls it the specific thing we call it, so I don't know if I want to like out myself like that. But basically, earlier on in the week, we do like an obstacle course exercise where we're teaching the kids that we work with how to do things like spot their teammates, where we have them walk across a balance beam that's like 8 inches off the ground while there's two people side by side, like balancing them, and where they're practicing communicating. They do trust falls. And they're learning to communicate, and they're learning to like experience that sort of aspect of putting your trust in other people while you're doing a fairly low risk activity. Then towards the end of the week, they go on a challenge course. And depending on the age, it's different, but one of the big ones is climbing up a rock wall and then belaying down the rock wall. And the rock wall that we have on our site is, I think, 90 feet tall, so it's quite large. But if we had done that with them first, they might be extremely uncomfortable. They don't know if they can trust the kids on their team. They might never have communicated with anybody like that before. But that's why we do the like low risk obstacle course before we do the high risk challenge course. You know?
Makes sense to me.
So I think that's a really good allegory for what I'm talking about here. And if you have anything to comment on, I have another thing to kind of reference regarding this, but like I would love to hear anything you have to say on this topic.
What do I have to say about this topic? Well, I'd say this right here. Lily has never experienced anything outside of the tiny amount of stuff that she found comfortable when she was 7 years.
You're going even lower than I did.
Oh God, no! I'm not. Lily Orchard does not like to feel uncomfortable. If she did, she would engage with me. That is not aimed for a 7-year-old, and I'm counting Has Been Hotel under that umbrella, because like we discussed before, it's about what is the themes of these things, or which she's gravitating towards. She's not gravitating towards media that makes unpleasant, uncomfortable statements, because she's boiling down complex media to simple terms that you can comprehend, even if it's not reflective of the media itself. She's never engaged works like the works of William Shakespeare, for example, even though it deals with the same general themes that she does like engages with. The reason for this is that would require engaging with makes her overwhelmed and feel unsafe. But typically, you're supposed to build up to that kind of stuff.
Yep.
I can't imagine her ever experiencing any, even young adult novels. The idea of Lily Orchard reading the works of Leigh Bardugo herself is a pretty mainstream fantasy writer, young adults and adults. The idea of Lily Orchard ever engaging with Leigh Bardugo's work would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because that alone is more nuanced and complex than a lot of the works that she engages with. And that's not particularly extremely complex itself.
I doubt
it's really good, but
I doubt she could handle Neil Gaiman, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, Neil Gaiman,
sorry.
His works are... No, it's all good. His works are complex, too. And I'm not even getting into what's going on with him right. But, like, his works are fairly complex.
I don't think
depending.
she could even handle Coraline, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Coraline would probably be a little too much for her. But she did watch Princess Mononoke, which he wrote help with the translations of. So.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, he rewrote some of the scripts for that. It's pretty cool stuff. But like, I'm not going into the whole Neil Gaiman story because that's a whole mess of Boris Johnson sisters nonsense. But, that right there, American Gods, extremely complex work. You look at Grant Morrison. I see the chat's mentioning Grant Morrison would blow her mind.
Don't like Grant Morrison, but
well, I mean that's fair. I mean, but you read their work. That's the difference.
Work, yeah,
you read their work. That's the big difference there. And in Psy, yes, Lily Orchard did watch Princess Mononoke. Unfortunately, I'm well aware in her story-based video she mentions Princess Mononoke. And fails to understand any of the themes with Princess Mononoke. And I'm not going to get into the whole Neil story right now. It's a whole mess of stupidity.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't really care what's going on with him right now. I'm just, like, as an author, as a creator, he's got a lot of shit to say.
Oh, well, the whole thing with chat's mentioning, so I might as well bring it up real quick. There's a lot of, basically, people have taken stories out of context, and the tabloids have run with it, and it's not basically, I don't want to get into it right now, but
I don't think it's grooming allegations or anything like that.
Well, the initial story was sexual assault. But then what happened was an article came forward that there was sexual assault allegation, but then they also releasing a podcast. The podcast, though, had texts from the quote-unquote victims, and none of the victims said it was assault. So, like, no one's actually saying anyone assaulted anyone. But the texts involve BDSM, and they kind of misconstrued BDSM for dubious consent.
Yeah.
But also there's an age gap. So that's the other discussion. Like, is a relationship between a man in their 40s and a fan in their 20s, there's a power dynamic there. So it's messy. It's like messy human relationship stuff, which is a very different concept.
Yeah.
But the tabloids making it sound like it was like assault, which is not what anyone involved said it was. So it's like, apparently everything was consensual, so I don't care. Like, if all parties are consenting, I'm like, it's not my business, so I don't want to get involved.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I guess one of the points that I would like to make also is that, like, Lily has gone on the record for having a lot of contempt of the classics.
Oh, God, yeah.
Like, she can't stand them. She thinks she's boring. She doesn't know why she was asked to read The Great Gatsby and other such books in high school. And the reason for that, Lily, is so that you don't end up like someone like you.
100%.
Because, like, no, it's not like inherent. It's not inherent that you like fucking read The Great Gatsby. Like if you, I haven't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never read The Great Gatsby, but I have read a lot of other classics.
I've read Great Gatsby a few times. It's a great book, but it's not the only book.
She called 1984 a paranoid book by hacks. Oh my fucking god.
Wait, what the fuck? She called a book written by a man dying of tuberculosis about the terrors of Stalinism that were happening in front of George Orwell's face at that moment. A hack book.
Wow. That's incredible. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a book that I read that I feel like really armed me for darker, weirder stuff as I got older. And I honestly, Animal Farm and like 1984 are probably part of it. I've also read Moby Dick. I've read
Fantastic book too. One of my favorite books of all time is people don't realize this. One of my all-time favorite novels is Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. I think it's one of the most beautiful books I've ever read. And what's beautiful about it is it's a human story, yes, but it's also a neoclassical story.
Mm-hmm.
It's a story about people functioning in a society where you needed to be married to have financial stability. So there is the love story, but there's also the financial, economic undercurrent to everything, where you're kind of like, find someone you want to marry. And if you don't, we're going to go bankrupt tomorrow. You know, that kind of...
Oh, so we're getting some really good comments. The Giver, also very good,
Giver's
very dark.
great.
Allison,
Wouldn't say it's modern. Wouldn't say it's classically
it's
great modern young adult novel. I think it's incredible.
Lois Lowry does have that. She does have that something to her writing, though. I think
It's like a literary edge. I agree.
Yeah.
Handmaid's Tale,
very
modern
good.
Classic.
Yeah, but like you could
Good.
take a very transphobic reading from Handmaid's Tale.
You could certainly, and many have.
Yeah, and many have, but it's because that they don't have that media literacy, you know.
Because the gender essentialists forcing messages onto that.
Yeah.
Slaughterhouse-5, another masterpiece. I think Slaughterhouse-5 is incredible. But that one. The Odyssey, great work. Frankenstein, great work.
But reading those things and practicing, like, analyzing them allows you to do that for more difficult works in the future.
I just saw someone in chat, I'm sorry, mention Earthsea, and that is my all-time favorite. I love Earthsea. I have the massive volume of the Earthsea, and it's not a quartet, it's 6 books. I have it in my room right now. I filmed, it's in every video I've ever filmed. You can see Earthsea in my videos, every single one. It's on my bookshelf very prominently. I adore it.
As somebody that is
deeply.
Somebody brought up Frankenstein, and Gothic
Love Frankenstein.
Gothic literature. I wonder how that's related to something that we've been talking about today.
I've made a whole video about Frankenstein.
Go
a whole
watch.
video, like a 10th of it is like about Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Or 5th of it, really.
Go watch it. Go watch Anthony's video about horror and why gay people love them.
It's so good, and you realize how gay Frankenstein is.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
I mean, Mary Shelley was bisexual. James Whale, who was the director of the Universal Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein, was a gay man. And those themes are overtly throughout the works. They're fantastic. I'm seeing Discworld in here, which is also
not a classic, but very good.
Lord of the Flies. Masterpiece.
I also
Graceling. Ooh, Graceling love. I didn't expect to see that. That's a good series. I like Graceling.
I was gonna Oscar
I like Fire
Wilde.
more though, but
Oscar Wilde, like especially Picture of Dorian Gray. Like that's again like Frankenstein, Picture of Dorian Gray are about like these awful things happening to the main character and the main character doing these awful things, but like you're still expected to sympathize with them and like pull meaning from that. And if you
and repression too, sexual repression, especially with and it add Jekyll and Hyde to that.
Yeah.
Of Gothic stories that are like heavily about sexual repression, aggression repression.
Yeah. And then like the freedom that the characters often experience come at the expense of enacting violence upon others. Oh, Watership Down mention. I love Watership Down.
Masterpiece. One book I'm not seeing mentioned, which all-time favorites, are the works of Victor Hugo.
Yes.
Les Miserables, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, The Man Who Laughs. These are works that are just brilliant, brilliant pieces of fiction.
Oh,
Like Hunchback, it's fascinating because people think it's about racism or it's about religious tyranny, but it's actually about architectural preservation.
mm-hmm.
The whole book exists because Victor Hugo wanted to preserve the monuments of the past, and it was meant to mythologize Notre Dame, which was at that point a very rundown cathedral, to preserve it, to preserve the history. And it just happened to be a great story with all these extra themes mixed in.
Well, I
that
guess
people have like
you could,
resonated with years later.
I mean, you could definitely if you take it with that context, read characters like the judge in a far different lens, I suppose.
Well, in the book, Frollo is an archdeacon.
Yeah.
So he's like ingrained in like the What's actually really wild is a lot of it. I can talk about Victor Hugo's work for years, but like, what's interesting is that in the novel Hunchback of Notre Dame, the character of Claude Frollo, he has a brother who's like this kind of gambler who's like just like wastes his money, and like he's actually humanized quite a bit in the book that you don't see in the films too often. Like he gives his brother money because his brother is like he just wastes all his cash and he wants to make sure his brother isn't unsafe. He genuinely thinks he's like a good parental figure to Quasimodo. But he's also commits worse crimes in most of his other versions. It's fascinating, this like real human tragedy, because I think Hugo writes villains so incredibly because between Frollo and Hunchback of Notre Dame and Javert in Les Mis, these are antagonists who view themselves as moral absolutionists, who their perspectives on morality, they are right, they are always right, anything that's outside their parameters is wrong. And it's so interesting seeing that black and white morality applied to a world of gray, especially when they always contrast them with like the real self-centered villainous characters like Phoebus in Hunchback of Notre Dame and the one, what's their names in Les Mis? They're like the sleazy.
Yeah,
they raised Cosette for a little bit,
and then like Cellar or whatever. Yeah, I know who you're talking
about.
Yeah,
like they're very selfish. Like they're like in Les Mis, they're shown like reading dead bodies for like the fillings in their teeth to sell them. Like they're bottom feeders. They're the worst. But their immorality is contrasted with the toxic morality of the real villains, which I think is really interesting. Anyway, I could talk about Victor Hugo's works for like eons. Yeah. I find it very powerful and fascinating.
But like, if the point is that if you are able to
the ideas, there we go. Thank you, Chat.
if you consume this sort of media early on, if you analyze it, then it arms you. That's why media analysis and media criticism and like media literacy are so important, is because it gives you tools to then watch all these uncomfortable, like contentious, like difficult pieces of art and get something from it without getting hurt by it. You know what I mean? I think 100%. I think that if The Coffin of Andy and Lele is the perfect. I mean, like it's not like the next classic, but it's a lot harder to watch that if you've never read a piece of gothic media or like a piece of dark fiction or horror before. And you're going to come out of it with the wrong reading of it. Even if it didn't like fuck you up, it's still, you're not going to come out of it with the correct reading because you don't know how to analyze something that difficult. And it is difficult in a lot of ways, in my opinion. Or what's another dark shit that she talked about that like
there's tons of dark media she's talked about that doesn't make any sense with her.
Like the fact that like she finds the Owl House to be an example of dark media,
That speaks volumes.
Yeah, it speaks volumes.
And the problem is, sorry,
Excuse you.
I'm trying to doze a little bit here. The problem is that her perspective of what counts as dark media is just dark visually.
Yeah.
Like someone dying, cannibalism isn't inherently a dark idea. It's just an element. We have cannibalism in the Grimm's fairy tales, and people think that's appropriate to read to your children. What makes it dark is, the themes behind it, the humanity behind it, the human horror. You look at the works of Clive Barker, right?
Yeah.
Let's use Hellraiser as an example. What's the core conflict of Hellraiser?
Well,
It's not demons. It's a woman is in an unsatisfying marriage and wants to make love with her husband's brother.
Yeah.
So what's getting in the way? He happened to have been carved up by demons. That's the caveat.
I think that like a good maybe sort of like if you're going into that lavender, stepping into that pink before you go into Hellraiser 2 feet first, Labyrinth. That's like
great story.
It's kind of like tackling similar themes. Not
I
quite
wouldn't
to
say
that,
so, but
not to
yeah,
that
why not?
level, but it's like talking about like a lot of like repression and like how as a young teenager you might conceptualize that in your head without really, you're not dealing with anything particularly gross yet. Like it's nothing that's that uncomfortable. It's just maybe the idea of I kind of blathering a little bit, I think, but like,
No,
do you kind of get where I'm trying to go with that? Where it's like this repressed teenage girl is kind of like wanting some freedom away from her brother, and like imagines up this hot goblin king and who kidnaps her and takes her away, and like that's like baby's first. I don't know. I feel
100%.
like yeah,
I think
Labyrinth is baby's first monster boyfriend. Yeah, and then
really.
like Hellraiser is like walking in that direction, but a million miles away. You know what I mean?
You know, what would be a better first step than that?
Yeah.
Shape of Water.
Yes.
I think Guillermo del Toro's work is a great
I feel like
discomfort middle ground for that.
yeah, I think that yeah, like the Shape of Water is kind of like one of the dots connecting those two pieces of media.
Do you ever see the movie Devil's Backbone? It's one of Guillermo del Toro.
No, but I saw his. I saw Pan's Labyrinth, and I've seen a few of his other. Oh God, Pan's Labyrinth is a hard one to watch. Oh my God,
That's a great movie. Well,
It's
actually,
good,
Devil's
but it's-
Backbone is actually canon with Pan's Labyrinth.
Ooh, interesting.
A couple of the soldiers in that are characters who appear in Devil's Backbone first, and he made the Devil's Backbone a few years earlier. It's a movie that takes place during the Spanish Civil War, and it takes place in an orphanage. And these kids, they're in the orphanage, and they believe that they're seeing a ghost at this orphanage, and it opens up this whole mystery, like why is the ghost here? What's going on? The idea. And it's a great story about children confronting the unknown, like. But it's also an adult horror story. Like it's a very mature, very like what Guillermo del Toro does so well, which I adore about his work, is that he understands how a child reacts to fear.
Yep.
And he contrasts that with the adult fears.
Yep.
Like his films are oftentimes multi-viewpoint character, and you always contrast. And it's in Pan's Labyrinth too, which I think is I would argue Pan's Labyrinth is like a movie. Like I can't criticize it.
It
Like,
kind of.
I just. I'm sure if I could. What? Sorry.
I was gonna say it kind of does that like difference between how a child processes fear versus how an adult processes
100%.
fear. And oh my God, there is so many things like there's some ugly stuff in there. It's a
The
hard.
scene where he with a guy with a father
It's difficult.
bashes that man's face in with metal.
Yeah.
Like that's hard to sit through.
It's a difficult book to read. The movie's kind of a little bit easier, but the book is a hard read, and I would.
Is a book for Pan's Labyrinth?
No. I'm talking about It by Stephen King as well. But the face getting dashed in with the bottle was also very hard to watch. Like,
Oh God,
I'm
yeah.
saying I'm using
Yeah.
it as an example of like a work that explores the difference of how children
Mm,
kind of like tackle fear versus how adults tackle fear, where the kids can like, oh, like, well, I just now imagine that like this thing can like defeat the monster in the closet, and it does, and it
mhm.
works. Whereas like an adult has such a rational mind that it can't comfort itself in the way that a children's mind can,
Agreed.
you know.
And you know what's funny too? The opening scene of the book, and the second movie they have the scene too, is the infamous attack where Pennywise kills the homosexual couple
Mm-hmm.
who's like hate crimed. When that movie came out, it chapter two, I remember there being a massive amount of backlash against that particular sequence,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people argued that like when Stephen King wrote this scene, it was acceptable because it was one of the earliest examples of pro LGBTQ content. He was trying to illustrate the violence committed against them, but in 2020, it's less acceptable.
Yeah.
And like I'm thinking, like we're still seeing that kind of stuff now.
Yep.
And like I get like some people like saying we don't want to see pain. We've seen enough of that. But I'm also like, well, horror is meant to make you uncomfortable. If this sequence of violence makes you uncomfortable, it's accomplishing its goal. It's just
Yeah.
doing it in a way that's unpleasant. And I get that's like a subjective thing. Like I realize not everyone that, and I respect that. If that scene makes you uncomfortable to deal with, that's fine. You shouldn't have to.
Yeah. But like
But like, yeah, sorry.
I also challenge people to really distinguish between being unsafe and being uncomfortable. Being
Yeah.
uncomfortable is not a good thing, and it gives you opportunity to grow. And
Mm,
that's why we encourage people to have a very extensive media diet and to like watch things that match their maturity level. That being said, I love Steven Universe. I love Gravity Falls. I love Over the Garden Wall. But I think it would be a problem if it was the only thing I watched, particularly if I then labeled myself a media critic and then went on the internet and told a bunch of other people what they should and shouldn't like.
agreed. 100% agree with that. And that's one thing with my channel. I've always tried to. I don't want to be the guy who does the one thing. You
Yeah.
know, like I've one day reviewed Sailor Moon, the day before I was talking about like The Exorcist. Like
Hmm.
that I like to show. I think that we need a well. And the problem also with the internet is that we silo, like we get into like this silo of like we only can talk about this one piece of media. Like
Hmm.
we can only watch Star Wars, we can only watch Marvel movies, and we can only talk about that. And it's so stifling of a
Yep.
concept. Like no wonder people are sick of Marvel if that's all people are talking about. You know.
I mean, like,
Whereas,
if I was to
eh,
talk about the things that I have watched and read this year that I really liked, we've got everything from Chainsaw Man
mm-hmm.
to, like, I watched something recently called, oh God, what was it called? Eccleston was in it, and it was really good, and I can't remember what it's called. It was about getting left behind in what they think at the time is a rapture, but it wasn't. Uh,
Mm,
for Eccleston,
that sounds cool
it
though.
was
I
it
like
was
that.
very interesting, and I just like Christopher Eccleston. He played a really good character in that.
He's always
Uh,
good.
oh,
He was great in. You ever see the movie? It's him and Ewan McGregor, one of Danny Boyle's earliest films. It's not Blood Simple. It's before Train Spotting. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy.
anyway, also
Danny,
Doctor Who. I've been loving the new Doctor Who. Um,
I haven't seen any Doctor Who yet. I heard it's really solid.
I finally sat down and I watched all the way through. Um, I watched all the way. Sorry, I'm trying to find the title of this fucking thing.
What's the fucking movie he did? Sorry,
Um,
I'm trying to go a little crazy with this Danny
yeah, we're
Boyle
both
thing.
going crazy trying to be like, what is it called? The Leftovers. The
Yeah.
Leftovers. That's what the thing
Oh, that
that
was
I
solid. That was a good one. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
know what
watched
you're talking about.
The Leftovers recently. I watched Supernatural recently. I've watched Chainsaw Man recently. I'm trying to think if there's any like Amphibia.
Shallow Grave.
Shallow
Have
Grave.
you seen
I have
Shallow
not
Grave?
seen Shallow Grave.
Yeah, watch Shallow Grave. It's like Ewan McGregor and Christopher Eccleston. They're like it's like mid-90s, so they're like
Yeah.
they're like 20. They're younger than you are,
Yeah.
which is a surreal thing to say.
Um,
Um, they're like in a cabin, and they well, not in a cabin. They're like in a flat. They have a flatmate, and they find he's dead, and they realize that he has like a massive amount of money in the flat,
yep.
and the whole movie is just their paranoia. It's if you like Danny Boyle's films, so like
Yeah.
Train Spotting, Sunshine, 28 Days Later.
Yeah.
This is like all the components of those films, like in its early stages. It's fantastic.
Mhm.
Like small scale paranoia, but it's like real sleazy. It's fantastic.
Yeah. I guess my point is that like like people like Lily think that like people either fall into one thing or the other, but I like things from, I like creators from Rebecca Sugar all the way to Mike Flanagan and Stephen King, and like going in other directions and like going further, like in like like most people with that try to like talk about media literacy have a pretty varied diet, and that's probably the healthiest thing for you.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's something you need to do to develop a sense of what works as a story. And if you
Yeah.
don't have that, you're going to be like you need that sense of diversity of thought. If you're too cloistered into one specific type of or narrative, and look, if you like science fiction, pick up Shakespeare. If you like your romances, pick up Dune. Like you need that variety of thought just to appreciate what everything does. People are mentioning Parasite right now. Watch
Oh
movies from
God.
other countries.
Yeah. It doesn't have
I
to be
challenge
anime.
no 100%. I challenge every single person in the chat to watch Portrait of a Woman on Fire. Everyone watching, watch Portrait of a Woman on Fire. Pretty sure it's the name of it. Let me double check. Of a woman on. Yep. Portrait of a Woman on Fire. It's a simple, profound.
Yep.
Or watch At Eternity's Gate, which you've all memed like crazy because that's the Foe
I
plays Vincent Van Gogh.
I would just suggest in general, watch something that you were like, that doesn't look like something that I would like. Even doing
100%.
that, just put your little toe outside of your comfort zone just a little bit. Watch it, really sit with it. If it makes you uncomfortable, let it make you uncomfortable. That's not a bad
I got
feeling.
another challenge.
Oh,
I got another
okay.
challenge for you guys. Watch Taxidermia.
Oh boy,
You've seen that one?
I think I've heard of it.
It's so disgusting. It's rancid. Watch it. It's
Oh
so
my.
repulsive. It will like
Oh
it
yeah,
is so foul. If you're up for a challenge, watch. It
yeah.
is
Maybe
so twisted.
maybe work your way up to that one if you haven't watched
Yeah.
that sort of body horror before.
If you want hard mode, that there you go.
Yeah.
Taxidermy is a trip. I watched that once, like one night, really late at night. I was probably a little high. It was a trip.
Trying to think of like an anime that I would suggest if you haven't ever watched something dark that's challenging. Oh, I've got one actually that was really hard to watch, but it's kind of weird in a lot of ways. But Armitage the Third.
Ooh, that's a good one. I
Yeah.
love Armitage. I love that cyberpunk.
Yeah, it's like a
I got-
cyberpunk thing. It's a little hard to watch because there is some body horror in it. Read some Junji Ito.
Yes. I got another one for you. If you want to have hard mode, a gross anime,
Yeah.
watch Mysterious Girlfriend X.
Oh boy.
Oh, if you, it hits the one note that I think is the most disgusting thing you could possibly do. It skeeves me out. Just the thought of it skeeves me out. But
Oh,
It
yep.
will-
Nope.
it's-
What?
yeah, it's disgusting. It makes me cringe thinking about. But if you want to watch something really unusual, watch it.
Yeah, it's not what you'd think it would be.
No, it really isn't. It's just something that you have a tactile reaction to even reading it.
Yeah, I have. Okay, I need to go have a shower now.
Yeah, it's foul, but like it's interesting. But it like the moment you read what the main concept is, like you immediately shrink into yourself and like, oh, gross. That triggers everything going. I think it's
Yeah.
disgusting.
Love Yuri. Watch The Handmaiden.
There we go.
But yeah, just please like challenge yourself a little bit. Read or watch something that you wouldn't normally do it, or that maybe you thought that you couldn't handle. And give it a try. And the thing is that if it does bother you, guess what? It was a work of fiction. You can put it down and you can go do something else because it's a book, it's a movie. It can't hurt you. So you are safe to leave.
I remember very famously the writer Marquis de Sade, whose work is now the basis for the word sadism. He wrote his work to challenge the perspectives of conservative society. His famous book Justine, which is followed by a sequel, is about a girl who lives a noble life where she does everything right and everything goes wrong, like horribly, cruelly wrong. Like the book takes pleasure in ruining this girl's life, like in a sick, twisted way, where there's no you know from the beginning there's going to be joy in the book. She's never going to have anything she wants. And the idea of the book is that the author wanted to challenge the audience's perspectives on society, where at the time people believed that if you lived a moral life, you would be rewarded. And the author wanted to say, no, you won't be. You'll just suffer anyway, potentially.
Yeah.
And that, for the time, was extremely profound. It was also extremely disturbing and upsetting.
Yeah, I can imagine.
In a similar fashion, King Lear from Shakespeare was hated when it was released. In fact, productions of it changed the ending because they thought the idea of Lavinia, I think her name is Lavinia, the good daughter of King Lear, who refuses the gifts of land and tries to talk sense into her father, her death was seen as, at the end of the play, spoilers for a 500-year-old play, it was deemed as so cruel, people couldn't take it. They could not accept it, so they forced productions to change the ending. And in both cases, society was affected by profoundly transgressive art.
I'm seeing somebody in the chat saying like it can't hurt you physically anyway. Well, see, that's the thing, is that like you are in control in your sort of adventure into art. That's the great thing, is that you get to choose, like, is this too much for me? You have to really, really, really have like a good concept of your boundaries and your comfort zone before you can kind of do that. But you can only do it if you sort of explore like a wide variety of things, and then you get this concept of your boundaries and your comfort zone, and then you start putting your foot outside of your comfort zone, and then those boundaries grow. And like that can be used for good and for evil, of course. Like if somebody can groom you and make you be uncomfortable with things that maybe you should not be comfortable with, but if you're the one in control, then like you're kind of steering the ship, and it can be a little bit scary because like that's like a lot of pressure. Like I'm in control of becoming a better person. Like what if I fuck up? And it's like, welcome to being human, baby. That's kind of how it goes.
100%. I think also what was I gonna say?
Getting EP.
Getting very EP. I saw someone in chat mention the human guinea pig movie, the guinea pig movies from Japan. With the exception of the mermaid guinea pig film, I would say Taxidermia is way grosser. And if you recommend watching the guinea pig films, watch 2 and the mermaid one, but watch Taxidermia. They're extreme horror, but actually 2 is only worth watching because Charlie Sheen thought it was a snuff film and reported it to the FBI. He called the FBI on his phone and was like, I found a snuff film. And really, it was a bunch of Japanese people making
Yep. I think that this. Oh my god, I'm looking at the
Also, I saw someone in
timestamp.
chat recommend the Vomit Slaughter Dolls trilogy.
Oh my
Don't watch it.
goodness.
Do not watch Slaughter Vomit Dolls. It's not worth your time. Not because it's disgusting, which it is, but it's just a bad movie. It's just not good.
Oh
I just
wow.
think that they're just not good. Like,
Wow. Firing.
if you want to, like, there's better disgusting films out there. It's just not a good movie. It's just shocking and
Starry
gross.
Starry makes a really good. Starry says, when stepping out of your comfort zone, I personally recommend books before stuff with visuals for the first time. I would have to like agree on
Depends
that.
on the book.
It depends on
Depends
the
on
book
the
though,
book.
because like sometimes it can be worse depending on how good the person is. It. I mean,
I would
think
I would say Cormac McCarthy's books are more disturbing than the films based on.
The Shining, the book is a little bit harder than
Yeah.
than the movie as well.
Well, because the movie doesn't go into the psychology of the characters all that much. It just leaves a lot to be interpreted.
Yeah.
When people say the book The Shining is worse than the film, I can only assume that aren't. The book The Shining was written from a very personal perspective. It's about personal demons. It's about Stephen King struggling with alcoholism.
Yep.
And if you have ever dealt with personal demons, the book is more resonant. The movie is more resonant and in terms of the existential being with someone who will harm you.
Yep.
It,
Now,
it all depends on what bothers you more.
Anthony,
Mm-hmm.
I have loved this conversation, but we just ticked over to 5 hours.
I noticed my brain is shutting down.
I think that like brain's shutting down, and we're at that point where we're just like throwing out suggestions. I think this is a great time to end the stream.
I fully agree, and my spouse has been asking me, "Are you in bed yet?" for the last 3 hours.
Whoopsie. Well, thank you so much for coming on my stream, Anthony. And I have a feeling
Anytime.
that like if we keep doing any more of these, then they'll probably be equally as long or longer. But it was really great talking to you.
No, Crimson, anytime. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah.
Listen.
And thank you, chat, for joining us. And everybody, I hope you have a great night and stay safe out there.